and you'll find old crank phones that still might work if we could find someone who understood how to hook them up. It'd link the two ends of our community." Several were now nodding. "The guys I know in my Civil War roundtable, Revolutionary War reenactors, many of them know skills that are lost to the rest of us. I want people like that. I'd trade 100 computer tech heads right now for one guy who understood steam engines. I'd trade 100 lawyers for someone who could show us how to make gunpowder from what we can find here in this valley, or which roots we can dig right now and safely eat. An old chemist who could make ether or chloroform. Doc, we're going to need a lot of that in the months to come, and I'm willing to bet we're short already. An old dentist who could get an old-fashioned foot-powered drill running. You folks think about that yet, next time you get a toothache? Care to have the tooth yanked instead and no painkiller while we're at it? Remember the old movies? The ones about a gang of kids and one of them usually had a bandage wrapped around his head to keep his jaw shut because he had an abscessed tooth? If we saw that 2 weeks ago, the parents would have been arrested for child abuse. But I tell you, we'll be seeing that again, and real soon." He suddenly realized he was rambling. The room silent, suddenly far too hot. "Sorry." No one spoke, and he wasn't sure if it was because they were embarrassed by his rambling monologue or because he had indeed hit home with what they faced. "I think we have it all for now," Charlie said. "Let's get to work. Meeting same time tomorrow." The group stood up, and John felt a stab of pain. Keller was bent over the table, holding John's right hand down and taking off the bandage. The group looked over at them, and he could see concern in Kate's eyes. "John, I think you better go home. You're running a fever. I'll see if I can dig something up for it and come by later," Keller said. "I told you, that nurse, the tall, good-looking one, Michaela's her name. She's giving me Cipro." "Well, it should have kicked in by now. I don't like this." And Keller sniffed the bandage again, his nose wrinkling. John looked down at his hand. It was swollen, red-streaked, the exposed wound red, the edge of the flesh where it had been stitched together puckered. He was suddenly worried. God damn, an infected hand now? He had images of Civil War-era surgery. "What the hell is it, Doc?" Kate asked, coming closer. "Maybe staph, but I don't have the lab to test for it. Crops up in hospitals, nursing homes, resistant stuff. Go home. Go to bed. I'll be by later today or this evening." "I said I was going up to the college to get some volunteers for the elementary school. Last thing I want is you walking around at the college or in the elementary school with that hand. If you got a staph infection, you're a spreader now, so just go home." John nodded and stood up, feeling weak. He headed to the door, Keller walking alongside him. Starting the car up, John headed for home, and as he pulled into the driveway, he knew. Jen was outside, sitting on the stone wall of the walkway leading to the door. Elizabeth was on one side of her, Jennifer on the other. As he got out of the car, the dogs came up, but a sharp command warned them to back off. "It's Tyler, isn't it?" John said. Jen forced a smile and nodded. Jennifer started to sob, and he put his good arm around her, his little girl burying her head in his chest. "Pop, Pop," was all she could get out. Jen put a hand on her granddaughter's shoulder. "Pop is in heaven now, dear, but it's okay to cry." Elizabeth leaned against John's shoulder, forcing back a sob, but then looked up at him. "Dad, you're burning up." "I'm okay," he said. He looked at Jen. "Let's go in," she said. He followed her into the house, which was all so silent, and into what had been Jennifer's room. Tyler's features were already going to a grayish yellow. John remembered the first time they had met, Tyler coldly looking at this Yankee, worse yet from New Jersey, who obviously had but one intent only, and that was to seduce his only daughter and take her away. John smiled. "Oh, I understand that now, Pop," he thought. And then so many other memories of the gradual thaw. The first time they'd gone out shooting together while the girls went to the mall to go shopping. Tyler, fascinated by the old Colt Dragoon pistol John had brought along, roaring with laughter over the encounter with the local rednecks that had happened but weeks before. That had been an icebreaker. Father and potential son-in-law shooting, talking guns, then sitting on the patio and having a cold beer. And then the grudging acceptance that had turned to friendship, and at last had turned to the love a father would have for a son who then gave him two beautiful granddaughters who allowed him once again to relive the joy of raising a child. He was gone now. War or not, he would have died, but he had indeed died far sooner as a result of the war. In the cold figures of triage, he was an old man, someone whom villages, towns, and cities all across America this day, but 10 days after an attack, were being forced to write off. For an old man in the advanced stages of cancer, there would be no medicine. That had to be rationed now to someone who stood a chance, or who, in a colder sense, could be of use. If the old man were not dying at home, his would be a body whose departure would free a bed in a hospital flooded with the sick and injured. In a starving community, his would be one less mouth to feed, even though his last meals were from a can poured into a feeding tube. But even that can of Ensure was now a meal, perhaps for an entire day, for someone else. Tyler was dead, and there was a war, though it did not in any sense seem like a war that any had even conceptualized this way. And he was dead as surely as millions of others were now dead or dying after but 10 days. As dead as someone lying in the surf of Omaha Beach, the death camp of Auschwitz, as dead as any casualty of war. Frightened for a moment, John looked back at Jennifer, who stood in the doorway clutching her grandmother's side. The last of the ice had given out 2 days ago, the bottles of insulin now immersed in the tank of the basement toilet to keep them cool. And there was a flood of panic in John. He knew almost to the day how much insulin was left. He caught Jen's gaze. The way he was staring at her granddaughter, she pulled Jennifer in tighter to her side. He turned back to look at Tyler. "I think we should pray," John said. He went down on his knees and made the sign of the cross. "Hail Mary, full of grace." It was close to sunset. To the north, the hills, so affectionately known to all locals as the Seven Sisters, were bathed in the slanting golden light of evening. Beyond them was the massive bulk of Mount Mitchell, its slopes green as spring moved steadily upwards towards the summit. "I think that's steep enough, Ben," John said. Ben looked up from the grave he had been digging for the last 3 hours, helped by John's students, Phil and Jeremiah. Charlie had been right. The golf course was the ideal spot for the new cemetery, the earth easy to dig. Over 20 other graves had been dug this day or were being dug now. The 7 who had died in the elementary school during the night, 5 others who had died during the day, and 3 suicides, though one minister had tried to protest that decision that they be buried in what was now consecrated ground. That protest was greeted with icy rejection from Charlie, who was now a former member of that congregation. There had also been 2 more heart attacks, 4 more elderly from the nursing home, and perhaps most tragic of all, the Morrison family burying their 7-year-old boy, who had had an asthma attack. John tried to block out the screams of the mother as the dirt was shoveled into her boy's grave. Reverend Black drew away from the Morrisons and came over. "Ready, John?" John nodded. Richard Black looked exhausted, eyes bloodshot. The Morrison boy had been part of his congregation, a playmate of his son's. John looked over at Jeremiah and Phil and nodded. The two boys went to the car, opened the back seat, and struggled to pull Tyler's body out, wrapped in a quilt. He was already stiff with rigor mortis. They carried him over and stopped by the side of the grave, looking down, and John realized no one had thought about how to put the body into the grave. Always bodies had been in coffins. Concealed mechanical winches lowering them in a dignified manner. Jennifer broke away from her grandmother's side, hysterical, and ran away. John looked at Elizabeth, and she turned to chase after her sister. "I'll help," Rich said. He eased himself down into the grave, Ben joining him. They took the body from Phil and Jeremiah and maneuvered it down, then pulled themselves out. John found himself suddenly wondering why the old tradition of a grave supposedly having to be 6 foot deep existed. Fortunately, this one was maybe 3.5, 4 feet down and easier for the Reverend to get out of. Tyler rested in the bottom, face covered but bare feet exposed, and it struck John as obscene for him to be exposed thus, but there was nothing to be done for it now. John looked at Jen, who stood at the head of the grave, almost serenely detached. "I don't know the Catholic rite," Rich said. "I'm sorry." "I don't think God or Tyler minds," Jen said. "You've been a friend and neighbor for years. I think he'd want you to do this for him, for us." Rich opened his prayer book and started the traditional Presbyterian service for the dead. Finished at last, he went to Jen, hugged her and kissed her on the forehead, then did something John had seen only once before, at a Jewish funeral, years before. Rich picked up the shovel from the pile of earth, scooped up some dirt, and let it fall into the grave. The time John had seen that, it had shocked him. The funeral of the wife of a beloved grad school professor. The rabbi had thrown a shovelful in, then the husband, then family and friends had done so also, filling the grave in while John's beloved professor stood silent, watching the coffin disappear and the earth finally being mounded over. It was such a sharp, hard lesson about mortality, the returning of dust to dust, when compared to the American way of concealing death in euphemisms, with green astroturf to hide the raw earth and the backhoe carefully hidden until the last of the mourners had left. That set Jen off, and at last she collapsed into tears. Rich looked at John and handed him the shovel. Though it was agony, both physical and emotional, he knew he had to do it. He filled the shovel, turned, hesitated, then let the dirt fall, covering Tyler's face. Light-headed, John stepped back. "We'll take care of it, sir." It was Jeremiah. John nodded and handed the shovel over. He walked away, heading towards the park. Jennifer and her sister were in the playground, Jennifer sitting on a swing, her big sister sitting on the ground by her side. Jennifer looked up at his approach. Elizabeth stood up, tears streaming down her face, and came up to his side. "Is it over?" "Yes." "I thought I should stay with her, Dad." "You did the right thing." "You've got to talk with her." And Elizabeth's voice broke. "She's thinking about—" Her voice trailed off. "Go take care of your grandmother." "Sure, Dad." He went up to the swing and looked down at Jennifer. "You okay, sweetie?" She didn't speak, head lowered. She had brought Rabs along and was clutching him tight. John fumbled, fighting the fever, not sure what to say, afraid of what might be said. "Remember when I used to push you on the swing?" he said, filled now with nostalgia for that time when Mary was still alive, and they'd bring the girls down here to play, to feed the ducks, and, while Mary still had the strength, to walk around the lake. He got behind Jennifer, reached down with one hand to pull the swing back. "How about we do it again? I'll push to get you started." And with that she was off the swing, crushing herself against his side, sobbing, "Daddy, when will I be buried here?" He knelt down and she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Daddy, don't bury me here. I'd be afraid during the night. I always want to stay close to you. Please don't bury me here." He dissolved into tears, hugging her tight. "I promise, sweetheart. You have years and years ahead. Daddy will always protect you." She drew back slightly and looked at him with solemn eyes filled with the wisdom of a child. "I don't think so, Daddy." That was all she said. Later he would remember that they remained like that for what seemed an eternity, and then gentle hands separated them, Jen's hands, and strong hands. Ben, John's 2 students, helped him back to the car, and then the fever drowned out all else. Chapter 7. Day 18. He awoke feeling so weak he could barely lift his head. "So, the good professor is back from the dead." He turned his head, focused. It was Michaela. She put the back of her hand to his forehead, a finger to his throat, and held it there for several seconds. "Fever's broke. Figured that during the night. Good pulse, too." She smiled. "Well, John Matherson, I think you're going to pull through just fine now." "What happened?" "Oh, you had it bad, real bad. Doc Keller was right, staph infection. I thought there was a chance that was your problem, but hoped it was something simpler and the Cipro would knock it out. Thought we'd lose you there for a couple of days, or at the very least your hand." Panicked, he looked down. His hand was still there, shriveled, sore, but still there. Twice its normal size 3 days back, started to look like septicemia and gangrene. But we kept hand and soul attached. Charlie Fuller approved some rather rare antibiotics for you. Just a few doses left now in our reserves, and Doc Keller was up here pumping them into you." "All that from a cut?" "I told you to wash it out thoroughly and keep it bandaged," she said chastisingly. "I regret now not coming up here that first night and doing it personally, but you might have seen that as too forward of me." "Wish you had, forward or not." She smiled and with a damp cloth wiped his brow. "I'm hungry." "I'll get you some soup." "Bathroom?" "I'll get a bedpan." "Like hell," he whispered. "Don't be embarrassed, for God's sake. I've been your nurse for the last week. Help me up." "Okay, then, but if you feel lightheaded, get back down." She helped him to his feet. He did feel lightheaded, but said nothing. In fact, he felt like shit, mouth pasty, an atrocious taste. He brushed his good hand against his face, rough stubble actually turning into a beard, and just had a general feeling of being gritty and disgusting. He pushed her aside at the bathroom door and went in, used the toilet — fortunately someone had filled up the tank — and looked longingly at the bathtub. He so wanted a bath, to wash off. "Later, we'll have to boil up some water. I'll be damned if I take a cold bath." He brushed his teeth. The tube of toothpaste was nearly empty, and beside it was a glass filled with ground-up wood charcoal. He used the toothpaste anyhow. That alone made a world of difference, and came back out. There was a smell, food, and he felt ravenous and slowly walked back into the living room. Michaela was out on the porch stirring a pot. The old grill was pushed to one side. It must have finally run out of propane. Someone, most likely Ben or a couple of John's students, had rigged up something of an outdoor stove out of an old wood stove. Its legs jacked up with cinder blocks underneath so the cook didn't have to bend over. Michaela looked at him and smiled. "Hot dog soup with some potatoes mixed in. I'd suggest a Merlot, but the wine steward has the day off." John smiled and sat down at the patio table. "Where are the girls?" "Jen took them out for a walk with the dogs." Michaela set the bowl down. Sure enough, it was hot dogs, cut up into bite-sized pieces mixed in with potatoes. He dug in, the first few spoonfuls scalding hot. "Take it slow," she laughed, sitting down across from him, pushing the meat around with her spoon before taking a taste. She grimaced slightly. "I'm definitely not a cook." "It's great." "It's just because you're hungry. What I wouldn't give for shrimp. Chilled jumbo shrimp, a salad, a nice glass of Chardonnay." He looked up at her. "If you hadn't saved my life, I think I'd tell you to shut up," he said with a bit of a grin. She smiled back, and he could not help but notice how her T-shirt, sweat-soaked, clung to her body. His gaze lingered on her for several seconds until she made eye contact with him again. "My, you are getting healthy again," she said softly, still smiling, and he lowered his eyes. The potatoes were good, though still a bit undercooked. He scraped down to the bottom of the bowl, picked it up to sip the last of the greasy fluid, and set it back down. "More?" she asked. He nodded. "Just take it slow. You had a rough siege of it there. Staph infections like that, well, you are one tough guy to be up on your feet." She stood and refilled his bowl. "The girls, how are they?" "Jen, she's a remarkable woman, tough as nails. Of course she misses Tyler terribly. I could hear her crying at night. But at the same time is able to accept it, and then focus on those she loves that she feels responsible for. Actually, I think she was a bit upset that I moved in here for several days to see after you. Said she could handle it herself." "You moved in?" "Only temporary, John," she replied with a smile as she put the bowl down in front of him and sat to resume her meal. "Doctor's orders, actually. Keller and Charlie were damn worried about you, said they wanted you alive and back on your feet, so I sort of got volunteered." "Reluctantly?" John asked. She smiled. "Not exactly." "I really don't remember that much." "Well, you damn near had your brain fried. Temp up at 105, hands swollen like a balloon. 3 weeks back and you'd have been in isolation in an ICU, ice-packed, IVs. It got a bit rough there. Keller thought he'd have to go to amputation to save you if the antibiotics didn't get the infection under control. Just from a cut in a stupid fight." "I warned you," she said, half waving her spoon at him. "Staff in a hospital is a 24/7 fight. That nursing home, 3 days without cleaning, sanitation, you had 100 different microbes floating around there, and you just so happened to pick one of the worst." "How?" "How? You had an open wound damn near to the bone. Touching a counter, a patient. Remember, John, the old days are gone. Hospitals are more dangerous now than just staying at home." "How is it up there?" 12 left of the original patients." "What? There used to be over 60. 31 dead. 6 just disappeared." "What do you mean, disappeared?" "Alzheimer's that were still mobile. Remember, no security alarms. They just wandered outside into the woods. Poor souls. Most likely died within a day or two from exposure. We decided yesterday to abandon the place, move those who were left up to a dorm in the conference center. Without all the electronics, you can't keep an eye on the Alzheimer's. I never thought I'd see such a thing again, but we have them restrained, tied to their beds." She sighed. "Sounds horrible, John, but it will be best when they're gone. We need at least 4 people staffing them around the clock. At least at the dorm there's only 2 doors in and out, and frankly, it's cleaner." "What else?" She sighed. "It's been bad." "How so?" "A fight at the Gap 2 nights ago." "How bad?" "More than 200 dead on both sides. Several hundred injured." "Jesus, what happened?" "Well, we were letting folks through 100 at a time. Again, your suggestion, good professor. It was going slow, though, and now the refugees from Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Greensboro, even some from as far as Durham, were piling up on that road. God, John, it's positively medieval down on that road. Squatters' camps, people fighting for a scrap of food, disease breaking out, mostly salmonella, pneumonia, a nasty variant of the flu. Well, a group was being escorted through and they broke, started running to get off the interstate and into the woods. 2 of them had concealed pistols, shot the 2 policemen escorting them, shot them dead on the spot, and then they just started scattering. Tom ordered them rounded up. Doc Keller was having a fit as well that they might be carrying something. It turned ugly. Most were too weak to get far, but some of them did put up a fight. About 20 are unaccounted for, disappeared up into the hills. Most are harmless, but a few, the ringleaders, they're out there. And Tom is hunting them down. That triggered the riot back at the barrier. Charlie ordered it shut down until the mess was straightened out, and they just rioted. I mean, thousands of them just pushing against the barrier of cars and trucks. Tom did have some tear gas to push them back, but then they came back in. So we opened fire. She nodded. You could hear it all over town. Sounded like a regular war. Tom had a couple of men with automatic weapons posted up on the side of the pass, firing down. John, I never dreamed we'd be doing this to each other. She fell silent, poking at a piece of hot dog at the bottom of her bowl. He looked at her, realizing how random fate had played out in her life. If she had not come to Asheville for a meeting that day, she'd have been in Charlotte when everything shut down. Maybe she'd be secure, given her job at a hospital. Then again, she could have been one of the refugees storming the barrier, desperate for a piece of bread, half a bowl of the soup he and she were now eating. I could have been on the other side, she said quietly. She looked up at him, and for a moment there was rage in her eyes, as if they actually were from opposing camps, 2 enemies sharing a meal under a temporary truce before the killing started again. You weren't, though. You're here and you're safe. For how long, John? Some might say I'm still an outsider. Damn it, Michaela, don't say that word again. Well, you should have heard some of the people talking after that fight. 27 locals were killed in it, a couple of them police officers, and there were more than one standing around the town offices yesterday talking about kicking out anyone who didn't belong. That's bullshit. Scared talk by scared people. Amazing, isn't it? She said, shaking her head. 3 weeks ago, we were all Americans. Hell, if somebody said an offensive word, made a racial or sexist slur, my God, everyone would be up in arms and it'd be front-page news. Turn off the electricity and bang, we're at each other's throats in a matter of days. Outsiders, locals. Is the whole country now like this? 10,000 little fiefdoms ready to kill each other? And everyone on the road part of some barbarian horde on the march? He couldn't reply. He feared that it just might be true, but still he couldn't believe it, in spite of what had just happened. We're still Americans, he sighed. I need to believe that. We've turned on each other in the past. Remember, we once fought a war against ourselves, with 600,000 dead. As a kid, I remember the riots in Newark, the hatred that created between us, how that still lingered years afterwards. And yet when it really counted, we did band together as one. But now, people are hungry, scared. We were spoiled, unlike any generation in history, and we forgot completely just how dependent we were on the juice flowing through the wires, the buttons doing something when we pushed them. If only we had some communication, if only we knew the government still worked, a voice that we trusted being heard. That would make all the difference. My grandfather used to tell me how back during the Depression the banks started to collapse. There was panic, even the scent of revolution in the air. And then FDR got on the radio. Just one radio talk, reminding us we were all neighbors, to cooperate and help each other. And though the Depression went on for 7 more years, the panic ended. Same thing on 9/11. I think it's the silence that is driving people crazy now. No one knows what is going on, what is being done, if we are indeed at war, and if so, who we are fighting, and whether we are winning or losing. We are as isolated now as someone in Europe 700 years ago, and there is a rumor, just a rumor, that the Tartars are coming, or there is a plague in the next village." He sighed, motioning for another bowl. She refilled his and hers. "In the past, any disaster, it was always local, or regional at worst. The hurricanes in 2004. It slammed us pretty hard here. Most of the news focused on Florida, but I tell you, we got some of the worst of it right here, with 2 of those hurricanes literally crisscrossing over the top of us only days apart. But all along, we knew help was out there. The guys who hooked my electric back up after 4 days were a crew from Birmingham, Alabama. The truck that brought in thousands of gallon jugs of water came from Charlotte, actually, and always there were still battery-powered radios. If only we could get a link back up. I think that would calm a lot of nerves. Has there been any contact at all from the outside?" She sipped a spoonful of soup, then shook her head. "Not a word. A helicopter flew over 2 days ago. You should have seen people. It was like some god was passing by in a floating chariot, everyone with hands raised up shouting. No, not a word, other than rumors from those passing through. Global war, Chinese invading, help coming from Europe, plague in Washington, a military coup. A lot of talk now about some religious crazies forming into gangs, claiming it's the apocalypse and either join them or die. It's all crazy, and they know about as much as you or me." "It's the cars as well," John said. "They are such an ingrained part of our lives, right down to the fact that there are suburbs and people commute into cities. Hell, 100 years ago, this house never would have been built, no matter how great the view, too far from downtown, even if the town is just a small village. This isn't farmland. It's actually useless land other than for timber. But the auto made this valuable. Look at how people are migrating even now. By instinct, they're following the interstate highways. Turn off all the cars. I think that is what scared us the most. The damn things were not just about transportation. They were definers of social status, wealth, age, class. You, for instance." "Me?" "Beamer 330. Told me right off you didn't have kids. If you were married, you and your husband were definitely upwardly mobile types, professionals." She laughed softly. "Post-divorce crisis car." He nodded. "I really know nothing about you, Michaela." "Just that, post-divorce car. My husband and I met as undergrads at Duke, both pre-med." John laughed. "Mary and I were at Duke as well, though I guess around 10-15 years ahead of you. I was history, she was biology. We both wanted to teach. I got into the Army through ROTC when they offered me a darn good deal." "Saw that. Your diploma's in your office. Rather impressive, John. Master's from Purdue, PhD from UVA in history. I thought you were Army." "Hey, the Army educates, and they were crazy enough to pay for it and send me. For every hour I carried a gun, I spent 100 in a classroom or archive. Did have a few field commands, first with a recon company with the 1st Cav in Germany, just before communism gave up the ghost. Actually enjoyed that posting. Gave me a lot of time to explore history over there besides my duties. Then Desert Storm. My battalion mobilized over, and I was looking forward to the challenge of command in a line company when I got promoted to major, then kicked up the ladder to Battalion XO. It took me out of the front line, and I always wondered since if I had somehow missed something as a result. But enough on me." She smiled. "Well, we got married right after he graduated 2 years ahead of me, and the classic old routine," Michaela said with a sigh. "I switched majors to nursing to start the money rolling. Agreement was once he got into residency, I'd go back for pre-med." "And let me guess," John interjected. "He got his MD and you got the divorce as a thank you." "Something like that. Just grew apart, I guess. Another woman wandered in, actually several women, and I got fed up and left. Young doctors with big egos, starry-eyed nurses saying, "Oh, doctor, it's 2 a.m. Happens all the time." He looked at her. The slight show of dimples when she smiled, clear blue eyes, tall, slender figure, and shook his head. He was an idiot. "John, you hardly know me," she smiled, "so don't just judge by exteriors. I have my bad side, too." "Well, I've yet to see it. Volunteering to go up and help at the nursing home, that took guts." "Or it could have been calculation," she replied. "Get into the community that way." He looked straight at her, remembering what she said on the day he had shot Larry, and shook his head. "No, you'd have done it regardless of the situation." He hesitated, looking back down at the soup bowl. "And any guys for you?" "Why do you ask?" "Just trying to put the pieces together." "No one serious, if that's what you mean. Gun-shy." "And no kids?" "Thank God, no." "Why?" "Now, with this, you think I'd want that worry on top of everything else? Suppose we did have children, and I was up here the day it happened. I'd have been clawing through the tide of refugees to get back to Charlotte." He nodded. The way she said clawing through told him a lot. She liked kids, maybe wished she had some, and had the instinct to kill to protect them, no matter whose they were. "Let's talk about Jennifer," she said quietly. "Is there a problem?" he asked, suddenly anxious. "Of course there is, John. You got enough insulin for a little more than 4 months, though the water temperature where you are storing the vials is just over 50 degrees. I checked it. That will degrade the shelf life somewhat." "By how much?" he asked, feeling a sense of panic. "I'm not sure, John. We'll start to know when the regular dose doesn't control her blood sugar. Besides that, we have to start getting conservative with her testing kit. The new one, as you know, is junked. The old one, thank God, survived, but the test strips, no replacements now. So we're going to have to learn to just eyeball the situation more and only use the strips when we absolutely have to." He couldn't speak, just staring off across the valley. It was all so peaceful. No noise, some plumes from small fires rising up, drifting with the westerly breeze. He reached to his breast pocket. No pocket. He was still in a sweat-soaked T-shirt. "Cigarette?" she asked. He nodded. "I'll get them." She came back out a minute later with 2, struck a lighter and puffed one to life, hesitated for a second, then handed it to John, putting the second one on the table. "Ex-smoker?" John asked. "Yup. Surprising how many nurses smoke. But I looked at one too many cancerous lungs, though." "Don't need to hear it." She smiled. "Well, you're going to run out in about 2 weeks anyhow. Stretch it and you might make it to 4 weeks or 6, but sooner or later you will quit. Maybe one of the few blessings to come out of this. An entire nation going cold turkey on tobacco, alcohol, drugs. No cars, so we have to walk or ride bikes. Might do us some good." "Back to Jennifer," he said, after taking several puffs. The meal was sitting well on his stomach, but the tobacco hit him after so many days away. He felt shaky and suddenly weak. "Tyler's death, the funeral," she said. "If I had been around and knew, I'd have kept Jennifer home during the burial. It really traumatized her. It's tough enough on any kid of that age to lose their grandpa, but we, all of us, have really isolated death away, kept it hidden. Tyler died in her bedroom. In fact, she is terrified to even go back in there. When she'd come to see you when you were sick, she'd just stand by the doorway. It's just that she saw it all, and it registered. John, she's a diabetic, and even at 12 that makes anyone very conscious of their mortality." They know their life is dependent on that needle and the vial, but for 70 years now, those vials just came across the pharmacy counter, no questions asked. She knows that's finished. How? Damn it, John, she isn't deaf or blind. Every day since this started, people have been dying, and she knows she's on the short list once the insulin in the basement runs out. He shook his head angrily. No, God, please, no. That's 4 months off. By then we'll have something back in place, at least communications, some emergency medicines. John, you've been the very person going around saying that this is bad, real bad, that it might take years, if ever, to come back from it. I never said a word around her. Oh, John, you're such a father, but you don't understand kids. I've worked in hospitals with kids like Jennifer, kids that were terminal. They had it figured out long before their parents would ever admit it to themselves. She is not terminal, he snarled, glaring at Michaela angrily. She said nothing. Damn you, no! And he was humiliated by the tears that suddenly clouded his vision. He struggled to choke back the sobs that now overwhelmed him. She put her hand out, touching him, and he jerked back, looking at her, filled with impotent rage. My girl will live through this, he gasped. Jennifer will live through this. She leaned over, gently touching his face, paused, and then half stood up, kissing him on the forehead, and drew her chair closer to his side. John, with luck, if things straighten out, we'll get hooked back up to hospitals that work before the insulin runs out. He noticed how she said we. I've gotten close to her, John. Very close these last few days. She's a sweet child. Not a 12-year-old dressing, talking, and sometimes acting like she's 21. She still sleeps with Rabs in her arms, plays with beanie babies, reads a lot. The way perhaps 12-year-olds were long ago. Rather nerdy, actually. He struggled for control as Michaela described his little girl. He let the burned-out cigarette fall, and without comment she lit the second one and handed it over, taking a puff on it first before doing so. She smiled, and he realized that tears were in her eyes as well. It's just the poor child has really been obsessive about dying since she saw her grandfather go and the way he was buried, the way we're burying people now by the hundreds. I'll talk with her. I already have, Michaela said quietly. About what? She hesitated. Go on. About what? About death, she whispered. She asked me for the truth, about how long she had if the insulin ran out. And what did you tell her? He snapped, and she grimaced as he grasped her arm with his hand. What did you tell her? John, I told you I've worked with kids like her. I know when to lie. I know when it is time to tell the truth. I reassured her that she'd be okay, that you and others were working to get things reestablished, and soon medical supplies would start coming in. He released his grip. Sorry, he whispered. But you've got to talk with her too, John. He nodded, head lowered, again struggling for control. He felt so damn weak, not just physically, but emotionally. Tyler's time had played out, and though John had come to love that old man as if he were John's own father, he took solace knowing Tyler had lived a good life. But Jennifer... You better keep reassuring her if you want her to be happy. Michaela paused. In the time she has left? He asked, staring at her. Let's just pray for the best. He finished his cigarette and sat back. You said hundreds have been buried? She nodded and then looked away. He heard barking and then laughter. From out of the field above the house, his family was coming. The dogs, seeing him up and about again, made a beeline straight to him. He could not help but laugh, both dogs grinning at him and dancing around his chair, and then, with noses raised, they were sniffing at the soup pot. Ginger standing up on her hind legs to peer in, nearly burning her feet as she lost balance and almost fell against the stove. Jennifer came running down and jumped into his arms. "You're better, Daddy." "Well, not exactly, but almost, Pumpkin." She buried her head against his shoulder, and he wondered for a moment if she was crying. And then she pulled back slightly. "Daddy, you really stink." He laughed, tempted to play the old armpit game of grabbing her and forcing her up against his armpit. She loved it when she was 8, even as she shrieked in protest. But not now. He knew he really did stink. "I promise I'll take a bath later today. I could use it." "Outdoors now, Daddy," she said, pointing to a small kiddie wading pool and a rough-built shower made out of a 6-foot ladder with a 1-gallon plastic bucket suspended from the top rung by a 2x4, the bottom of the bucket perforated with a couple of dozen small holes. "Ben built it. One person showers, the other pours the water into the bucket while standing on the ladder." Ben made that, and John nodded. And then suddenly wondered. Michaela laughed. "I do the pouring for Elizabeth, John." "Well, Ben can pour for me, and you ladies can go somewhere else." Jennifer hugged him tight, let go, and looked into the pot. "What is it?" "Hot dogs and potatoes," Michaela announced. "Yuck, sounds gross." "Really, it's quite good," John said. "Can Zach and Ginger have some?" The 2 dogs were by his side, tongues hanging out, panting, both with eyes fixed on his empty bowl. Across the years, it had become an unconscious act. Leave a little extra on the plate, set it down. When Ginger joined the family, John would make sure 2 plates would go down at the same time, because no matter how much the dogs cared for each other, if there was only 1 plate, there'd be a lunge and a yelp, usually from Ginger losing out to Zach. But now, as Zach was starting to show his age, he was becoming the loser in those squabbles. "We ran out of dog food yesterday," Michaela said quietly. Damn, he had never even thought of that. "Even the canned stuff?" Michaela didn't say anything, and he realized with a shock that the reason she said nothing was because she or Jen had stashed the canned dog food for emergency use, if need be. He suddenly wondered if they made a canned dog food of hot dogs, but knew it was best not to ask. "Come on, Dad, they're starving." He looked down at his 2 buddies. His companions on many a late night of writing or research. They'd always be curled up in his office. Once it was time for sleep, Ginger would usually paddle off to Jennifer's room, Zach always to his. He looked at Jennifer, then back to the dogs. "Sure, come on, you 2 fools." He picked up his bowl and Michaela's, doled out 1 ladleful each of the soup, and put the bowls down. The 2 lunged, devouring the meal within seconds. Jennifer smiled, watching them. Michaela said nothing. "I think I want to go into town to see what's going on, maybe over to the campus." "Don't press your luck, John," Jen said, a bit breathless from hiking down from the field, coming up to his side and standing on tiptoes to kiss him. "Damn, you really do stink," she said disapprovingly, stepping back. "I'll drive," Michaela interjected. "Besides, now that our patient is better, I think I should go back up to the nursing home and oversee the transfer up to the conference center." Jen said nothing as Michaela went into the house. Elizabeth pecked him on the cheek and sat down to eat. "She's a nice girl," Jen said. "I think she's in love with you, Dad," Elizabeth announced, saying it as if just commenting on the weather or the time of day. Jennifer giggled at that. John looked over at Jen. "She sat up with you 3 nights straight. You were in a bad way there, John." Jen smiled, but he could see she was just about in tears. "What is it, Mom?" "Oh, nothing." And she turned away, and he knew she was thinking of Mary. The drive into town, things looked pretty much the same, except for the fact that several of the men he passed were toting shotguns or rifles. At the elementary school there was a huge stack of firewood, a number of kettles set over a fire boiling. "How are things in there?" "John, people who just can't make it are dying off," Michaela sighed. "Hundreds dead. But things are under control for right now." At the station, he found out that Charlie was up in Swannanoa, Tom up at the barrier in the Gap. He read the town notice board, printed with red marker on the whiteboards tacked to the side of Town Hall. Martial law still in effect. John noticed the eraser marks for everything else on the board except for those 5 words, martial law still in effect. 1. It is estimated that 20 escapees from the interstate are still at large in the region. If they are cited, apprehend, detain, or if need be, use whatever force necessary. Then report sighting to this office. 2. Ration cards will be issued starting today for everyone in the community. If you are a resident with a home and you apply for a ration card, you must submit to your property being searched for food. If food is found, it will be confiscated and then distributed to the community. Do not apply for rations unless you are in true need. Starting tomorrow, you will not be issued food at any public facility without presentation of the ration card, along with proper identification. John paused at that one and thought about it. He realized it was a good decision. No threat of taking food, only if you asked for food. It'd keep hoarders from trying to eat off the public wheel while continuing to sit on their own stockpiles. He continued to read. 3. The outbreak of salmonella at the Emergency Refugee Center has been brought under control. Our thanks to the volunteers from Montreat College and the staff led by Dr. Keller. We regret to report a total of 61 dead from the outbreak at the center. Community-wide, it is reported that 310 have died from salmonella, with over 3,000 cases reported. 4. The new emergency hospital at the Ingram's Shopping Plaza in Swannanoa is open. If you need transportation to that facility, a public vehicle will leave here at noon every day hereafter. 5. Principal Green, acting now as superintendent of schools for our community, has officially announced that all schools are now closed for the academic year. Classes will resume the day after Labor Day. Upon resumption of school, grades for the previous academic year will be posted. John found that to be curious, that they had finally gotten around to canceling school. He'd have to tell the girls. They'd be delighted. Also, it was a touch of optimism that some sort of continuity would continue come fall, and he was glad to read it. 6. Death notices. 81 deaths reported in the communities of Black Mountain and Swannanoa yesterday. Remember, all bodies are to be interred at the new community cemeteries, the golf course in Black Mountain, the upper grounds of the Swannanoa Christian Academy, above the floodplain for the Swannanoa River. Cause of death must be confirmed by the physician on duty in the respective town offices between the hours of 8 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. The names were listed, and John scanned it. One he knew, a student of his, cute girl, a sophomore, a bit overweight, with a smile that could light up a room. He remembered she suffered from severe allergies to bee stings, a notice having been sent around to all her professors at the start of each semester, to be aware of that situation and immediately get her out of the room if a stinging insect flew in. He wondered if that had been the cause of death. 7. Take notice. If there is a death in your family and your family has accepted ration cards and that death is concealed, all ration cards for the immediate family will be permanently confiscated, except for those for children under the age of 11. But said children will then be moved to the refugee center. If you are not a permanent resident of the community, you and all immediate family will be expelled, except for children under the age of 11. That bothered him, the last sentence. It was still the defining of a different class within the community. Michaela was standing beside him reading the notice board, and he wondered how she felt about it. 8. News. It is reported by one of our residents who has reached us after walking from Greensboro that there is an operating shortwave radio in Morganton. The resident claims to have heard a broadcast from the BBC in London. The British government has declared solidarity with America and even now is mobilizing massive relief aid. Long live our allies of old and of today. John smiled at that. And if true, it could mean that perhaps, just perhaps, communications gear was on the way to help reestablish links. The downside: why only Great Britain? 9. War news. This same resident reports that the attack is now believed to have been 3 missiles, fired from a container ship in the Gulf of Mexico. Our forces overseas are engaged in heavy combat in Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Korea. There is progress on all fronts. Responsibility for the attack rests upon an alliance of forces in the Middle East and North Korea. Reports now confirm that a weapon similar to the ones that struck the United States has also been detonated over the Western Pacific, creating the same widespread outages in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. A similar missile is also reported to have been detonated over Eastern Europe. It is reported as well that the federal government, even now, is organizing the distribution of radios, which shall originate out of a stockpile kept in a secret reserve. Communications are soon to be re-established with central authorities. 10. All announcements placed upon this board are official and in force from the time of placement. Claiming of ignorance of said laws shall not be accepted as an excuse for non-compliance. Signed, Charles Fuller, Director of Public Safety. We shall win through to ultimate victory. God bless and preserve the United States of America. John turned away from the board and looked at Michaela. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "Feel like I'm in a bad movie or novel," she sighed. "Long live the king, or long live our glorious leader, or something like that should be on the board." "We are nowhere near that yet," John said coldly. "Might as well warn you now. I'm one of those old-style liberals who used to see conspiracies behind everything the right wing did." He looked at her and saw a trace of a smile. "I used to feel the same about the left," and now it was his turn to smile. "Seems absurd now." "Still, to go from where we were 3 weeks ago to this, it's impossible to grasp." They walked back to the Edsel. He noticed that the parking area around the police station had been cleared of all the newer and now useless cars. There was a row of 6 VW Bugs, courtesy of Jim Bartlett, stenciled on the side of each with an old-fashioned peace sign added in. That must really rankle Tom, John thought. 2 old Jeeps, one of them the antique World War II Jeep with a white star stenciled on the hood, an assortment of cars from the 50s and 60s, a few from the 70s, the years that Detroit really started to turn out junk, which didn't survive as well as the older ones. A number of older motorcycles and mopeds as well. To his surprise, a couple of horses were tethered there as well, and he stopped to look at them. "Stables at the kids' camps. Over 40 horses in the community," Michaela said. "Most were appropriated by Charlie for patrolling the back roads." She walked up and rubbed the horse's nose, and it nickered. "Used to love riding. And you?" "Actually, yes. The freedom of it when you're out on open ground. But it's been a while." "Poor things." "Why?" "Charlie said we can use them through the summer, but once we go through the cattle and pigs, they're next." He nodded, saying nothing. They got into the Edsel, Michaela still driving, and headed up towards the college. As they approached the arched stone gate, a huge hand-lettered sign greeted them. "Halt! You must stop." He rolled to a stop, and 2 of his students, both with shotguns, blocked his approach, weapons leveled. But upon their recognizing him, there were grins. "What the hell is this?" John asked. "Sorry, Professor. Interior defense. Some of those runaways from the interstate are still out there. Also, we're starting to get people trying to sneak in off the old toll road behind us. Sergeant Parker has posted a 24-hour guard here." John nodded, saying nothing as Michaela drove through the gatehouse and then into the campus. All was quiet here, and then he saw them, lined up on the grassy slope in front of Gaither Hall. He motioned for Michaela to pull over and stop. He sat in the car for a moment and watched. Damn, it was like boot camp. 50 kids, a platoon-size unit, standing at attention, inspection arms, and every kid was indeed armed. Some had shotguns, others hunting rifles, a few stood there with pistols. Every weapon imaginable, from a Chinese SKS to 22 semi-autos to a monstrous double-barreled 12-gauge shotgun, and he quickly recognized 2 boys carrying reproductions of Civil War '58 Springfield rifles. He got out of the car to watch. A few of them looked his way. One girl grinned and started to wave. Then, realizing what she was supposed to be doing, she came back to attention. And there was Washington Parker, walking down the line, grabbing a weapon from one student, levering the bolt-action back, looking into the chamber, then slapping the weapon back into the student's hands. "Not clean enough. You want to live? You keep your weapon clean." John slowly walked up, and the eye contact from students was a tip-off to Washington to turn. There was the flicker of a smile, and Washington came to attention and saluted. "Good day, Colonel, sir. Care to inspect the troops?" John found himself returning the salute. "Are we feeling better today, Colonel, sir?" "Yes, Mr." He fumbled for a second. "Yes, Sergeant Parker, I am, thank you." Embarrassed, John turned to look at his students, kids of but 3 weeks back. He had spoken to them more than once about the privileges they had, that kids their age were defending them on distant fronts even as they sat half-dozing in class. Several graduates of the college had been in Iraq, another in Afghanistan, and whenever an email came in from overseas, John usually read it to these same students. And now they stood lined up with guns, in front of the main campus building that housed the admissions office, the registrar, the music department, and one of the 2 chapels on campus. He knew they were expecting him to now say something, but words failed him. He saw his 2 favorites, Jeremiah and Phil, to the right of the line, sergeant chevrons stenciled on the dark blue college T-shirts all of them were wearing, like uniforms. Jeremiah and Phil made eye contact, and he nodded. He wondered if these kids knew what he had done in the park. Of course they did, the whole town knew. And as he gazed at them, he could see it in their eyes. They were looking at him differently. He had been the executioner. He was no longer the history professor who, though a former military man, was seen as having a soft heart. "They look good," was all he could say as he turned to face Washington, who saluted him. John returned the salute and headed into Gaither Hall. "Rather paramilitary, isn't it?" Michaela asked, returning to his side. John did not reply. He walked into the building and for a moment wasn't sure what to actually expect. Of course, the corridors were darkened, the air heavy and humid. Fortunately, the building was old, having been designed long before central AC, so at least there was some circulation. The door to the admissions office and registrar were closed, but he could hear a piano in the chapel. He motioned for Michaela to follow, and he opened the door. The chapel had been built in the 1930s, just as the chestnut blight had ripped through the Carolina mountains, so the trees had been harvested off and now were the beams, paneling, and ceiling, a beautiful, warm, dark, golden wood. Austere to a certain degree, for this was, after all, a Presbyterian school, but still a wonderful chapel in John's eyes. Up on the stage, several kids were standing around the piano. Jesse, one of the music majors, just fooling around a bit. A student whose name John did remember, Laura, said something. Jessie played a few chords, and she began to sing. Instantly, John felt his throat tighten. Laura had sung this song in the spring musical review, and though it was from a play that he thought was way too sentimental, The Fantastics, the song was haunting, and to him, such a metaphor for all that was happening. Try to remember the kind of September when life was slow and oh so mellow. He felt Michaela's hand slip into his, and they were silent. He could feel a shudder run through Michaela. She was crying. Laura's voice echoed. Try to remember when life was so tender that no one wept except the willow. John could hear Parker shouting orders outside, the students now going through the manual of arms. It was almost too much for him to bear. It wasn't supposed to happen here, but it had happened here. Laura finished the second stanza and drifted into the third. Deep in December, it's nice to remember, although you know the snow will follow. I can't bear this, Michaela whispered. They slipped out of the chapel, Laura, the others, not even knowing he had been there. Michaela leaned against him for a moment, sobbing, and his arms were around her, and then she stepped back, breaking away from his embrace, looking up at him. Sorry. No, it was rather nice, actually, he said. The song finished in the chapel, and he started out of the building, then noticed that the door to President Hunt's office was ajar. He tapped on it and walked in. The administrative assistant, Kim McMurdy, was not behind her desk. That was a disappointment. She always reminded him a bit of the actress Nicole Kidman, perhaps better looking, actually, and he had to admit he was smitten with Kim in a friendly sort of way. Friendly, of course, because her husband, the director of computer services, was a darn good friend. And besides, Mary was still a haunting presence. What had just happened with Michaela? He wasn't sure how to react to her now. President Hunt? In here. John walked into the back office and was startled. Hunt seemed to have aged a dozen years in as many days, eyes sunken, hair disheveled. And then John wondered how he looked as well, still wobbly, unshaved, filthy, exhausted. John, you look like hell. Well, sir, if you don't mind me saying so, you look like hell, too. Dan pointed to a chair, and John sat down. He had always liked this office. John looked back and saw Michaela out in Kim's office. Michaela nodded and left, motioning that she'd wait outside. The first time he had come to this office to be interviewed for the job that Bob Scales had engineered for him, what caught his eye was 3 paintings on the far wall. The first was what was to be expected of a president of a Christ-centered college, a nicely framed section from Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, the hand of God reaching out to touch Adam. The other 2, though. The second was sort of a transition between religion and the military, a painting of Washington kneeling in the snow at Valley Forge, praying. The third was Howard Pyle's The Nation Makers, a stunning portrait of a line of Revolutionary War infantry going into battle, men tattered but defiant, the American flag little more than a rag, but going forward relentlessly to what could only be ultimate victory. The paintings were still there, as always, but as John turned to look back out the window at the students drilling, Pyle's work took on new meaning. Dan was silent, and then, to John's surprise, reached into the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out a bottle of scotch and a couple of coffee cups. If the Board of Trustees ever knew about this, they'd hang me, Dan said. And John wondered if he was being serious or just joking. It was, after all, a dry campus. John took the offered cup and waited for Dan to pour an ounce. He held it up. For the Republic. May God preserve her, Dan said. The 2 drained the cups down in a single gulp, Dan exhaling noisily as he put his down. "What's up, John?" Dan asked. "Well, sir, I guess you knew I was out of the loop for a week or so. You had us scared there, John. At chapel every day for the last week, Reverend Abel and the kids offered prayers for you. Well, it most certainly worked. John said, looking down at his hand. "What about classes? Are they still meeting?" Dan shook his head. "Remember, most of our faculty live miles from here. No, classes are canceled. But you still hold daily chapel." "Now more than ever," Dan said quietly. That was reassuring, darn reassuring, a link to the past somehow. And yes, as well, in any time of crisis, churches would fill up again. The Sunday after 9/11, John remembered the small chapel he and Mary used to go to over in Swannanoa was packed to overflowing. "I felt I should check in, see what was happening on campus. After all, this place is my job." He hesitated. "No, actually my life, in so many ways. I was wondering if there was anything I should be doing here now." "Appreciate that," Hunt replied softly. "But I think you have other responsibilities now." John said nothing. "I heard about your role on what people are now calling the Council. I think it's darn good you're part of that. They need someone like you. Focus your efforts on that. Don't worry about us." "These are my kids too, Dan. I worry about them." Outside came the echo of Washington's voice, chewing someone out. He sounded like a Marine DI again, the right edge of sarcasm, but, in respect to the traditions of the campus, at least no overtly sexual, scatological, or downright obscene phrases thrown in. "To survive, to keep these kids alive, we're selling our services," Dan said quietly. "But there's a lot more behind this as well." John stood up and walked to the window, empty cup in hand, and watched as Washington, finished with the inspection, now started to run the kids through some close-order drill. "What is that out there?" John asked. "First platoon of Company A of the Black Mountain Militia," Dan said. "What?" "Just that. Charlie Fuller and I agreed on it a couple of days ago. 150 kids so far. The other 2 platoons are out on a conditioning run up to Graybeard and back. We'd have more, but that's all the weapons we could find so far. Company B will start forming up once we get more weapons." "Isn't this a little overboard?" John asked. "Hell, I know Washington's a good man, a great man, actually, but come on, Dan. What is he doing out there? Getting turned on with old memories that it's Paris Island or Quezon again?" "In truth, John, yes. I guess you heard about the riot at the Gap." "Yes." It was then that Charlie realized something, and Washington had most likely put the bug in his ear already. "We need an army." John sighed. 3 weeks ago, those kids were dozing in classes, trying to sneak up the Lookout Mountain with their boyfriend or girlfriend, or maybe, just maybe, studying for exams. Now we're making them into an army? "I was younger than them when I lost this," Dan said, and he slapped his left leg, a hollow thump resounding. "You were a lieutenant at 22 yourself." "Yeah, but Dan, this is a college. A small Christian college up in the mountains of North Carolina. Somehow it just doesn't feel right to me. Where else in this entire valley are there 400 young men and women in fairly good shape to start with, intelligence pretty darn good, already imbued with a sense of identity for the school and those who lead it, like you, me, Washington?" "I don't know," John sighed, watching as the column went to right flank march and 2 girls screwed up, Washington in their faces and reaming them out so that one was crying as she tried to march. "We had 600 kids here on the day before things went down," Dan said, now at John's side and watching the kids drill. "About 150 have left, trying to strike out for home. That was hard. You were not here for that meeting in the chapel. A lot of praying, soul-searching. I advised them to stay, told them that if anything their parents would want them to stay here until this crisis was over, knowing that they would be safe. Most who left are local, a day's walk away, but a couple of them are from Florida, said they felt they should try and get home." John shook his head. The ones trying to get to Florida were most likely now facing hundreds of thousands heading the other way. The rest agreed to stay. Remember how, several years back, we had all those discussions and faculty meetings about orienting the college more to service? A couple of other colleges in the area, our rivals, were touting that all the time, so we put into the curriculum community service. That's what we're doing now. Dan, there's a hell of a difference between kids working at a homeless shelter or a community daycare center and drilling like an army. I don't think so, John. The times, as the old song went, are a-changin'. The column of students turned and marched back across the green, weapons at the shoulder, and the sight of it sent a chill down his spine. He looked back at Pyle's painting, and then back to them. My God, no difference, John realized. The tradition of close-order drill was a primal memory left over from the days when armies really did go into battle that way, shoulder to shoulder. Today, it was supposedly about discipline and spirit, and the fact that soldiers were at least expected to march. But no different from what he used to talk about with such enthusiasm at the Civil War Round Table and see at reenactments. The difference was, though, this was for real. From close-order drill, Washington would take them to elementary tactics, fire and movement, holding a fixed position, laying down fields of fire, assault of a fixed position, marksmanship, leadership in combat, emergency first aid, infiltration tactics, hand-to-hand combat, how to kill with a knife, how to kill with your bare hands. The sight of them drilling such struck home, as forcefully as what John had been forced to do in the park. Washington thinks the world of you, Dan said. By the way, he told me what happened in the park. Said you handled yourself well. Handled myself well? I puked my guts out. No, not that. First time you shoot someone, if you got any heart in you, any touch of the divine spark, you should be horrified. He looked off. I lost my leg during Tet. The day before that, though, I was on point, turned the corner of a trail, and there he was. He sighed, shaking his head. The Thomas Hardy poem. Remember it? John nodded. I shot at him and he at me, and killed him in his place. Well, I got him first. He was walking point for his unit, and we just ran into each other. Before I even quite realized it, I emptied my M16 into him. Hell of a firefight exploded, and I was on the ground, lying by his side, and I could hear him gasping for air. Do you know what he said? John was silent, half suspecting. He was crying for his mother. I understood enough of the language to know that. His voice trailed off, and John could see tears in Dan's eyes. The kid I shot, John said, certainly wasn't calling for his mother. He died filled with hate. Perhaps he sees things different now, Dan replied. I know it's not orthodox with some, but I have a hard time not seeing God as forgiving, even after death. John tried to smile. There were some on campus who were rather traditionally hard-line in their views of salvation. Dan had never voiced this view before, and it was a comfort, for the memory of that twisted kid's final seconds lingered like a recurring nightmare. Washington told me how you reacted, and the kids know that, too. Remember, this is a Christian school, and the reaction could have been bad if it seemed you were cold-blooded about it. So a lesson was taught there, John. But it's what you said as well that resonated. Washington, and later Charlie Fuller, told me that at that moment we as a community were balanced on a razor. Charlie had made the right decision, but he did not know how to see it carried through correctly. You did. At that moment we could have sunk into a mob, or worse, a mob that would then follow a leader, even a leader of good heart like Charlie, but still follow him with bloodlust, and thus would start the slide. You're the historian. You know that of all the revolutions in history, only a handful have truly succeeded, have kept their soul, their original intent. Though it struck John as slightly melodramatic, Dan pointed to the portrait of Washington kneeling in the snow. "I don't think we are in a revolution," John said. "We're trying to survive until such time as some order is restored. Communications up, enough vehicles put back on the road to link us together again as a nation." "But suppose that never happens," Dan said quietly. "What?" "Just that, John. Suppose it never happens. Suppose the old America, so wonderful, the country we so loved, suppose at 4:50 p.m. 18 days ago, it died. It died from complacency, from blindness, from not being willing to face the harsh realities of the world, died from complacent self-centeredness. Suppose America died that day." "For heaven's sake, Dan, don't talk like that," John sighed. "Well, I think it did die, John. I think our enemies caught us with total surprise. We should have seen it. I'm willing to bet there were 100 reports floating around Congress warning of this, experts who truly did know their stuff screaming that we were wide open. It happens to all nations, all empires in history. Hell, you're the historian, you know that. And at the moment it does happen, no one believes it actually is happening. They can't comprehend how their own greatness can be humbled by another whom they view as being so beneath them, so meaningless, so backwards, so as not to be a threat. You know that, John. 9/11, Pearl Harbor were like flea bites in comparison to this. The Mongols hitting Eastern Europe in 1241, John said softly. The Teutonic Knights, when they first saw the Mongols at the Battle of Liegnitz, supposedly laughed hysterically at the sight of their opponents on horses so small they were the size of ponies, ponies that would be crushed under the first charge of lancers. They lowered their lances, charged, and at 150 yards, the Mongols decimated them with their compound bows, unheard of in Europe, each bolt hitting at 50 yards with the kinetic energy of a .38. 30,000 Mongols annihilated tens of thousands of Europe's finest that day. Dan nodded. The French knights at Crécy, mocking the English longbowmen, the British mocking us at Monmouth and Cowpens, the Germans disdainful of the Russians in 1941, John said. And us in Vietnam, Dan said quietly. Though that was not a war for our national survival, but it certainly was for them. I remember going over there filled with a bunch of crap about how we were going to walk all over the gooks. Well, I've not walked right since. Nation makers out there, John. Some of our profs might think I've sold this college to the community, but the hell with them. I know a college nearby, one that put out a lot of majors in peace studies, and if there was a protest anywhere against our military, they'd show. It was almost required. If an army recruiter ever showed up there, they'd get mobbed, all in the name of peace, of course. Can you imagine you or me ever getting a job there? Diversity worked for them only as long as you towed the line with their views. And now the whirlwind is upon us. He sniffed derisively. They'll never make it now. I bet on that campus today they're sitting around like the French nobles did at Versailles, even as the mob swarmed over the gates. I bet they're singing Give Peace a Chance, even as they starve to death. Well, that's not going to happen to my kids, Dan said coldly. And in our doing so, our community will survive as well. 150 for Company A, another 100 for Company B once we get the weapons in. You take a close look, and a couple of those kids are carrying reenactor Springfields from the Civil War, by the way. The others are doing community service work or working on other projects. Kids that helped stop the salmonella outbreak, volunteering up at the isolation ward. Already have a crew of kids starting to cut firewood for the winter. Professor Daniels with the outdoor ed department figures we can retrofit a couple of the old oil boilers to burn wood in this building and the library and have steam heat. We'll need over 300 cords of wood, though. Professor Lassiter is talking about rigging up a water turbine in the dam at Lake Susan. He thinks we could have it up and running by autumn and have electricity. John could not help but smile. Most of the towns in the area back 100 or more years ago first got their electricity that way. Entrepreneurs would come in, sell the community a generator, show them how to hook it up to a mill dam, string some wire, and the miracle, what was then the miracle, of electricity arrived. Professor Sonnenberg tells me that in our school library are back issues of Scientific American all the way back to the 1850s. Also Popular Mechanics. In those golden pages are plans from 80 years ago, 100 years ago, to build radios, telegraphs, steam engines, batteries, internal combustion engines, formulas for nearly every advance in chemistry. In our library, we got darn near every issue of Mother Earth News and the Foxfire books. Dan chuckled at that. Most of the other profs had viewed such publications with disdain, but on the faculty was a beloved old professor from before your time, now dead, who was definitely, as the kids said, a granola eater. That prof left us a gold mine. How to find food, how to preserve it, how to store it up. We got several groups out now, those books in hand, harvesting enough to keep us alive. Hard to believe, John, but rattlesnake shish kebab isn't all that bad. It's all at our fingertips, if only we look down at our fingertips to see it there. But the kids out there must keep this place secure, and if need be, buy time. Buy time for what? We have the passes secured. You know about the fight there, don't you? Dan asked. Yes? Well, that was a disorganized mob. Word is starting to filter in that groups are starting to come together. Most are just scared people banding together for survival and mutual protection. Exactly what we are doing here. But some, John, there's rumors about cults. A family that was allowed to pass through here yesterday, actually heading east, coming out of Tennessee, said that over by Knoxville there's a guy claiming this is the start of a holy war. And let me guess, it's his vision of holiness you subscribe to or you die. Dan nodded his head. Says that Jesus appeared to him just before the power went off and gave him his mission, that he is the new John the Baptist, preparing the way for the final return. And good God, supposedly there are hundreds now following him and killing those who disagree. Several weeks, that's all it's taken, John sighed. Dan rested a hand on his shoulder. Just remember Ecclesiastes, John. A time for war, a time for peace. So now it's back to this. And back to kids drilling on the town green. I want to think that across America today there's 1,000 such groups drilling in order to keep civilization intact, so that we don't become a mob where one eats only because he is stronger than others, or we kill each other in an insane frenzy of crazed beliefs. That's why those kids out there are drilling, and that's why I want you to be in command of them. Me? He asked, incredulous at the suggestion. Hell, you're the one with a vision. I'm a college president, Dan said with a smile. A one-legged college president. A wounded war veteran, John replied sharply. Yeah, a dumb 18-year-old kid from Mocksville, North Carolina. So damn stupid I couldn't see I was in a minefield. But I got the GI Bill, disability checks, and since I could no longer run or play ball, a realization that I had to be something else. So here I now sit. John, while we work here, I want you to lead in the town. Charlie is a good man, a damn good man, but his focus, it's on the moment, on survival for the community, and God bless him for it. But we need something more. We need someone with vision who can see beyond, like the song said, to patriots' dreams. You have the respect of everyone in this town now. The kids, the community, the police, Charlie, everyone. Why? John said coldly. Because I fumbled the job of blowing some junkie's brains out? No. Because of what you said before you blew his brains out, as you now so crudely put it. Maybe that poor devil-consumed kid really did have a purpose in life after all. Maybe it was to give you that moment. For some, the fact that you did shoot him, well, for some that created fear and awe. But for the rest, they heard your words and will not forget them. John, that gives you a power. And you did hold the rank of colonel and were offered a star, which you turned down for Mary's sake. Mary's family is an old family here, and you tossing over being a general to bring her home was the talk of the town back then, and I think you saw on day one the respect everyone held for you. Frankly, he did not. He was far too focused on Mary, and yes, somewhat bitter as well that the powers that be in the Pentagon had not found a way around his problem. But that was in the past, and for so many reasons, now especially. He thanked God he was here in this place. Dan, my entire combat experience was 100 hours in Desert Storm, nearly all of it locked up in a Command Bradley, one minor jolt when a shell landed 100 yards away, and that was it. Heck, give it to Washington. He's the DI. He's the guy who was at Khe Sanh. He doesn't want it. And he fully agrees with what I'm saying here now. He explained it to me the other day when we began to plan this unit and the question came up of command. I left it open, at first thinking he'd take it, but he immediately said you should be the one. What did he say? He laughed. Said he knew he was the best DI in the United States Marine Corps, but it takes more than that to lead an army. He wants someone with an advanced education, someone who will remain cool under stress, someone who studied war and knows the history of it and can thus apply it in a crisis. Of course, that means you, John. I think if it ever comes to a major fight, it should be Washington on the firing line, but he wants someone like you behind him. I still think he should lead. He's von Steuben out there, John, even though his name is Washington, and he knows that. It's your job, and Charlie agreed that if a crisis comes where a militia is needed, you lead it. Thanks, as if I wanted it. John, if you really did want it, I don't think your name would have been in the hat. We wanted someone who would see it as a service, and above all else, even while defending this community, would be thinking ahead to afterwards. John, we dream of America. We want America to come to us, but I think it never will. The America we knew died when those warheads burst. If so, then it is up to us to not wait, but instead to rebuild America as we want it to be. Chapter 8. Day 35. There was an air of celebration in the crowd that gathered about the town hall as John pulled into what was now his usual slot in front of the fire station. The fire trucks, which had been rolled out over a month ago to make room for the emergency supplies stockpiled inside, were still in place, still motionless, no longer sparkling, somewhat dusty. Horses were tethered to the bumper of one of them. The crowd stood around expectantly, and many, seeing him approach, stepped back slightly, nodding greetings respectfully. All were showing signs of the effects after 35 days. Faces were thinner, pinched on some. Clothing, in general, was dirty, sweat-stained. Hair greasy, many of the men beginning to sport beards, and all of them stank. He wondered if this was indeed how people really smelled 100 years ago, the scent of a crowd of unwashed bodies. Or was it that 36 days ago people were used to sterility, terrified if their deodorant failed and they offended, nearly all taking a shower at least once a day, many twice a day in the summer? Was this now normal? Was this how Washington, Jefferson, and Lincoln smelled, so normal that it just was no longer really noticed? Tom appeared at the door of the police wing of the building, grinning. "It works!" A ragged cheer went up from the crowd, which then gradually began to drift apart, though many pressed up to the doorway and windows to look into the conference room, as if what was inside was some sort of miracle. John edged his way through and into the building. "We'll start in a few minutes, but for right now let's enjoy this," Tom replied. John stepped into the conference room and had to smile at the sight of the old crank phone attached to the wall. Yes, I hear you," Charlie shouted, earphone in one hand, bending over slightly to shout into the speaker. "Yes, I understand. It works. Now keep setting up the wire. Yes, over and out here. Goodbye." He hung up and turned to face the gathering. "We got a phone system." There was a round of applause picked up by those gathered outside. John looked at the contraption, salvaged from an antique store as he suggested, a comparable phone now set up in the police station in Swannanoa. It had taken the work of a dozen linemen, older employees of the phone company, several of them refugees allowed in through the gap. Fiber optics, modern wiring systems were out. They had to find old-fashioned copper wire, a hard task, but bits and pieces were salvaged from a variety of sources. A golden find, an old abandoned telephone or telegraph line of several miles along the railroad tracks. The wire had to be carefully spliced together, then strung on glass or ceramic insulators, most made out of soda bottles. It was the first line, the goal now to run it into Asheville. Remarkably, an old-style switchboard had been found in the basement of the granddaughter of a phone operator from the 20s. When the system had been junked back in the 50s, apparently the old lady had her board toted home as a keepsake. A couple of the elderly phone company workers were now trying to remember how to rig it up, an actual switchboard that could handle dozens of phones. There were other accomplishments. One of the junkyards in Swannanoa had successfully gotten a tractor-trailer diesel from the early 60s running. That had triggered intense debate as to who would get it, the fire department finally winning out, and on a flatbed were now attached hoses, ladders, and gear. They had even figured out how to use the engine as a power takeoff to run a water pump. Fire had become a frightful hazard. Those who still had food were cooking with wood, and home fires and brush fires were commonplace. The community still had water pressure for those places lower than 2,500-foot altitude, the height of the face of the reservoir dam, but above that it was hauling buckets, and the potential of house fires turning into out-of-control forest fires kept everyone worried. Between the two communities, there were now over 100 vehicles running, and more coming online every day. Several mechanics had learned to bypass and yank out the electronics, especially on cars that only had minimal dependence on them, slap on some old replacements, and get the engines to turn over again. A moped shop had become highly successful at getting their relatively simple machines running again, along with older motorcycles. There were so many vehicles running now that a salvage generator had been hooked up at Smiley's and the gas from Hamid's below-ground tanks was flowing again. Smiley's had become something of the old general store. There was precious little to sell, other than his legendary hoard of cigarettes, which were now doled out one at a time in exchange for a dead squirrel, old silver coins, or whatever might capture Hamid's fancy. John almost regretted his sense of fair play that first day. He should have purchased a dozen cartons. He was down to 5 packs and rationing himself to no more than 5 cigarettes a day now. "Okay, everybody. Time for the meeting, so let's clear the room," Charlie announced. Those who had gathered to gaze at the phone reluctantly left the room. Charlie closed the windows and dropped the Venetian blinds. It was the usual group: Charlie, Tom, Kate, Doc Keller, and John. Carl and Mike from Swannanoa came down from their end if there was something directly related to them at the moment, but today were caught up with a forest fire up along Haw Creek that was threatening to turn into a real inferno. A ritual John had insisted on was now enacted, the group turning to face an American flag in the corner of the room and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. And then Kate led them in a brief prayer before Charlie announced the meeting was now in order. "I hate to jump the gun on the agenda, but I've got something important," John said. "What?" "Outside news." "Well, for God's sake, man, why didn't you say something when you came in?" Charlie asked. "Everyone was excited about the phone, and, well, frankly, some of it isn't all that good." "Go on, tell us," Kate said. "There's a station on the radio now, Voice of America." "Wow, when?" Kate cried. "I was driving last night, fiddling with the dial in the car, and it came in clear as day." "The radio?" Charlie shouted. "Tell us about it. My God, we got radio again." "The old radio in the Edsel. I don't know, I was just fooling with the dial, and suddenly it came in loud and clear, frequency at the old Civil Defense Band. We sat there listening to it for a half hour or so, then atmospheric skip, and it faded." "We?" Kate asked. He didn't reply. Michaela had come down to join them for a meal and check on Jennifer, and he was just driving her back to the conference center, which was now the nursing home and isolation ward for incoming refugees who were allowed to stay. "So what the hell is going on?" Tom asked. "They're broadcasting off the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, part of our fleet stationed in the Persian Gulf when things started. They beelined it back here. They said the carrier was somewhere off the coast of the United States and was now the command post for relief and recovery operations. They said that help is on the way. Kept repeating that every 5 minutes. Said the nation is still under martial law." "No news there," Kate said. "What kind of help?" Tom asked. "Didn't say, other than relief supplies are coming from Britain, Australia, and India and China." "India and China?" Charlie asked. "Yes, struck me as strange. That earlier report about a weapon detonated over the Western Pacific." "Who we fighting?" Tom asked. "Didn't say. Just that Allied forces are fighting in Iran, Iraq, Korea. Good news is that Charleston, Wilmington, and Norfolk have been declared emergency restructuring centers." "What the hell does that mean?" Keller asked. "I guess it means if we have some kind of functional assets overseas that didn't get hit, ships that can provide electrical power, aircraft, trained personnel, they'd be coming back here, and those are 3 local places. Charleston is the nearest, 250 miles away," Charlie sighed. "That won't help us a damn bit." "I know," John said. "What about the war?" Tom asked. "Anything beyond the 3 cities?" Kate interjected. "Nothing else. Oh, yeah. The president is the former Secretary of State. She's in charge." No one spoke at that news. "Apparently the president died aboard Air Force One. They got him up in the air and the plane wasn't hardened sufficiently to absorb the pulse. They didn't say what happened to the vice president or Speaker of the House." "Nothing really that affects us directly," Charlie said, and no one replied. Strange, the death of a president, and now we say it doesn't affect us, John thought. That was it. Then they played music. "What?" Charlie cried. "Music?" "Patriotic stuff. God Bless America. It faded out with the Battle Hymn of the Republic." John looked around the room. "At least we know they're out there." "The legendary they," Keller replied coldly. "Doesn't help us here and now with what I've got to talk about." "Go on," Charlie said. "In fact, what you just told us, John, depresses the hell out of me. The thought that they're so close. Hell, a month and a half ago a C-130 loaded with medical supplies could have flown here in an hour from Charleston. Now it's like they're on the far side of the moon. Doc, why don't you go ahead?" "Only 13 deaths yesterday," Doc said, and there was a murmur of approval, the lowest number since they had started to keep count. 2 were heart attacks. 2, though, were our dialysis patients. I think that is the last of them. Everyone in our communities who was on dialysis is now dead." No one spoke. "We also lost one of our diabetics." Again no one spoke, but John felt eyes turning towards him. Of course they knew. He stared straight ahead, saying nothing. "And we had a birth." "Who?" Kate asked. "Mary Turnbill, a healthy 6-pound baby girl, named Grace America Turnbill." "Damn, that's good," Tom said out loud. 8 births so far, and only 1 lost child and mother. Not much of a statistical base yet, but still it's better than average compared to 150 years ago. "Good work, Doc," Charlie said. "Well, I better go from that to the downside of things. In one sense, we are in what I would call the grace period right now, the calm between storms. Our initial die-off in the first days, those needing major medical intervention. The first round of food poisoning, those woefully out of shape, as you know. Approximately 1,200 deaths out of 10,500 total here in Black Mountain and Swannanoa. We still don't have an exact figure on those who got in the first few days, but it had to be well over 1,000. So let's put our total number at 12,000. Now back down to roughly 10,000 or so." "That doesn't count the casualties from the fighting at the Gap and refugees dying outside the barrier," Tom interjected. "No, I'm only counting those who died of natural causes at the moment. What I'm saying is that those who would die quickly have pretty well died off. Across the next 15 days or so, the numbers should be fairly low, as long as we keep the community stable and nothing exotic sneaks in on us. But then, I hate to say, it's going to start sliding up again, and within 30 days be far worse than anything we've seen so far." Keller hesitated, looking at John for a moment. Keller knew his secret regarding the stash of insulin. "Nearly all our type 1 diabetics will die this month. The pharmacies in general allocated 1 bottle of 1,000 units per person. That supply is now running out for them. So we can expect all of them, approximately 120 in our communities, to start dying." No one spoke. "Other deaths in the coming month? Severe asthmatics running short on their rescue inhalators. Severe heart arrhythmia patients running out of beta blockers. So I expect we are in the middle of the lull before the next wave hits. There is another issue as well, though, that I don't think many of us thought of, but, Tom, you better start gearing up for it, and we might have to start thinking about taking over a building as another isolation ward." "What for?" Kate asked. "Severe psychosis." "You mean insanity?" Tom asked. "Hell, we were already seeing enough crazies coming in at the Gap, and the suicides as well over the last month. I think we're all half crazy now." "Well, it's going to get a lot worse within a matter of days," Keller said. "Why within days?" Tom interjected. "About a quarter of the population was on antidepressants or anti-anxiety agents, Prozac, Xanax, Lexapro, even just plain old lithium. Most of those people rushed to the pharmacies and stocked up, but even then, on average, a person got at best a 30-day supply. They're running out now. Withdrawal for some won't be too bad. For others, symptoms will be quite severe, including hallucinations. Compound that with the stress we are under already, As an old-time doc, I'll be the first to tell you quite a few on these meds were just mildly neurotic, living in a very pampered society where it was almost obligatory to have some sort of disorder. But seriously, roughly 5% of the population do have severe disorders, and 1 to 2% dangerous disorders that include severe paranoia and potential for highly aggressive behavior. In other words, expect a lot of insanity, Tom said. You'll be the one dealing with it, Keller replied, and I think your people better be briefed on it. Not too long ago in our past, families suffered with it, keeping their crazy Uncle Louis restrained or locked away or shipped them to state hospitals, which were indeed snake pits. Where do you think the word Bedlam came from? It was the hospital for the insane in 18th century England, and if you saw the old prints, a true hellhole. We haven't dealt with this ever since all the modern meds started coming out in the 60s and 70s. That and the changing of laws that pretty well stopped involuntary commitment except in extreme cases emptied the hospitals. If it was back 50 years ago, at least 100 of our fellow citizens would be already under some form of restraint, either at home or in a state institution. Now they are with us, and the medications that kept them somewhat stable are gone. Hundreds more are in varying degrees of instability as well. What I'm trying to get across is that we'll have upwards of 1,000 people in our community who are in varying degrees of psychological unbalance, not related at all to the crisis, but instead to their forced withdrawal from medications. And at least 50 to 100 will be extremely dangerous to themselves or to others. Severe paranoids, schizophrenics, delusional personalities, several living here with criminal pasts, but who were declared insane, treated, then released back into the community. I think, Charlie, you are going to have to authorize me to be able to declare people to be mentally unstable and to then incarcerate them by force. We'll need then to find people to tend to them, and also decide how we deal with food distribution to them. Charlie sighed, rubbing his beard, and then nodded. I authorize you to have the authority to declare a person to be mentally deranged and to have them incarcerated, if need be against their will or that of the family. Tom, you will be responsible for arrest. I'll post that notice later today. Keller nodded. I think in at least 30 or 40 cases we should move preemptively, meaning now, even if they still have some meds left. As a doctor, I know which of my patients were truly over the edge long before this happened. Patients who had repeated hospitalizations and incidents. Tom, you would know some of them too, from incidents that led to their going to a psychiatric unit or jail. I think we should grab those people now, before it gets bad. One thing, John said quietly. Go on. Keep in the back of our minds how that power was also used to lock up those that neighbors just didn't like, political dissenters, and in a darker time the belief that insanity was satanic and the resulting witch hunts. We got a couple small churches in this community that are already preaching that this disaster is God's punishment to a sinful nation, and/or that it is now the end time. I never thought about what Doc here was saying in regards to mass psychosis, but we might see some of these deranged people being seen either as prophets, if they have a good gift for gab, even though they're crazy, or, on the other side, demonically possessed. Damn, this is starting to sound medieval, Kate sighed. We are medieval, Kate, John shot back. If we got people going off the deep end, and definitely if there is prior record of severe mental disorder, yes indeed, we'll have to lock them up, for everyone's protection. All we need is a bunch of people following some mad prophet around, or a mob stoning a witch, and it could come to that. But it's a fine line, and we can't go overboard on it. We all know the news leaking in from Knoxville about that crazy cult. We don't want even the beginnings of it here. John looked over at Keller, who nodded in agreement. And one other item related to this, Keller said. Alcohol. The rush on the ABC store pretty well cleaned it out on day one, and the looting afterwards finished it. John found himself thinking about single malt scotch, the few ounces left in his bottle behind the desk. So the drunks, the hardcore alcoholics, are out by now, and that can get tough. My concern, some will try anything for a drink, trying to distill it. Every ear of corn goes to food, Charlie snapped. We catch anyone trying to steal corn to turn into booze, and there will be hell to pay. Not that, Charlie. I mean trying to distill it out of any potential source, right down to people thinking they can get something out of hydraulic fluid. I've already got one idiot blinded because of wood alcohol. That's going to go up as well. A dry community, Kate chuckled softly. We were for a long time after the Depression. Guess we are again. Now, down to the harder issue, Keller continued. Food. There were sighs around the table. With the cutting of rations, yet again, we are, at best, doling out little more than 1,200 calories a day per person. Our reserve stockpiles are down to not much more than 10 days. I am going to have to suggest a further cut, by a third or so, to extend that out to 15 days. What I was thinking as well, Charlie replied. What about the food on the hoof? Cattle, pigs, horses? We've gone through a third of that stock, and we must stretch that reserve out as long as possible. For how long? Kate asked. The radio, though, Tom said. If things are coming back online down on the coast, hell, help might be up here in another month or two. All they need is one diesel-electric locomotive, and it can haul 10,000 tons of food and supplies. Easier said than done, John announced. When we got hit, every train on every track in the country stalled. It's not like a highway where you just move around it. Once they get some locomotives working, every stalled train on every line will have to be pushed somewhere to clear the line. All switches will have to be set manually. I've been hoping the folks up at Smoky Mountain Railroad might actually get something running with their steam locomotive. Their track actually connects down into Asheville, but there hasn't been a word about it. Whatever help is coming in now, it will be from the coast. We are now like America of 200 years ago. Get a day's walk in from the coast or a major river, and you are in wilderness. So don't plan anything here with the hope that just maybe the legendary they will show up. Maybe isn't definite, Charlie replied. I agree with John on this one. Think of it, Tom. Let's say the Navy did steam into Charleston. There's 1 million people there without food. Anything beyond spitting distance of the sea I'm not optimistic for right now. Doc, tell us what you are thinking. The rations are running short, Keller said, compounded by the fact that more and more of our locals are applying for ration cards as well, now that their own food stocks have run out. So even as we run out, there are more mouths to feed. John had yet to apply for ration cards for his family. He had always been proficient with a rifle, and using the .22 he had nailed several possums, a number of squirrels for the dogs, and, remarkably, just the day before, a tom turkey that had been such a feast that he had invited the Robinson family up to join them, Lee Robinson actually producing a quart bottle of beer and canned corn for the occasion. Michaela had been there as well with a chocolate bar she had kept stashed away. Even the dogs had been given some scraps. The possums, well, they reminded John of the old television series where Granny was always talking about possum pie. Jen was horrified when he had brought the first one in. She tried roasting it in the stove out on the deck, a disaster. But they were learning, even though the darn things were greasy as hell. You realize that if we cut back to around 900 calories a day, we are at nearly the same level as the siege of Leningrad. Resistance is already down. The average person has lost at least 15 pounds or more. For many that's actually damn good, but now we start getting into the body eating itself, and not just the reserve fat most Americans carry around. Strength will be impacted significantly, and I want to talk more about that in a few minutes. For the general population on rations, the impact is going to start kicking in within the next couple of weeks. Immunological systems in everybody are weakening, meaning if that flu down in Old Fort gets up here, it will be like the 1918 epidemic that killed nearly 2 million in America. I'd estimate 10% of us dying in a matter of days if flu breaks out. I think, Charlie, that we will have to shut down our free passage through the gap or change the procedure. Lord knows how many flu carriers are walking along our interstate every day heading west. Charlie sighed and looked over at John and Tom. "We do that," Tom said, "there'll be more riots. Getting those people moving further west has prevented any more problems since the big riot of 2 weeks back." "I agree with Tom," John said. "Block the barrier, we'll have a buildup of a couple of thousand again within days, even more desperate than the first wave, and it will be a bloody fight. Let them through, but drill our people on extra caution." "They're wearing the hazmat suits already," Charlie said. "Yeah, and most likely taking them off with their bare hands, not washing down properly." He sighed. "It'll most likely jump no matter what we do. People are not just staying on the roads, they're crawling up through the woods." "I'm getting reports of that," Tom said. "Strangers breaking into houses, then running back up into the woods when someone shows up, most likely outsiders." John looked at Kate, who said nothing. The word was ingrained now across the populace. Even those who had not been inside the town on the first day but came in before the barriers went up were now using it, almost as if to say, "I'm here now. I'm not one of them." Nutrition-wise, thank God, we're well into June. Scurvy is not a concern. We got enough greens of one sort or another, though the soup made out of boiled grass and dandelions is a bit rough to swallow. The first vegetables are starting to come in as well. Throughout May, Charlie, taking a page from the memories of some of the older folks, had called for a victory garden campaign. Every last seed in town had been snapped up, and once beautiful lawns, yet another luxury of a pampered society, had been spaded over for lettuce, squash, beans, anything that could be eaten. Still, we are on the real edge now of running out. "Damn it, Doc," Kate snapped. "We still got 40 head of cattle here, a couple of hundred hogs, the horses, and Swannanoa, maybe even more." "1 cow a day for 10,000? Keller asked. "At best, 2 ounces of meat, less than a cheap hamburger at a fast food joint without the bread. Okay, 2 cows a day and a hog, 5 ounces of meat, barely enough, and the cows in both communities are gone, and not much more than days, every last one. Then the horses, maybe another 10 to 12 days, then the rest of the hogs, 70 days, max, and we've eaten our way through the lot. Then what? And that's at everyone getting about 1,000 to 1,200 calories a day. Then we are out of food, 100% bankrupt." He looked at Charlie. "You got a plan until next spring, 4 times longer than what we've been talking about." Charlie looked at John, who reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Don't count on anything from the outside, perhaps never. To get to us from Charleston, they'll first have to re-establish control in Columbia, then up to Greenville, Spartanburg. There are millions of people down there, just a couple of 100,000 up here. And besides, they'll think we're okay up here in the mountains. Everyone always thinks that up the mountains there'll be plenty of food." "What about trying to send Don Barber down there with his plane?" Tom asked. There were several nods of agreement. "At least it'd let 'em know we are up here." Charlie shook his head. "That plane is valuable beyond measure for keeping an eye on things locally. Its range, though, fully gassed, is less than 200 miles. We could rig up some kind of strap-on tanks to take it one way into Charleston," Tom said. "Why?" Charlie asked. "To get help," Tom said. "For God's sake, at least he could come back with some medicine. Doc Keller could give him a list. Antibiotics, anesthesia." He hesitated and drew in his breath. "Maybe even some insulin." John looked at him, not sure how to react. It was as if a taboo had been broken, to not speak of the threat to Jennifer. He could see the look in the police chief's eyes. They were filled with compassion. John couldn't speak. A flash thought that maybe Tom was right. Surely whoever was down there would answer their appeal. "I'm sorry, Tom." It was Charlie, speaking softly. "And John, God in heaven knows I'm sorry for you too. But I have to say no." John couldn't speak, feeling that his worst nightmare had just been laid bare before this group, that a decision he now desired was obviously for himself, and the logical one that he knew Charlie would drive for, he would be forced to agree with, even though he wanted to stand up and scream for them to agree with Tom, or he'd quit being on the council. He was embarrassed to realize he was actually trembling, eyes filling up with tears. "It is a hard question of logic," Charlie continued, unable to look directly at John. "We definitely do have Don Barber's plane. We need that to keep an eye on the territory around us. It is crucial for the survival of all of us. We all know the rumors about various gangs starting to form up. Only Don Barber and his L3 can give us advance warning if they are coming this way. Sure, the Navy might be down there in Charleston, but John, you yourself said there's millions of people along the coast they are already tending to. And besides, I think Doc Keller would agree with me. How much insulin do you think they carry on board Navy ships? Most likely none at all. And what was down there has most likely already been used." John lowered his head. He did not want anyone to see his tears. "If I was in command down there," Charlie continued, his voice sad, remote, "I'd give Don Barber some platitudes, maybe a few bags of antibiotics at best, and a promise that help was on the way. I will not risk our only plane for that. And besides, worst-case scenario, they just might confiscate Don's plane, and that would be the end of it. If they are starting to rebuild down there, it will be a step at a time," Charlie continued. "Restringing wire into the adjoining town, establishing order, then moving farther in. And with each step it'll mean more to feed. Get as far as Columbia, and they'll add 1 million or more extra people to take care of, or down the coast to Savannah another 1 million or 2. No, they're not going to come up here with relief supplies based on an appeal of a few thousand of us up in the mountains, arriving via an antique plane." There was a long moment of silence, until John finally nodded his head in agreement. "Charlie, I got a hard proposition to make," Keller said, breaking the silence. "Go on." "So far, we've been very egalitarian about the food. Everyone on the same rations, young children and expectant and nursing mothers the only exemptions for getting extra, something absolutely no one would object to. But you do have to consider that we might have to categorize." "What?" John, rousing from his shock regarding trying to get insulin, could see it coming, and looked over at Charlie. Charlie just did not seem to be in form. Quick decisions were coming slower now. Was it just simple exhaustion, or could it be something else? "Higher rations for the police force, those doing hard labor, and the militia," Keller said. "I don't like this," Kate interjected. "The old line from Animal Farm that pigs are more equal than other animals? Kate, the level for rations has dropped below maintaining efficiency for doing anything much beyond getting out of bed and then just sitting all day. We got people up trying to contain that fire along Haw Creek. Guys fighting forest fires used to get high-energy diets of upwards of 4,000 or more calories a day. Same with soldiers. You can't expect people to do hard work on 900 calories a day. If we do, in 3 more weeks everyone will be in collapse, too weak to even start bringing in the harvest from the few farms with corn, let alone defend the gap, contain people wandering around insane." Keller's voice died off, and he just sat there, numb. "We have to do it," John said. "John, I kind of thought you'd be on my side in this," Kate replied. John shook his head. Precedents throughout history. Ancient and medieval cities under siege, soldiers always received more rations. Though it was more for a psychological and morale impact during World War II, our rationing was always directed towards getting resources to the men on the front line. In every other country in that war, the rationing was very real and, at times, he hesitated, a form of triage. Doc mentioned Leningrad. There they had to make the hard assessment that there simply wasn't enough food for everyone to stay alive, so it came down to soldiers, and then essential workers getting enough to keep going. Another level down for expectant and new mothers, children, and... He stopped speaking and looked back at Keller. We have just over 10,000 souls in our communities, about enough food still on hand to keep 1,000, maybe 2,000, in top health until autumn, when we'll at least get some small amount of food in from the cornfields and orchards. We try and feed everyone at the same level. I doubt if many will survive, dying from both starvation and also being overrun by desperate people from the outside more hungry than us. Long before that, what semblance of order we have will totally break down as well. Sweet Jesus! Are we talking about deliberately starving some of our people to death? Kate cried. This is America, for God's sake! No one spoke for a moment. For John, it was the word America that hit. The land of milk and honey, the land where obesity had been considered a major health issue, almost a national right, with food chains boasting about who had the biggest, fattest burger. He often wondered, even then, what reaction there would be if such ads had been sent to Liberia, Yemen, or Afghanistan, showing America's excessive waste. Deliberately starving people to death is putting it rather bluntly, Keller replied defensively. Death is rather blunt, Kate shot back. It's the harsh reality, John said, his voice distant. It is that simple. We have X amount of food and Y amount of people. The formula collapses in the next couple of weeks. The Y amount of people is going to have to be subdivided if any are to survive. We have to do it, Charlie said, his voice soft. Well, I'm not going along with it, Kate said. Remember, Kate, this is not a democracy at the moment. If you wish not to go along with it and stop drawing rations, that is fine with me. The rest of you here? Kate shouted. Now you do have Animal Farm. You have the commissars and the famines in Russia. Do you think people will stand for it? Personally, I'm not going to draw extra rations, Charlie said. Charlie, Doc interjected, you have to. I know your health. Remember, I was your family doc. You have a touch of hypertension and acid reflux. You're slowing down even now. Everyone in this room can see it. It's just exhaustion, Charlie replied sharply. Let me get a good night's sleep, undisturbed. Bullshit, Doc snapped. You're doing the work of 2 men and eating the same as everyone else. You'll burn out. You are burning out. Well, it'd be one hell of a note to announce we're going to starve a lot of people around here, and I'm walking around fat and happy. Screw that. John lowered his head. He's right, John whispered, though I disagree on one point. Not a word of this is to be discussed publicly. You do sound like a commissar now, Kate shouted. He glared at her. Think I like what I just said? John replied sharply. But Charlie, if you go outside and say that some are now going to get more rations, it will be a riot within the hour. I'd suggest we quietly move some extra rations up to the college campus. What we're talking about primarily applies to them anyhow. Those getting extra food get it there and there only. But as for Charlie's personal example, that's his decision, and I'll have to say the moral one. Charlie nodded and slowly sat down. Moving food in secret? Secret eating while others starve? Kate shook her head. I never dreamed we'd come to this point so fast, and agree to it, here, right here in our town. The first that would get hit by the rioting are the outsiders, John said. There's been a semblance of acceptance, some bonding, that would disintegrate, Kate, and I'm willing to bet would turn into murders and lynchings. A massive scream to throw everyone out who wasn't living here the day of the event. Then our two communities will start glaring at each other. Frankly, Swannanoa has more food per person than we do, a lot more, with their extra cattle and hogs. We'll split, and those here will start screaming about marching there to take their cattle. You hear that, Kate? It's like something out of ancient history, the Bible. We'll be raiding each other for cattle. Then it will be every man for himself, and we'll all die as a result if someone from the outside with some organization and strength then comes rolling in. There's your choice, Kate. Go ahead. What should we do? She glared at him, unable to reply. John looked over to Tom, who had remained silent throughout the debate, and Tom nodded in agreement. I know I couldn't keep order. I'd have to call in the college militia, and even there most of those kids would be defined as outsiders as well, and the mob ready to turn on them. It would be a hell of a mess, Kate. John's right, we have to do this, but we have to keep it quiet. So, in other words, hoard some food for a select few, do it in secret so that by the time the rest of the people figure it out, they'll be too weak to act. John stared at her. Yes. You bastards. Kate, it's been this way throughout history. America, though, hasn't faced it since... He paused. Maybe parts of the South in the Civil War. Even then, that was just limited. We've never seen anything like this before. But in reality, it has to be done if any survive. We can't keep social order, defend ourselves, and at the same time give out some kind of equal amounts of food to everyone else. If we try that, everyone will die. I won't accept extra food. No one is forcing you to, John said softly. Kate, you cannot discuss this outside this room, Charlie said sharply. She glared at him. Or what? I'll have you arrested. Sig Heil, mein Führer! And she raised her hand in the fascist salute. Damn it, Kate! Charlie snapped, his voice almost breaking. I don't want this any more than you, so don't ride me on it. She lowered her head. It has to stay in this room, John said sharply. Are you getting an extra? Kate asked. Hell no, we're still getting by. All right, Charlie. You don't take extra rations? None of us here do, and I'll go along with it. Tom has to be on the list for extra rations, Keller said. Like hell! John looked at Tom. His rotund pre-war form had melted away quickly, belt drawn in now by several notches. All police, firefighters, the militia, those doing essential work, John said, and gravediggers. There was a long silence. And Doc, you too, John said. Doc nodded. I won't hide behind false heroics. I hate the thought, but I know my performance is degrading fast. I said a compound fracture yesterday. One of the Quincy boys fell off a horse. I thought I was going to faint towards the end of it. If we don't have doctors and nurses in this town who can function, well, we're all dead anyhow then. How many will we lose? Charlie asked. When? You said the curve is going to start going up again. How many do we lose in 2 or 3 months? Doc looked around the room. 1/3 to 1/2, if we follow the plan just outlined. And if we don't? Kate asked. We drag it out a little longer, Kate, but not much more than 30 days extra. Then everyone will be dead by winter. No one spoke. Malthus is finally being proven right, Charlie said. Our population here is 3-4 times higher than the carrying capacity. It was all about infrastructure. Out in Southern California right now, I bet hundreds of thousands of tons of vegetables are rotting. The Midwest will be up to their eyeballs in unpicked corn in another 6 weeks, but there is no way to get that from there to here. Silence. And John knew all were dwelling on food. the standard thoughts of someone going into starving and malnutrition. He could picture the hundreds of thousands of head of cattle out in Texas and Oklahoma. For that matter, just 200 miles east of here, the hog farms. They were contemptible, usually rammed into poorer communities, 5,000 to 10,000 hogs raised at a clip in sheds where they could barely move from birth until slaughter, the stench and pollution killing property value for miles around. And to have one of them here now would be greeted with people falling on their knees and thanking God. But even then, John realized, it wouldn't work. The farms were dependent on hundreds of tons of feed being shipped in each week. If those farms had not already been looted, the waste going on was most likely beyond imagining. The animals starving to death. People who almost thought meat was grown inside a pink foam package, now trying to chase a hog down, kill it, and dress it. No, they'd cut off what they could. Others would join in like vultures, and half of it would then just rot in the sun. If the hogs escaped, they would be into the woods now, wild boar in short order and damn dangerous. Charlie finally stirred. "Anything else?" Silence. "Minor point, but it's starting to get dangerous. Dogs." John looked over at him. "A lot of dogs are starting to run loose now. They're starving and they're going wild. We had an incident up on 5th Street last night. 2 children got cornered by a pack of dogs. Fortunately, the father had a shotgun and dropped several of them. The rest took off." After the grimness of the previous conversation, John knew he shouldn't be reacting so hard, but he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. The 2 fools, Zach and Ginger, were indeed getting hungry, begging ferociously at every meal, and yet still the family would share a few scraps. Most of the squirrels John had dropped over the last week had been tossed to the dogs raw. "I think we have to order the shooting of all dogs in the town," Charlie said. "No, damn it, no!" Tom snapped. "I'll burn in hell before I'd go home and in front of my kids take Rags outside and blow his brains out. No way. If they're running loose and proving to be a danger, sure, but not that." "What did the father do with the bodies of the dogs he shot?" Keller asked quietly. "Jesus, I never thought of that," Charlie replied. "How many dogs in this town?" Keller asked. "At least a couple of thousand. That's enough meat for full rations for 3 or 4 days at least, half rations for a week and a half." "You can go straight to hell, Doc," Tom shouted, and John was surprised to see tears in Tom's eyes. For the first time since this crisis had started, from the initial panic, the executions, the fight at the Gap, it was now Tom who was breaking into tears. "We got Rags the week my youngest was born. He's been with us 10 years, as much a part of the family as any person. He'd die to defend us, and frankly I'd do the same for him. I'm not giving him up, and that's final." "Tom, what I was talking about earlier," Keller said, "that's only the first starve-off. I didn't even have the heart to talk about the second starve-off, those that survive into the fall. Chances are, by the end of the winter, most will be dead anyhow. Do you think any dogs will still be alive by then? And if so, they'll be feral, reverting back to packs of wolves, killing people to survive." "Help will be here long before then," Tom shouted. "It's starting already. You heard what John said. Charlie, I don't care what the hell you order. I will not do it to Rags or any other dog that the owners are still taking care of." Tom was red-faced. In John's eyes, almost like a boy in a sentimental movie about a dog or other beloved pet, the obligatory scene when the kid is about to lose the dog. But we all know that at the end of the film, except an old yeller and the yearling, things will be okay. And as for those 2 films, John had seen both as a kid and refused to ever see them again. He was in tears now, thinking of Zach and Ginger. How would Jennifer react? Ginger was her buddy, the 2 inseparable. It was terrifying enough trying to avoid the fate looming for Jennifer, but to do that to her, to kill Ginger? No, John would refuse as well. And he knew as well that in his heart, even without Jennifer, he would reach the same conclusion. "I'm siding with Tom," John said. "John, we have to leave sentiment behind," Keller said. "It's more than that," John snapped back. "It's yet another step backwards in who we are. John, 10 minutes ago you agreed to letting some people starve faster than others. What in hell do you mean about stepping backwards?" "I know this is illogical. It's just that we're Americans. We and the Brits especially are alike in this. We see something more in our pets than just brute beasts. For old people alone, they're a final source of comfort and love. For children, the beloved buddy that understands even when adults don't." He was ashamed. He was starting to cry. "I'd kill every dog in the town if I could save one life by it," Keller snapped back. "That will take something out of us forever. Maybe a line I don't want to cross. Would rather not live in. No." "The line is there," Keller replied. "It is there, no matter what." Charlie stirred. "How about this, then? Loose animals will be shot and given to the communal food supply. Owners must keep pets inside or leashed. If an owner decides to dispatch a pet on their own, they can keep it for their own food supply. Is that agreeable?" Tom jumped on it and nodded. "Fine, then. And every day they'll lose weight that could be turned into food," Keller snapped, "and eat food that people will give to them, even as they're starving. That's their choice," Tom replied. He seemed ashamed of his emotional display, wiped his face, and stood up. "Anything else, Charlie?" Charlie shook his head sadly. "John, that broadcast we should monitor from now on. We'll pull an old car radio, get some batteries, and rig out an antenna. Good idea." "Maybe they'll be coming soon," Charlie said hopefully. "Sure, Charlie. Maybe they will." John left the meeting and started for home. The radio was now set on the dial to the Voice of America channel, but it was only static. Maybe a whisper of a voice for a second or two, then static again. He thought of stopping in to see Hamid, perhaps try to trade something for a few cigarettes to round out his day, even though it was still only mid-morning. The meeting had worn him to the edge. He opened the glove compartment. Extra ammo for the Glock strapped to his side was in there, along with what he called his reserve, a cigarette. He lit it up, inhaling deeply as he pulled onto State Street and drove past the elementary school. The once beautiful front lawn was now ragged, beat down, torn out in places. Some kids were down in the playground playing baseball. They already looked skinnier to him, reminding him of photos of German kids playing in the rubble after World War II. The cook fire was going. Today it was Horse. One of the older beasts, close to death, had been shot. A crowd was gathered round it, butchering it, legs sticking up. Yet another memory of a World War II film, of German civilians in rubble-strewn Berlin hacking at a dead animal. One of Tom's men standing by, shotgun cradled casually under his arm, was watching the proceedings. Everything, every ounce of fat, bone, innards, everything would go into the kettle. Some greens would be mixed in, and there were at least 50 or more people standing around listlessly, watching every move hungrily. John passed the school, continued on, the interstate to his left. Michaela's Beamer still resting where it had rolled to a stop 35 days ago. He was tempted to drive the extra mile up to the isolation hospital, stand outside and call for her. If he stepped in, he was stuck there for at least 3 days. He missed her. He slowed, drove past the turnoff to his house and continued on, but then, on reaching the turn to the conference center, he figured he'd better not. So he continued on, driving several hundred more yards to a bridge that spanned over the interstate just behind the gap. He got out of the car, nursing his cigarette for one more puff before he got down to the filter. The sound of the car running caused some of his old students, standing guard on the bridge, to turn. At the sight of him, they waved. His old students. My kids, he always called them. Hell, Mary and I were the same age when we met, and no one could have defined us as kids to ourselves, and she most definitely was not a kid at 20. He remembered so many insane nights with her, when neither got a wink of sleep till dawn, and then they went to classes. And yet now, the years stretching away, those standing guard were indeed kids in his eyes. They were uniformed. Blue jogging trousers of the college, blue long-sleeve shirts, college baseball caps, and guns. Several were in the baggy white hazmat suits. One of the girls, hunting rifle poised, was talking across the double barrier of stalled cars to a band of refugees on the other side. She had sat in his 101 class only the semester before. Cute. Yes, a bit sexy-looking, with her long blonde hair, blue eyes, and tight blouses. But still, just a kid to him now. His own daughter, not much more than 2 years younger. And now his former student stood with rifle poised, drilled to fire if anyone did indeed try to scramble over the cars and break through. One of the doctors, helped by a nurse, both in biohazard suits, was walking along a line of refugees who had been admitted through the barrier, looking at old driver's licenses, interviewing, maybe finding the one or two who might be allowed to stay, their skills on the checklist John and Charlie had created. Anyone who worked with steam, electricians, doctors, farmers, precision tool and die makers, oil and gas chemists. The list went on. Someone was culled out of the line and stepped forward. He anxiously looked back and was then relieved when a woman and 3 children were allowed to follow him. 5 more mouths, John thought. He hoped the trade in skills was a damn good one, as they were led off via a path to where Michaela worked. Someone with a hand-pumped weed sprayer now walked down the line, spraying down each person in turn with a mixture cooked up by Keller. At least it would take care of lice, fleas, but also was a psychological tool to remind them that they were somehow different once past the line and would be kept apart. The group set off, led and followed by 2 students in biohazard suits who were toting shotguns. Behind the cavalcade, a Volkswagen Bug followed, Black Mountain Militia stenciled on the side. Inside were a student and one of Tom's policemen. Any weapons confiscated from the line of refugees piled in the back, to be returned once they reached the far side of the barrier at exit 59.
"Hey, Colonel, sir."
It was Washington Parker up by the barrier. John waved. Parker waved for him to come down, and there seemed to be an urgency to his gesturing. The refugees were now filing under the bridge, and the sight was heartbreaking. They wore ragged, torn, filthy clothing, several pushing supermarket shopping carts with children piled inside. John went to the edge of the bridge to slide down the embankment to the road.
"Good morning, Colonel, sir."
Startled, he saw one of his students lying in the high grass dressed in hunting camo, face darkened green. It was Brett Huffman, one of his ball players. A darn nice kid, backwoods type from up in Madison County, baseball scholarship with a real interest in history, and wanted to teach high school. A kid who was a natural leader and looked up to by his classmates. John noticed the black sergeant stripes stenciled on his hunting jacket. He had a wad of tobacco tucked into his jaw.
"Brett, just what the hell?"
John started to ask.
"Vinnie Bartelli is on the other side of the bridge, staked out like me. If there's any trouble at the barrier, or any of them folks down there try and bolt—"
He said nothing for a moment, just patted the .30-30 Savage with mounted scope.
"I had to shoot one yesterday, sir. Good shot, though. Got him in the leg, thank God. Didn't have to kill him."
John couldn't reply. There was a bit of tightness in Brett's voice, but already the sort of casualness John had heard so often in debriefings after Desert Storm. Good young kids trained to be killers and trying to be hardened to it, though it was still a shock.
"I guess, though, with a .30-30 through the leg, he's a goner anyhow."
"You did what you had to do," John offered reassuringly.
"Still, sir, reminded me of my first deer. Same kind of feeling. Maybe a bit worse.
Take care of yourself, Brett."
"Yes, sir."
John slid down the embankment and out onto the road. He looked back. Brett was impossible to see. It registered. So many of the college kids from small towns, more than a few hunters or Boy Scouts or just outdoor types, of course they'd learn, and darn quick. The refugees were moving along on the other side, a long, strung-out column. They moved slowly, a few listlessly looking up at John. They were like something out of another age. Some so obvious, caught ill-prepared. A man in a three-piece business suit, scuffed, worn dress shoes, bandage around his head. Looked like a lawyer or upper-level corporate type, with no skills to sell here for a bowl of watery soup. Parents, side by side, exhausted, pushing a shopping cart, the wheels worn, squeaking, 2 children inside, both asleep, pale-faced. Some refugees were actually barefoot. Few had realized on that first day what a premium would soon be placed on shoes, good shoes, for walking, a lot of walking. He cursed himself for not thinking of it as well, and grabbing some extra pairs from the camping supply store the first day. Civil War campaigns had often hinged on which side had better shoes, which usually wore out in little more than a month of tough campaigning. Those hiking 150 miles in wingtips, or even just plain old canvas tennis shoes, were soon down to nothing, and more than one walking by actually had a different shoe on each foot. A woman, who reminded him a bit of Michaela on the first night, very sexy gray business jacket and skirt, stockings still on but absolutely shredded, heels knocked off her shoes to try to make them more walkable, was limping along. She caught his eye, forced a smile, and brushed back her greasy, limp hair. "Hi, my name's Carol," she said, and moved towards the median barrier, her hand extended. He could see the lost world in her. Sharp, professional-looking woman, intelligent face, sexy, and using it to advantage, the hand extended for a warm handshake to start the meeting, which she was used to having go her way. "Ma'am, step back and away." It was one of his students, face concealed in the hazmat suit with rifle leveled. "Keep on the white line of the road as you were told." Carol stopped, looking back. "I just wanted to say hi." The student shouldered her rifle. "Ma'am, please move back. I will shoot if you try to go over that barrier." The other refugees in the line looked back. A few froze. Others immediately scrambled to the far side of the road. "The rest of you," the student shouted, "do not attempt to leave the road." Carol looked at John appealingly. "What kind of place is this?" she said, and her voice started to choke. "We're a town trying to stay alive," John said. "Ma'am?" John held up his hand toward the student. "At ease there. Lower your weapon. I'll handle this." "Colonel, sir, don't let her get any closer to you. I don't want to see you under quarantine." "Colonel?" Carol asked, still forcing the professional business smile as if just introduced. "You are the officer in charge, then. I'm pleased to meet you." He tried to smile. "Former colonel, college professor now, and no, I am not in charge here." "I saw some of your people separating that family off and leading them away. Word on the other side of your fence is that if people have specialized skills, you're letting them stay." John took that in. If this was indeed known on the other side, security would have to be tightened. People would think up any kind of skill or profession and lie their way through the interview. "Are they being allowed to stay?" "I don't know," John lied. "They asked us what we did. Is that it?" "Really, miss, I don't know." "Look, I'm a public relations consultant with Reynolds Tobacco." She looked at the student with the gun still aimed at her. "Colonel, to be frank, your operation needs some upgrading, a better interface with the public. I can help you set up a plan for that in no time that can help you avoid a lot of problems in the future." It was a delivery, a sales pitch, cool, professional. And listening to her broke his heart. She actually was used to winning that way, and believed it would work now. "I'm sorry, miss. I don't make that decision here. The doctor and the police do. I'm sorry." And in that instant, her professional business poise, a vestige of the old world, collapsed. She took a step closer, and now it was both hands out in a gesture of appeal. "Please, let me stay." He couldn't respond. She took a step closer. "Do you want to sleep with me?" Carol asked. "I'm serious. Let me stay. You like me?" She looked down at herself in her ragged suit. "Once I get cleaned up, believe me, you'll like me." And she looked at him with head slightly turned now, eyes widening. "You have a tub at home? I'd love a bath, and when you see me then, you'll really like me. You can even help me bathe. I know you'd like that." "Carol, please don't," John said. "Don't do this to yourself. Please don't." She broke down, sobbing. "Don't do this to myself," she cried, her voice rising to near hysteria. "Offer you a piece to stay alive? 3 nights ago I was raped by 4 men who said they had some food hidden in a shack. I half expected it, but was so damn hungry I no longer cared. Do you hear that?" "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "And they gave me a bowl of watery soup in the morning, one of them did, and I felt it was damn near worth the trade. Please, Colonel, I'll spend the night with you if you let me stay and just give me a little something to eat." And then she just stepped forward, heading towards the median barrier. "I'll shoot!" the student guard screamed. John held his hands out appealingly, looking towards his student. "Don't!" The rifle went off, Carol screaming, ducking down, the other refugees flinging themselves to the pavement. Either the guard had fired high, or in her nervousness had missed, but the girl was already working the bolt, the ejected shell casing ringing loudly as it hit the pavement. "Next one is to the head," the student was screaming. "Carol, don't move." He started to move towards the median barrier. The hell with the quarantine. "Colonel, don't." It was Washington Parker running up, Colt .45 drawn, but something now seemed to tell him to holster his pistol, the sight of it ready to trigger a panic. He stepped in front of the student. "Point that gun straight up, please," he said calmly, and she obeyed. Next he turned towards the refugees. "A mistake, people, nothing more. Please keep moving. There's plenty of fresh water at exit 64. You can rest a bit and wash up there." He pointed to the family with the children in the shopping cart. "I bet your little ones need a bath. It's just around the bend in the road, but you must stay in the center of the road." They started to get to their feet and moved back towards the white stripe dividing the 2 lanes. Washington approached Carol, but not too closely. "Ma'am, please stand up. No one will hurt you if you please stand up and back away from the median barrier." "Do as he says, Carol," John interjected. Shaking, she stood up. John looked at her, and it was as if she was a different person, that the final shreds of pride, of decency within her had disintegrated. A woman who but 6 weeks back most likely had a corner office, a parking slot with her name on it, a liberal expense account, and a damn good stock option, had just tried to sell her body for a place to rest for a night and a bowl of soup. "Carol, are you all right?" She said nothing, features almost blank, turned, and fell back into the line of refugees. Something told him with grim certainty she would not live much longer, shattered to the point that a razor blade across the wrists would be a welcomed relief. He was tempted to call her back, and he stepped over the median barrier and actually took a step towards her. "Colonel, sir." He looked back. It was Washington, shaking his head no. Washington turned back on the student who had fired the shot. "Was that a warning shot, or were you aiming at her?" Washington said. "I'm not sure," and her voice was near breaking. "You were wrong on 2 counts, Washington snapped. And the girl was now at attention, trembling. "That woman had not yet tried to go over the barrier. Your orders are only to shoot if they go over the barrier or try to turn on you." "She was getting close to Professor the Colonel, sir." I am not, sir. I am Sergeant Parker. Remember your orders and abide by them. Now, the second count. Was that a warning shot or not? Remember, I told all of you I am the only one to give a warning shot. If you shoot, then do it to kill. A warning shot is a wasted bullet, and we've got precious few of them."
"I think I aimed at her."
Washington snatched the gun from the girl. "Go back up to the barrier. You can help interview the refugees. I'm sending someone who has the guts to aim right to your place." The girl, crestfallen, turned and walked away, her shoulders beginning to shake. Parker shouted for one of the boys by the barrier to walk escort with refugees, and John came up to his side. "A bit hard, perhaps?" Washington asked. John shook his head. "I've told my girls repeatedly, if you are going to shoot, shoot to kill. But that pathetic woman did not deserve to be shot at." "I know," Washington sighed. "What did she do? Offer to sleep with you?" "Yes." "I get it 20 times a day, and it's not because I'm good-looking," Washington said, his attempt at a joke falling flat. "Sick. I'm hearing more and more stories up here about rape, murder, stealing, even of baby formula. It's getting desperate on the road. You were going to offer to let her stay, weren't you?" "Yeah, you could see it. She's far over the edge. I think she'll be dead in a few more days." The two looked towards Carol, who was at the back of the column, staggering along. Washington sighed. "Yeah, God save 'em. You're right. You can look at these people and tell who still just might pull through. Poor woman, she's not one of them. No place in this world for her now, and what she has left to sell is fading." John lowered his head. "Damn all this," he sighed. "I'm now seeing hundreds like her every day," Washington said wearily. "Sir, we let one in beyond those that can help us all survive. We break down." He couldn't reply. He thought of the piece of a candy bar in his car, a survival ration if he got stuck. He was half tempted to go get it, but if he did, it might not be there for Jennifer when she needed it. "Maybe she'll get lucky," Washington said. "Maybe some guy farther down the road will take her in." God save us if we are really at this point already. "Sir, I saw it in Nam. Hell, 19-year-old GIs thought it was heaven. A piece for a couple of bucks? But you looked at those girls, and I tell you Southern Asian girls are some of the most beautiful in the world, and it made you sick. 15-year-old kids that should have been in school, out selling their tail to feed their parents and kid sisters and brothers. And now it's come to America." Washington shook his head. "Damn all war," he sighed. "You wanted me down here for something?" "Some bad rumors starting to come in this morning. I think Charlie needs to know. I'm going to head back into town shortly to tell him." "What is it?" "Refugees are talking about something called the Posse taking over the interstate. They're down in the Charlotte area. Some said they're moving up Interstate 77 towards Statesville. Have a lot of vehicles that run." "The Posse? Hell, it sounds like the Wild West." "No, it's worse. The Posse was a name for a pre-war gang with branches all over the country. Punks, gangbangers who would pop a bullet into someone's head as a joke before this even started. Drug dealers, the scum of the earth long before we ever got here, and the ones most ruthless to survive now that our worst nightmares have become real." John realized just how really isolated their small town was. Several years back, the Asheville paper had run a couple of articles about gang activity starting to flare up, but the local police had put it down fast. "The Posse. One poor woman we led through with the last bunch said she was held prisoner by them for several days and escaped. Don't even want to talk about what they did to her, but it was beyond sick. Everyone's talking about it on the other side of the barrier. Sort of like an urban legend running with the refugee bands on the road. Some say 1,000 or more, and well armed. They're moving like ancient barbarians out there." "Damn," John sighed. And yet again, movie images, the Road Warrior films, and all the cheap imitations of the genre back in the 1980s and early 1990s. "I think we better start getting more vigilant. Just a gut feeling if this is real, they'll finally head our way. They'll figure Asheville, up in the mountains, must be loaded with food, and may be a good place for them to take over and hole up. They'll follow the trail of refugees and wind up here," Washington said. "I heard a radio broadcast," John said. "You mean Voice of America?" Washington replied. "How did you know?" "I was sitting up here last night keeping an eye on things. The radio in that beautiful Mustang still works. Damn, I just turned it on. Sitting in an old Mustang. It was almost flashback time. Half expected to hear Wolfman Jack or Cousin Brucey." John chuckled. "Yeah. And loud and clear, had the signal for about an hour or so. Just wish they'd knock off the patriotic stuff, play some old R&B or rock. Yeah, I heard it." "What do you think?" "It's propaganda for morale, nothing more. Maybe the news about the coastal towns is on the mark, but for the rest of us, today, next week, it's bullshit. We got to look out for ourselves. I'm passing word at the barrier for people to turn around, to start heading for the coast. I know that's insane. None have the strength to make it now, but maybe it will be a counter-rumor that will work back down the line." John nodded. "Downside, though," John said. "If the rumor hits that posse crowd, that will move them up our way even faster. Under martial law, every one of those bastards will be shot. The last thing they want now is any authority anywhere. We better work out a good tactical plan to defend this place against a serious attack right now and stop thinking about mob control or a few desperados trying to sneak in. If they have any ex-military types at all with them, they'll do a probe first, then hit us hard. We got to keep an eye on our back doors, the railroad tunnel, and the old back roads down to Old Fort. We're no longer dealing with refugees. We'll be facing an army as ruthless as anything in history." Washington nodded in agreement. "I think I'll go home," John said. The two shook hands, and John went back up the slope by the bridge. He nodded to Brett, concealed in the grass. "Fran got a bit jumpy there. Glad she didn't shoot that woman." "Same here," though John wondered if a bullet in her head might have been an act of mercy. He got in the Edsel and headed for home. As he pulled into the drive, the two fools, Ginger and Zack, came off the deck to greet him. He knelt down to pet both and found himself hugging them. "Daddy!" It was Jennifer, Pat with her. "Everything okay?" "Sure, Daddy." He looked at Jennifer closely. She had lost a few pounds. At every meal, Jen had been pushing as much food into her as possible, meat and vegetables, which right now were still boiled dandelions. He looked up at the orchard. If only the trees were peach trees. In another several weeks they could start to gather the peaches. The apples were growing, but far too slow, it seemed. He had never had any real interest in the 8 trees, other than their beauty in the spring. The apples were rather sour in the fall, and they usually just left the fruit there to drop, delighted when the apples lured in bears to feed on them. "She had to eat a little chocolate earlier," Pat said. "Blood sugar went down." "Snitch!" Jennifer snapped. "I promised your dad I'd keep an eye on you. I can take care of myself." He hugged both of them, the two arguing as he went into the house. Jen was half asleep, book laid across her chest, an old book on the Civil War. "Where's Elizabeth?" "Oh, she and Ben went out for a walk," Jen said, and sat up, rubbing her eyes. "They're out there walking a lot these days," John said. "Well, son-in-law, you better sit down." "Why?" "I think you need to talk to the two of them." "About what?" "Sex? Getting pregnant?" "Oh, damn, Jen, not now, not today. I don't even want to think about it in relationship to her." "Few fathers do.
But frankly, my son-in-law, I think your 16-year-old daughter is now, how shall we say, a woman.
Jesus, don't even talk to me about this now.
Tyler and I had you and Mary figured out rather quickly.
He blushed. Jen had never said that before, and he looked over at her.
Almost to the day, I bet. At least I did. Tyler, like any dad, went totally blind to reality. And, John, I see it in your daughter now.
Jen, not now, he sighed. There's so damn much else going on. Jen nodded slowly.
And you don't want to face this issue. Okay, but you better face up to it, John. Those two are scared. Don't see much of a future ahead. The old restraints fall away. I'm old enough to remember the Second World War. It was the same then. 18-year-old kids who knew each other just a couple days or weeks would figure what the hell, and either marry on the spot or have to get married within a few months. Our greatest generation stuff tends to make us forget just how young and scared they were back then. So face up to the reality, dear son-in-law. You're the history professor. You know what happens inside kids when there's a war on.
Too much was happening today. He stood up, peeked into Jennifer's room. She and Pat were playing a game with Jennifer's Pokemon cards. Her skin color looked off, a bit yellowish, pale. Dear God, but one plane load of supplies into Asheville, but one, and my worst worry is gone. "Would you talk to her?" he asked, looking back at Jen.
Coward. And yes, I already have. But I think you, as a dad, better talk to both of them as well.
Okay, later, he said, a bit too quickly. Looking at Zach and Ginger, John went to the gun cabinet. He pulled out the 20 gauge and headed out the door, the two dogs slowly trotting along behind him, knowing that today there just might be some food if their master and provider got lucky. Chapter 9. Day 63. He awoke to the dogs barking and instantly knew someone was in the house. They had drilled the plan after the murder of the Connors last week, their home at the top of the road, all four of them, parents, two kids, the house then ransacked from one end to the other for whatever scraps of food they might have. He didn't hesitate, shotgun up as he stepped out of the office, crouching low. The two dogs were barking madly, snarling, and then he heard the crack of a gun and a high-pitched, yelping scream. He stepped into the living room. The back door into the kitchen was wide open. Two men, at least it looked like two men. So this was the moment, and he did it without hesitation. The first blast nearly decapitated the man by the door. The second turned. One shot fired wild, and the second blast caught that one in the guts, flinging him back against the kitchen counter. The girls had been drilled. If there was an intruder, they were supposed to get on the floor behind the bed. The waterbed where they now slept together was an excellent barrier. After several seconds, Elizabeth started screaming, "Daddy!" "Stay put!" Crouched down low, he came around the turn into the kitchen. The one man was definitely dead. Even in the dark moonlight, John could see that. The other whimpering, kicking spasmodically. By his side was Zach, crying pitifully. Ginger, with hackles raised, snarling at the wounded man. There could be someone outside, John realized. But first he crawled over to the wounded man, grabbed his pistol, which was on the floor, a .22 revolver from the feel of it, and stuck it into his belt. The other man didn't have a gun, just a machete, and John took that with his free hand. He headed back to the wide-open door, was about to step out, then thought twice, doubling back through the house, coming in low to first Jennifer's room and then Elizabeth's, to make sure there wasn't a third intruder. Past his old bedroom, he looked in for a second. "I'm all right. Now don't move," he hissed. "Elizabeth, you have your gun." "Yes, Daddy," and her voice was trembling. "If I come back to this room, I'll call out first. If anyone else comes through, you shoot and don't hesitate." "Yes, Daddy." Back out through his office, and then the front door, which he slipped open, circling back around the house. No one else. He slipped through the rear door into the kitchen and touched the basement door. It was still locked. Then once more down low, sweeping Jennifer's and Elizabeth's rooms yet again, nervously popping the closet doors open, both rooms still empty. He went back into the kitchen. "Jen, light a candle and get out here." A minute later, the flickering light illuminated the kitchen. Jen recoiled at the sight of the first man, face gone. The second was crying louder now, curled up. And then there was Zach. John went over to his old buddy, his friend of so many years, who had saved their lives with his warning. He was shot in the top of the back, just behind the shoulder blades. "Oh, God, Zach," John sighed. And like so many dogs, so desperately hurt, Zach licked John's hand, as if by doing so he'd feel better. John looked over at Jen, wide-eyed. "You got to help me," it was the wounded man. "Please help me." John actually felt stunned with how quickly he reacted. The Glock he kept strapped to his side even when he slept was out, round already chambered. "John?" It was Jen. He squeezed the trigger. The discharge of the 9mm round, an explosion that set Elizabeth and Jennifer to screaming again. "It's all right," John shouted. "It's all right, girls, but stay put." John looked at Jen, who'd stood stock still, horrified. "I'd have shot him in town if he'd lived that long." John had executed 5 in the last week. 2 of them locals, who had stolen a pig, killed it, and were gorging themselves up in a mountain hollow when finally tracked down. The 2 pathetic fools never fully realizing that hungry men could now smell meat cooking from half a mile away. The other 3 caught raiding a house just like the 2 on the floor now. "Jen, you'll have to help me drag them outside. I don't want the girls to see this mess." Zach's whimpers made John turn around. Ginger was lying by Zach's side, licking her old friend. John filled up. The execution-style killing had bothered him not in the least. Washington Parker was right. After the first one, it starts to get easier, and in this case, the men invading his home, threatening his girls, it didn't bother John in the slightest. It was Zach, though. Zach and Ginger were down to skin and bones, ribs showing through their once sleek coats. Regardless of the ban on letting dogs run wild, John had let them out to forage since their old stomping grounds had been up in the woods that became Pisgah National Forest, not 100 yards away. Though he worried that others out hunting would bag them, so far they had been lucky. He knelt down by Zach's side. Zach lifted his head and again licked John. "Thank you, old friend," John sighed. "Thank you for everything." "Do you want me to do it?" Jen whispered. Startled, he looked up at her. "No, he was our dog, Mary's and mine." He pulled out the .22 taken from the dead man, cocked it, and put it behind Zach's ear. Ginger stood up, sensing something, whimpering loudly now. And John couldn't do it, dissolving into tears. "I'll take care of him," Jen whispered. "You go outside. Take Ginger with you. You don't want her to see it either. Now go on." Jen left the room and was back seconds later with the last pack of cigarettes and the bottle of scotch that held a final precious ounce. "Girls, we're safe, but you are to stay in your room on the floor," Jen shouted. John looked at Zach and felt at that moment like a coward, completely unmanned. He knelt down and kissed Zach on the forehead. He was bloody, panting hard. He stood back up and then went outside, dragging Ginger by the collar, and let her loose. He lit the cigarette and uncorked the bottle. There, Zach," he could hear Jen in the kitchen. "Tell Tyler I love him. You remember our dog Lady? It's time to play with her now." The muffled crack of the pistol had John leaning over the deck railing, crying, Ginger whimpering and nuzzling against his legs. There was such a surreal sense of disconnect.
I just killed 2 men, executing one without a second's hesitation. But this? Sobbing over a dog? Jen came out the door a moment later bearing Zach, wrapped in a blanket. He's so light, she said softly. He's better off now. I'll bury him once it gets light, John said. No, John. What? And then he realized. No, not Zach. No, he couldn't. I'd vomit. The girls, too. We can't. Take him down to the Robinsons. It won't be the same for them. Besides, poor Patty is starving to death. They're on rations. Any food hoarding, by getting something additional, they lose their cards. According to the law, we can eat him, but they can't. I'm supposed to turn him into the communal food supply. Damn it, John. You are so cold-blooded logical in some ways and an idiot in other ways. Take him down to the Robinsons now. They can trade us something for him later. John finally nodded. She handed Zach's body to him. I'll get Lee to help with the bodies. You keep the girls out of the living room and kitchen. You'll tell them? John asked. She nodded. John slowly walked over to the car. Don't move another goddamn inch, a voice hissed in the darkness. He froze, cursing himself as an idiot. There had been a 3rd man, maybe a 4th or 5th. John prepared to drop Zach, shout a warning before they got him, give Jen and Elizabeth time to be ready. John? That you? And now he recognized the voice. It was Lee Robinson. Jesus, Lee, yeah, it's me. I heard shots. Came up to help. Thanks, Lee. He stepped out of the shadows and drew closer. John, what are you carrying? Oh, Jesus, not one of the dogs. Zach, if he and Ginger hadn't have warned us, they'd have had us, 2 of them. I killed both. Zach got shot by one of the bastards. I just heard a shot a minute ago. I couldn't do it, John admitted, and he found himself clutching Zach tighter. What a piece of shit. Jen had to do it. It's okay, John. It's okay. And Lee's arm was around John's shoulder. Southerners, he thought. Southerners and their dogs. They understand. He could feel Lee shaking a bit. He had been partial to Zach as well, their old dog Max, a buddy. Max had disappeared a week ago, most likely poached while wandering in the woods, and Lee was absolutely distraught over him. John gained control, and the 2 stood there looking at Zach, and each knew what the other was thinking. Take him, Lee, was all John could say. John, not in a million years did I ever think we'd come to this. John handed the body over. I'll take him down to Mona. She'll be respectful as she... He started to choke up as well, and couldn't speak for a moment. Thank you. I was getting frantic over Patty. The damn rations just aren't enough. John, Zach saved her life, too. John started his drive down to town several hours later. The bodies of the 2 robbers stretched out on the porch as he pulled away from the house. Bartlett's meat wagon, as they now sardonically called it, the old VW bus, could be sent up later to get them. John felt so cold about their deaths that for a moment he dwelled on the thought that 2 extra rations would now be spent, the reward for the digging of a grave in the golf course cemetery. There were 1,500 graves there now, another 500 filling the Swannanoa Christian School's soccer field. Keller had been right. The dying time was now upon them. Deaths from starvation were soaring. Yesterday there had been close to 100, mostly the elderly still, and then parents. As a historian, John knew that was the pattern, though a casual observer, an academic sitting in an armchair calculating such things, would have figured the children next. But what parent would eat while their child starved? The ration lines, now 5 of them scattered around the 2 communities,
had nearly 90% of the surviving population showing up for one distribution a day of soup and either a biscuit or a piece of bread. That was another state secret. The bakery, closely guarded at a local pizza shop where wood heat had been rigged in, was now mixing in sawdust to give the bread bulk, to fill stomachs. It was the same as Leningrad, and actually that had been the inspiration for John to suggest it. So the parents, many of them working to get an extra ration, were bringing the food home to their children, then dying off. And once both parents were gone, it was hoped that neighbors or kin would take the orphans in. Charlie and Tom had been forced to issue strict orders that personnel receiving extra rations were to eat them on site when the rations were issued, but even so, they'd stash a biscuit in a pocket. Some even rigged up plastic liners in their pockets to pour the soup into when they thought no one was watching, then slowly walked home, where 2, 3, 4 hungry kids might be waiting. And yet, ironically, at the same time, at least according to Voice of America, there were signs that some recovery was going on along the coast. The federal government was reconvened, functioning aboard the carrier Abraham Lincoln, and martial law was still in effect. There were reports that the corn and wheat harvest of the Midwest would be brought in, and train lines reopened to move the bulk goods. Headquarters for the Southeast Emergency Government had been established in Charleston, and daily reports now issued about the progress of rebuilding, even a claim that a nuclear power plant in Georgia had been brought back online. But it seemed like any progress being made was moving along the coast or slowly edging towards Atlanta. He wondered if someone up the command chain had decided to triage off upper South Carolina and western North Carolina. There had been overflights, though. Fighters several times, a C-17 transport, and Asheville finally admitted that replacement parts for generators for the hospital had been airlifted in. Asheville was playing its cards close. The phone line that Black Mountain had started had been run into the county office in Asheville, but the communications were rather one-sided, as if the director there resented the showdown over refugees versus water supply. The thought that some kind of medical supplies had been lifted into Asheville had made John wild, Washington having to nearly physically restrain him from driving straight there and demanding some fresh insulin. He had personally telephoned Burns, who still was running Asheville, and begged for any information on insulin. And Burns flatly announced none had come in, and even if it had, he would not release any outside of the town no matter what. Insulin. John was obsessed with it. 2 days ago, Jennifer's blood sugar was up. She had taken an injection, and it was still up. He had finally gone for Michaela, and she carefully examined Jennifer, then took him aside. "The 3 remaining bottles. They might have spoiled," was all Michaela would say. It had finally taken 3 times the normal dose to bring Jennifer's level back down. Her time had been cut by 2/3. And help, if it was indeed help, was still as far away as the far side of the moon. Of the other diabetics in the town, over half were dead, the others dropping off fast. He turned off the motor of his car, sat back, and lit another cigarette, the 6th of the day. The hell with it, and the counting out. He sat there, smoked, looking at the interstate, cars still stalled where they had died over 2 months ago. Somehow we've all been playing a game of reality avoidance with ourselves, even on day 1, he realized. Anyone with even the remotest understanding of EMP and the threat to the nation should have been going insane before it hit. During World War II, the entire nation had been mobilized, all the talk of loose lips sinking ships, the scrap drives, the guards on railroad bridges in Iowa. Much of it was absurd when the threat was finally understood long after the war was over. There were no legions of spies and saboteurs in America, and the few who were in place or attempted to infiltrate were caught within days by the FBI. There was a threat, and though remote, it was at least acted on back then. But this time, the threat was 100 times worse, and they did nothing, absolutely nothing. Angrily, he stubbed out the cigarette and lit another. If everyone had been educated to it the same way civil defense had once been in the curriculum of every school back in the 1940s and 1950s, if people knew the simple things to do on day one, Charlie already trained to react to an EMP, mobilize his forces and react quickly, if they had but a few simple provisions stocked away, the same way anyone who lives in hurricane or tornado country does, would they be in this mess? The crime, the real crime, was those who truly knew the level of threat doing nothing to prepare or prevent it. Bitterly, he wondered if they were suffering as the rest of the nation now suffered, or were they safely hidden away, the special bunkers for Congress, the administration, where food, water, and medicine for years were waiting for them, and their families. The thought of it filled him with rage. He knew what he would do if he could but go there now, show them Jennifer, and then do what he wished he could do to them. And he could see his own avoidance of it all since that first day, even as he did scramble to at least get insulin. Food, bulk food, just a 50-pound bag of rice or flour, shoes, batteries, an additional test kit for Jennifer, damn it, even birth control for Elizabeth, dog food, a water filter so they didn't have to boil what they now pulled out of the swamp green pool. I should have had those on hand. It was over 2 months later, and people in his small North Carolina town were dying of starvation. I pretty well understood it on day one, and yet I avoided the worst of it ever since, he thought. Doc Keller had alluded to it in their meeting of nearly a month ago when the decision was made to reduce rations for most of the populace, but we did not fully face the horrible realities of it. America, the breadbasket of the world, which could feed 1 billion people without even breaking a sweat, was dying now of starvation. The two frequencies of Voice of America were talking daily about the first harvests coming in from the southern Midwest, of cattle being driven, and it all sounded to him like the old Chinese and Soviet broadcasts of the Cold War, when they boasted daily about their great strides even while people lived in squalor and indeed did die of starvation. The food was there, but it would never get here, not to this place, not now. That meant that over 20% of the town was dead, and upwards of half would die in another 30 days, while food by the millions of tons rotted because they still had no means of moving it in bulk to where it was needed most. The medicines. Yes, they were out there someplace. Some stockpiles overseas, perhaps. But the factories that made them were in cities, and the cities had no power, or perhaps a few places here and there, and the people who worked in the factories were hunkered down or scattered refugees, perhaps some of the very people now lying dead below the barrier. And even if the factory did suddenly turn on, the insulin was processed from genetically altered bacteria in labs, but the labs, maybe in New York or Arizona, were 1,000 miles away. The bottles it was then loaded into? Perhaps made in Mexico, and trucked to the lab 1,000 miles away, and then loaded back aboard climate-controlled trucks and taken to airports and priority shipped in containers specially designed, those containers perhaps made in Mississippi. And so it went. IV bags. Nearly all the IV bags in America were made in just a few places. Million a day, and they were boxed in sterile environments and then shipped to other factories that filled them with blood drawn perhaps 1,000 miles away, or various solutions mixed in Oregon and shipped to Texas, there to meet the bags to be filled. And so much from overseas that were in container ships offloaded by diesel-electric-powered cranes, then loaded into trucks. Perhaps the plastic to make the IV bag first emerging from the ground as oil in Kuwait, and from there to Texas to be cracked, and the appropriate chemicals siphoned off and shipped to Louisiana to be turned into plastics, some of them for plastic bags to come to Asheville. Such a vast, intricate, beautiful, profoundly complex web, the most complex in history, and all along a few enemies whom Americans had for years ignored, and then in one day had come to hate. And that hate had slowly changed, as it does with Americans, to remoteness, disdain, and a smug sense of ultimate victory, perhaps even victory by the simple fact that they made a wish that the enemies were no longer there. For ultimately, what did 9/11 do in the coldest sense? It killed 3,000. Did the economy collapse the next day? Did John's Jennifer miss an insulin shot? Did the workers in a factory that made insulin scatter in panic on 9/11? No. And in spite of outrage, people's tears of empathy, unless it was a friend or one of their own blood lost that day, their world really did not change, other than the annoyance of getting through an airport. The web of our society, John thought, was like the beautiful spider webs he'd find as a boy in the back lot after dawn on summer days, dew making them visible. Vast, beautiful, intricate things. And at the single touch of a match, the web just collapsed, and all that was left for the spider to do, if it survived that day, was to rebuild the web entirely from scratch. And our enemies knew that, and planned for it, and succeeded. He tossed the second butt out the window, lit another, and drove into town to report the attack on his house and get Jim to bring up the meat wagon. The soup line at the elementary school was already forming up, even though distribution of the day's rations wasn't until noon. The carcass of a hog was trussed up to a tree, actually barely a suckling, already stripped down to the bones, which would be tossed into the pot as well. The people online were skeletal, their weight really falling away now. Many could barely shuffle along. Kids were beginning to have bloated stomachs. Out along the curb, half a dozen bodies lay, dragged out for the meat wagon, no longer even given the dignity of a sheet to cover them. A man, 3 kids, most likely their parents dead and no one to truly care for them, and a woman, obviously a suicide, with her wrists slashed open. It made John think of the woman on the road. Carol, that was her name. Most likely dead by suicide long ago. The refugee center was starting to empty out, people beginning to move into the homes of locals who had died. In the short drive, he could sense the collapse setting in. The bodies in front of the elementary school, the fact of just how dusty and litter-strewn the streets were. Without the usual maintenance, storm drains had plugged up with debris. Several trees had dropped and were then cut back just enough to let a single vehicle through. One of the beautiful towering pines in front of the elementary school had collapsed across the road, smashing in the front porch diner across the street. Enough of the tree had been cut away to clear the road for traffic. The rest just left in place. Nothing had been done to repair the diner's crushed roof. The inside now left open to the elements, the building itself broken into repeatedly by scavengers who were now willing to scrape the grease out of the traps as food. That broke his heart every time he drove past it. The diner had been his usual stop on many a morning long ago. Mary would have freaked on his breakfast of bacon, eggs, and hash browns, but he so loved the place. The owner, a man he truly respected, hard-working, starting from a hole in the wall a block away to create a diner that was the place in Black Mountain for breakfast. Truckers, construction workers, shop owners, and at least one professor type. How many mornings had John spent there, after dropping the kids off at school, for a great meal, a cigarette, the usual banter, playing one of the games the owner carved out of wood, trick puzzles, and then going on to his late morning lecture. What a world we once had, he sighed. The parking lot of the bank at the next corner was becoming weed-choked, though that was being held back a bit by children from the refugee center plucking out any dandelions they saw and eating them. The bank had been one of the last of an old but dead breed, locally owned, the owner's Land Rover still parked out front, covered in dust and dried mud. John turned past Hamid's store. A few cars out front, a VW Bug and a rust bucket of a '65 Chevy, a couple of mopeds. Hamid had traded some smokes for an old generator, traded some cigarettes to someone else to get it fixed, and now he actually had some juice. It had been quite the thing when he fired it up and the lights flickered on dimly. He had diverted the juice into two things, a fridge and one of the pumps for his gas tanks. John had instantly thought of asking Hamid to take the vials of insulin he still had, but Michaela had vetoed it. The generator-driven power was variable, shutting down, fired back up again. Better to keep it at a steady 55 than at 40 degrees that might suddenly climb to 60 or 70 before plunging back down below freezing. But still his old friend had come through for him, a debt he could never repay, and he felt like a beggar every time he wandered in. "For my favorite little girl," Hamid would say as he pressed a small package into John's hands, a piece of newspaper with a pound or two of ice inside. Ice, a precious pound or two of ice to try to keep the temperature of the remaining vials down a few degrees. "I still owe you $20, John would always say, and Hamid would just smile, for he had little girls too, and he knew, and he was proud to be an American helping a friend. Michaela. Funny, John hadn't thought of her these last few days. My own starvation, he thought. The unessentials of the body shut down first, and after 4 years of celibacy after the death of Mary, he had grown used to it. He knew Michaela was interested in him. In a vastly different world, they would definitely have been dating, but not now. Besides, he did not want to upset the delicate balance of his family. Jen had been Mary's mother. How would she react? The girls? They might like Michaela as a friend, but as something more? For Jennifer, her mom was already becoming remote, but for Elizabeth, the death had hit at 12, a most vulnerable of times, and her room still had 6 pictures of the two of them together, and one that still touched John's heart, a beautifully framed portrait from Mary's high school graduation, the color fading, but Mary very much the girl he had met in college. He pulled up to the town hall complex. The rumble of a generator outside varied up and down in pitch as more power or less was being used. One of the fire trucks was being washed down. The mechanics had finally bypassed all the electronics, done some retrofitting, and the engine had finally kicked back to life 10 days ago. He walked in. Charlie was in his office, caught in the corner unmade, looking up as John came in. Charlie had lost 30 pounds or more, face pinched. He had a cup of what looked to be some herbal tea. 2 dead up at my house. Shot them this morning, John said matter-of-factly. That's 8 reported now just this morning, Charlie replied, his voice hoarse. John sat down, looked at his pack of cigarettes, 14 left, and offered one to Charlie, who did not hesitate to take it. Damn it, Charlie. You gotta get at least 1 extra meal in you. He shook his head. Might not matter soon, anyhow. Why's that? We think the posse is coming this way. What? Don Barber flew his recon plane out a couple hours ago to take a look for us along Interstate 40 heading towards Hickory. He's yet to get back. 4 days ago we didn't have a single refugee at the barrier. 2 days ago nearly 100. Yesterday more than 200. It's as if something is pressuring them from behind. Rumors running with them that Morganton was just looted clean. A damn medieval pillage. Also, we had a shooting last night on the interstate. So that's becoming almost a daily routine, John said coolly. This one was different. One of the few heading east. Big guy. Looked fairly well fed. So what did he do? Washington spotted him. He just had a gut feeling because he had seen this same guy the day before heading west. He stood out because he looked so well fed. Washington tagged along with the escort taking this guy and some other refugees east and played dumb. The big guy was peppering him with questions. How many folks lived here? How much food left? Any organized defense? A spy? Exactly. So Washington drew down on him just before the gap and almost got killed for it. The guy had what Washington called an old-fashioned pimp gun up the sleeve of his jacket. Small .22. He actually got off the first shot, and then Washington blew him away. Washington okay? Nicked on the side. Keller said another inch in, and given the way things are now, he'd have been in deep trouble. Where is Washington now? Up at the college? I think we should go up. Charlie nodded, and the two got into John's Edsel for the short drive. The drive up to the campus reminded him yet again of the lost world of but several months back, his daily commute of not much more than 4 miles, and he thought again of bacon and eggs. Damn, that would be good now. He almost said it to Charlie. Food had indeed become the obsessive topic on people's minds, but now there was a ban on it being spoken of, a major breach of etiquette. It just made everyone crazy to talk about what they would eat when things got better. As they passed the turnoff to the North Fork Road, there were 2 more bodies covered with sheets out in front of a home. "Ah, shit, not the Elliots," Charlie sighed. 3 children were out on the lawn, all of them skinny as rails except that their stomachs were bloating, a neighbor clinging to them. That had started to appear over the last couple of weeks, kids with stomachs bloating out even as they starved. Keller told John it was edema, fluid buildup as their bodies inside began to shut down. It was the type of images he would always turn off when an infomercial ran for some Save the Kids type charity. Always it was kids in Africa or some disaster-stricken area in Asia with the bloated stomachs. He wondered if now, at this very moment, in a place in the world where electricity still flowed, such images were on their screens. Give now to save the starving children in America. God, it was a sobering thought. Would our friends overseas, those we had helped so many times, without a thought of any return, now be coming to us? Were ships loaded with food racing towards us? Or was there silence? Or worse, laughter and contempt? He was getting an extra ration as a gravedigger. In fact, 2 rations because he was digging 2 a day, Charlie said, interrupting John's thoughts. And taking them home to the kids and his wife, John said quietly. They didn't even slow down, but just drove on. They passed 3 boys, early teens, 2 of them toting .22s, the other a pellet gun, and the youngest with, yes, a bloated stomach as well. All 3 moving stealthily, peering up at the trees, the interlacing telephone and power lines. There was most likely barely a squirrel or rabbit left in town now, and birds were now becoming part of the pot. John's own hunts had started to come up empty unless he went deeper and deeper into the Pisgah forest. It knotted him up thinking about it. Zach had not even died with a meal in his stomach. He had come close to fighting with his Ginger for the rabbit he had bagged yesterday. Ginger was only allowed the bones after Jen had scraped off every bit of flesh for a rabbit stew. You know, we're actually starting to run short of small-caliber ammunition, Charlie said as they drove past the boys. Most folks who had a .22 in the closet rarely dragged it out and at best maybe had a box of 50 to 100 rounds. Understand trading now is 5 bullets for a squirrel or rabbit. Fortunately, John still had several hundred in himself, but he was short on shotgun shells. The heavier caliber stuff, he had kept that for other reasons. The gate ahead was roadblocked. In the past, the students guarding it recognized his car and waved it through. Not today. They forced him to a stop, one of them standing back with a 12-gauge leveled while the other came around the side and looked in. "Good morning, sir. Are you okay?"
"It's Rebecca, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." She looked in his back seat, nodded, and 2 students started up the Volkswagen, blocking the gate, let it roll forward for him to pass, then backed it into place and shut it down. "Kids are getting more cautious." "Well, with all the dead last night in break-ins," John said. "Lord knows how many others we'll find out today were successful and the families inside the homes are not dead and rotting. I think it's safe to assume that some of this posse crowd have already infiltrated in, looked us over, and decided we are worth taking, at the very least to then move on to Asheville. Perhaps some are even holed up in some houses, watching if we are getting prepared." They turned into the drive, heading up to Gaither Hall, and the troops were out. The days of close-order drill long past, they were practicing covering fire and withdrawing in front of the library, Washington pacing back and forth, yelling instructions as John pulled up and turned off the car. Washington turned and went through the ritual, still the annoying ritual for John, of saluting, which he returned. Kids were all around, hunkered down low, concealed behind trees, under vehicles, up in windows of buildings. Farther up the road, John could see what must be the Red Force, Company B, deployed out beyond the girls' dorm, a dozen vehicles running, some Volkswagens, again courtesy of Jimmy Bartlett, a few farm pickup trucks. One had a fake machine gun mounted on the back. Technicals, John thought they were called in Somalia. Washington held up his megaphone.
"Captain Malady, now!"
Kevin Malady had been, of all things, an assistant librarian. With his strong, massive shoulders, thick black hair, and lantern jaw that made him look a bit like Schwarzenegger, the kids quickly giving him the nickname Conan the Librarian. He was ex-military, a sergeant with a mech unit in Iraq back in '03. He had just resigned from the library staff and had planned to go to Princeton Theological in the fall. Now he was the CO of Company B. He knew his stuff as they simulated the assault. The technical, supposedly laying down fire support, a vehicle with a plow bolted to the front, driving straight at the barrier. Of course it came to a stop, Washington shouting that the barrier had been pierced. Malady had more of his troops storm from around abandoned cars, rushing the barrier. If this had been done a few months ago, the kids would have been laughing, seeing it as play acting, shouting and whooping. Not now. They were silent, following directions from their officers, several of them staff and faculty with military experience, the defensive force pulling back to try to lure the attackers into what would be the killing zone if the gap was pierced on the interstate. A couple of 100 yards back from the gap, the road was flanked on one side by a high concrete wall, a sound barrier erected for several 100 yards to shield the conference center. Washington had already established firing positions on the reverse side of the wall. The campus chapel, the new one built several years back, which now housed a famous fresco, The Return of the Prodigal, by the famous artist Ben Long, was serving as a simulator for the wall, students suddenly popping up from behind the ridge of the roof.
"That's it," Washington shouted. "Once up, it's fire superiority. Pour it down fast and hard, fast and hard. Panic them."
The simulation was starting to break down, kids standing around. There could be no realism to it, no blanks, no Miles laser packs. They had used paintballs at the start, but the supply of those was used up in 2 days. Washington blew his whistle.
"Stand down. That's it. Take an all break. Dinner at noon."
To John's amazement, a fifer started to play, and it sent a chill down his back. It was the D'Incenso boy, not a student at the college, a local kid who had belonged to the reenactment unit and had taken to hanging around the college. Washington had taken a liking to him, and he was now the official fifer for the militia, playing Yankee Doodle as the exercise ended. "Good marching stuff," Washington said as John looked back at the kid, wearing a Union capey. "The students love it, and it's good for morale." Students came out from buildings, crawled out from under concealment, all of them armed.
Their equipment had been gradually upgraded. Most were armed with semi-autos, heavier caliber, a great percentage of Company B with deer rifles, a lot with scopes. Charlie had already said that if a crisis came, he'd release the automatic weapons kept in the police station to Washington. A few civilians had come forward as well, one showing up with what had been an illegal full-auto M16 with over 400 rounds, saying as long as he could tote it in a fight, he'd be part of the militia, a vet from the early days in Nam. Both companies were now rounded up by vets who had seen service as far back as Korea, adding nearly 100 to their ranks. These vets might be old, but they had combat experience and were now slotted in as squad and platoon leaders. Others, the survivalist types, including the legendary Franklins, were teaching the kids how to concoct homemade claymores, landmines, satchel charges, and homemade rocket launchers fashioned out of PVC pipe. The reenactors in the town regretted they could not get their hands on an original cannon, but were now mixing up black powder for these weapons and rigging up a field piece made out of steel pipe that would be packed with canister. As for the students, within seconds they were reverting back, a couple of the guys laughing, shouting good-natured insults. More than a dozen couples instantly paired up, a few of them without any attempt at stealth, with arms around each other, heading down towards the woods behind the science building.
"There's a major problem brewing and figured we should check in with you," Charlie said, his voice thin, raspy. Washington nodded, and the three took the shaded path, walking over the old stone arch bridge that led from Gregor Dorm to Gaither. John had always loved this place in particular. On many a day he'd sit on the bridge to watch the creek tumble beneath him. Students were always passing by, and it was a great place to just hang out, chat with kids, sneak a smoke with another smoker. A breaking of the rules, since they were outside a designated spot, but the dean had given up a long time ago trying to hassle John about it, and the president actually thought it was good, a faculty member twisting the administrative tale a little with the kids joining in. They headed into President Hunt's office. He rarely showed at the campus now, though his home was but a quarter-mile away. In spite of the pleadings of John, Reverend Abel, and Washington, President Hunt had made a solemn statement that he and his wife would refuse extra rations. Every ounce of food had to go to our soldiers and volunteers. It was typical of him, incredibly noble, and as a result, he was dying. They walked in and sat down around the conference table in the office, and as they did so, a humming sputter echoed, and they were back up, looking out the windows. It was Don, in his Aranca L3, D-Day invasion stripes starkly visible on the wings and fuselage, clearing the crest by Lookout Mountain, and then dipping down into the narrow valley of the cove. He circled the campus once, tight turn, not 50 feet above the trees, saluted, and then leveled out to head south into town and the landing strip at the Ingram Shopping Plaza.
"So, let me guess. The posse is coming," Washington said. John and Charlie nodded in agreement. "It was inevitable. Sooner or later they'd hear about us and figure we had something worth taking." "He went out when? About 2 hours ago?" Washington asked.
"Make it 2.5, John said. "That plane cruises at about 60. It ain't good news. They must be getting close." They went back to the table and sat down.
"One of the boys bagged a bear last night," Washington said. "It's down in the cookhouse now. Meat for everyone at noon, maybe a pound apiece."
John instantly felt his mouth water. Twice now they had bagged bears, and though greasy as hell, bear was filling.
"I just wish we could get President Hunt to join us. I sent a couple of the girls up there to plead with him, and they said he just smiled and refused. They were crying when they came back, said he looks terrible."
"That's Dan," John said quietly. "And maybe he's right. These kids have to be in good shape. We can't have them staggering like weak kittens if this posse shows up."
"Are they ready?"
Charlie asked. Washington shook his head.
"Not very reassuring, damn it,"
Charlie replied sharply.
Look, Charlie, I love these kids, have known them for years. Down deep, they're mostly small-town kids with good hearts, and remember, as a Christian college here, we were drawing kids with particular values and views as well, or at least their parents saw it that way, even if the kids didn't. But if you want the harsh reality, I can pick out a couple of the young men for you. Kids who grew up in the projects in Charlotte or Greensboro or Atlanta, and they'll tell you a different story about reality. Kids at 12 capping each other and boasting about being gangbangers. Kids at 16 already with time in jail, maybe fathers already. Cold-eyed as dead snakes, and most of them dead at 25. The old sick joke, John sighed. You won't find a drug dealer with a 401k plan. Exactly, Washington snapped. These kids here, up until 2 months ago, were thinking grades, fooling around, getting married after college. The more mature ones, exactly that. Their 401k plans. What they face, if we face it, will not just be gangbangers from cities. What will have gravitated to this posse will be every low-life scum with a will to do anything to survive. Mix into that the psychos that Doc Keller was talking about. What happened to guys in prisons when this hit? Where are they now? Remember, our proud country had more people in prison per populace than damn near anywhere else in the world. Let them starve? Execute all of them? Maybe in some of the maximum security houses the warden might have done just that. The food runs out and he lines them all up and shoots them rather than let them escape. But the minimum places, I bet those people were over the little chain-link fences by the third day. Most of the kids with a stupid-ass drug charge went home, but you already had some bad hombres in those places, and they would gravitate together, and now the world is a paradise, wide open, whatever they want, if they have the balls to take it. Washington shook his head. The food's run out here in the East, Washington continued. If we win the Midwest, the Corn Belt, Cattle Belt, I'd be more optimistic. But here, density of population versus on-hand food, it's out. It's gone. And those barbarians, for they are barbarians, know only one thing now. Find food and gorge and take and inflict pain as they never dreamed possible before this happened. They're thinking that, even as we sit around this table talking about rations, the nobility of our college president, they debate whether to shoot and eat our dogs. John winced at that. Of course, Washington didn't know about this morning, nor did he notice John's reaction. The phone rang. The sound of it when it did happen was still rather startling. The three looked at one another, and John stood up, went over to the president's desk, and picked up the receiver. It was an old rotary phone from the 40s or 50s, receiver heavy, wire not even the coiled type yet, just jet black and hanging down. Matheson here. John, is that you? It's Tom here. Go ahead, Tom. I'm here with Don Barber. I just picked him up and brought him to the town hall. What did he say? Damn, John, he's pretty shaken. Can you bring him up? Sure, John. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Over here. The line continued to hum for several seconds until Judy, the switchboard operator at the town hall, pulled the connect and the line went dead. John hung up. I think we got problems. Barber will be here in a few minutes with his report. They just made small talk as they waited, John standing, looking out the window, smoking what was now his 7th cigarette of the day. A group of students was coming down from behind the upper men's dorm. 6 girls and a couple of guys. The granola crew, they were called, and though they were mildly disdained before the day, no one mocked them now. Most of them were outdoor ed or bio majors and had become highly proficient at food gathering, knowing which roots to dig, which plants could be brewed into teas, which had some medicinal value. One of the girls had a copy of Peterson's Guide to Plants, dirty and worn, in her jeans pocket. Another girl was carrying a basket filled with mushrooms. So far there had been no mistakes on that score. Another was being helped by a boy, the woven basket between them piled high with greens.
The boy and girl looked like some Rousseau ideal, a fantasy of the way the world was supposed to be if civilization went away. The antique World War II Jeep, which Tom had designated his official squad car, turned the corner and pulled up to Gaither. Barber got out along with Tom, and they came straight in. Barber saw the cigarette in John's hand and sighed. "Damn, I haven't had one of those in years," he said softly. "John, could I?" John hesitated, nodded, and handed one over. He was now down to 11. Don took a deep drag, sighed, went over to the table, and sat down. "They're coming," he said. No one spoke. "Old Fort is a wreck. I flew down there first. At least 50 vehicles loaded with—" He paused, took another drag, and then waved his hand in a gesture of disgust. "I can't even find a word to describe the scum. They were in the center of the town, most of it burning. There's fighting going on even now, but that town is finished." He sighed and looked out the window. "Shit. It was like Korea in '51. If only I had a battery of 105s up here, we could have annihilated their advance guard with one salvo." "Advance guard?" Washington asked. Barber nodded. "Give me a minute, Washington. My brain's a bit slower now. Let me tell it in order." No one spoke. "Like I said, about 50 vehicles, most in the center of the town, those barbarians just running amok. I could see them gunning people down right in the middle of the street, flushing them out of buildings they were setting on fire. Out on the interstate, about 10 more vehicles. They took a couple of pot shots at me. You'll see a dozen or so holes in my plane, by the way. So I figured to check up the road, fly up along Route 70, then come back down along the interstate. There wasn't much on 70, though it was obvious they had passed along it. Buildings burning, but a couple 100 yards back from the road I could see people out, still alive. It looked like they just were driving straight through. Marion wasn't hit hard, just off the interstate enough, I guess, to be bypassed. Plus they had well-manned roadblocks in the access ways in. Some evidence of fighting, but looks like the scum backed off." "Think they'll back off here?" Tom asked. "No," John said forcefully. "First off, their spies have scoped us out. They know we still do have some resources. Second, to get into Asheville, a sweet big city to loot, they first have to go through us. Third, they are heading this way and there is now no backing off. Marion they might mark for later, but I think it's here first." Washington nodded his agreement. "What happened next, Don?" John asked. "I pushed on to Morganton, down to exit 103 on the interstate." He lowered his head. "I thought Charlotte was bad when I flew around it back when things started. That was different, though. In Charlotte there was rioting, yes, but people were mostly just trying to snatch and grab, or just getting the hell out. This was different." "How so, sir?" John asked. "You know the mental hospital grounds there?" All nodded. Browan, the state mental hospital, was set back from the interstate about half a mile. Beautiful open lawn, surrounded by the old, sedate southern town of Morganton, complete with some antebellum homes on the main street. "A fucking nightmare." John was shocked by Don's language. He was a devout church-going man. "How bad?" Washington asked. "My God, I think they're killing people and eating them," he whispered. No one spoke for a moment. John just staring off, puffing on his cigarette right down to the filter. "You're kidding," Charlie whispered. Don looked over at him fiercely. "Would I joke about that?" he snapped. "There were a couple of 100 vehicles parked on the grounds of the hospital in a big circle, like they were circling the wagons. Old cars, jeeps, trucks, even a couple of tractor-trailers. Inside that circle the ground was blackened from a huge fire that was still smoldering. It was early when I flew over there. You could see them just sprawled out, sleeping it off. The hospital was burning, dead scattered all around it, most of the downtown burning as well, dead carpeting the streets. But it was what was inside that circle of old cars, trucks, motorcycles. He finished the cigarette, stubbed it out in an empty coffee cup, and looked, appealing, at John. John handed him another and pulled one out for himself. It was down to 9 now. They had something like a gallows set up. Bodies were hanging from it. Don shook and started to cry. They were cut open, some without legs and arms, 10 or more like that, like hogs hung up to be butchered. My God! He fought for composure. You could see other people who were prisoners. As I flew over, they were looking up at me, starting to jump up and down, waving like poor bastards stranded in a nightmare. I side-slipped to get down lower for a closer look. One of those scum. I could see him looking up at me, and as I flew over, he cut a woman's throat. Cut it so I could see it. That's when I almost got shot down. They have an automatic, and it opened up, stitched my starboard wing. I dived down low, skimmed over not a dozen feet high, weaved and dodged. He smiled, like the old days. Damn, I was good then. Could put my spotter between 2 trees not 30 feet apart with telephone wires waiting on the other side. And then he seemed to unfocus again. I don't want to believe what I saw. John sighed, sat back, lost in thought. Cannibalism. Leningrad, Stalingrad. With those cases, it was civilians driven mad by hunger. Reports as well in China, and, frightfully, documentation of Japanese soldiers doing it, either out of desperation when cut off by the island-hopping campaign, or ritualistically against American POWs. Not here, Charlie sighed. Not here. This is America, for heaven's sake. Yes, here, John said softly. Why should we be any different? Damn it all. We're Americans. It just doesn't happen here. Donner Pass, the Essex, Jeffrey Dahmer. Our sick fascination with films about that Lecter character. 60 days with little or no food just because the electric suddenly shut off. Hell yes, John said coldly. Most likely some damn cult down there. Like Doc said, psychotics running loose. The cult over in Knoxville, with its leader proclaiming he was John the Baptist reincarnated, was still running. There were reports of others, some nutcase proclaiming he was the Messiah, others speaking in tongues and looking for answers in Revelation, others just beyond madness, believing that aliens had invaded. He thought of that one small coven up above Haw Creek, a couple of dozen families in a church, which, according to rumors not long ago, was into passing snakes around. They had sealed themselves off completely, said that it was the end time and God's wrath was at hand. No one dared to even get within 100 yards of their barrier now, and John wondered what madness they were practicing up there. They have nothing to lose now, John continued. A nation under martial law, they've looted, raped, murdered. They know that if civilization ever gets the upper hand again, any semblance of order, all of them, will be put against the wall and shot. So, nothing to lose. Mix into that the terror of it all. We figured out it was an EMP, but others, especially others who were already off-kilter, what's the answer? God got angry? Gaia, the earth spirit, got pissed? Satan took over? He found he was almost on the edge of hysteria himself. His hands shaking slightly, he pulled out another cigarette and tossed yet another over to Don. Satan's taken over. Maybe whoever's leading them is preaching that. God has turned his back on America, Satan has won, so anything goes. I doubt if all of them are doing it. I want to think most of them are as terrified of whoever is running their crew as we are. But I'm willing to bet whoever is running it is shouting that he has the inside dope from God, Satan, whomever. It's insane, Charlie whispered. Remember Jonestown? Those were Americans, even though they no longer lived in the 48, and nearly 1,000 of them committed suicide because of some damn nutcase who told them to drink Kool-Aid laced with poison because God had ordered it through him. Look, you get people scared, then you knock out every prop that we've taken for granted. After these last 60 days, I bet there's a dozen prophets running around this country saying, "Follow me," and even if but 0.1% of the survivors do so, that will still be hundreds of thousands of barbarians on the march and the rest of us running, scared shitless of them. Damn our enemies who did this to us. They knew us well, John sighed. They knew human nature too well, and just how fragile civilization is, and how tough it is to defend it. Something we forgot. No one spoke until Don finally stirred. I flew back along the interstate, he said softly. I counted, between Morganton, Old Fort, and on the road, about 250 vehicles total.
1,000 to 1,500 people, then, Washington said.
And just remember this, gentlemen. I was a trained artillery spotter, so I know how to count and how to spot.
We don't doubt you, Charlie said.
In this case, don't doubt me. Now, for the troubling aspect tactically. They're coming round the back, John said. Exactly. That's why I flew over here on my way back. I counted 24 vehicles on the old dirt road right at the base of the mountains by Andrews Geyser, some on the abandoned paved road, a couple more farther up, near where the railroad track crosses over the old dirt road. They know our back door, and not just the interstate.
Any on the old fire roads?
Charlie asked. Don shook his head. Hard to see with the summer canopy, he said.
I doubt it, Washington interjected. Unless they have a couple of local boys, those old fire roads are mazes. My bet is they'll stick to the old, abandoned paved road, the dirt road farther to the north, and the railroad track as the flanker, and they'll hit there first.
I agree, Charlie said. They could be here trying to maneuver into a flanking position by late afternoon, Don said. John nodded. They must have a good military leader in there, knows his stuff, and has done a thorough recon on us by now and sees the flank roads as the opening move. They'll hit just before dawn, John said. Hope to catch us sleeping. If I was one of them, Don here flying around would tell me that what's waiting for them has some kind of warning, so they will move fast rather than give us time to prepare. We can pray they're just a mob that overruns by numbers and surprise, but it looks like there are some ex-military with them. Worst case, they got a couple of recon types who know how to figure out the ground, the defenses, the approaches, and formulate the plan of attack. Their advance party is in Old Fort to secure the place for the rest of them later today. I'd bet by late afternoon their advance will start probing, and we've got to meet them forward of the potential line of battle. They see our setup, get a good judgment on our strength, we'll have even more problems holding. They'll lager in Old Fort tonight and tear the place apart, then hit us before dawn.
We'll be prepared, Washington said sharply and stood up.
We feed the troops, then move them into position today. Washington, we've talked about this scenario, so we both know the plans. I want officers' briefing within the hour. Tom, start to evacuate all homes behind our fallback line beyond the old toll road, as we've talked about before. Charlie, I want every citizen who can carry a gun as our reserve. Mr. Barber, I hope you can stay up in the air most of the day. Keep high, though, sir, real high. Just keep an eye on their movements, John said. Washington looked around the room, a thin smile on his face. Charlie, shriveled with emaciation, said nothing, but his gaze communicated volumes. John was now in charge. I think we should get to work, gentlemen, John said. Tom headed back to his car with Don by his side. Washington looked over at John and Charlie.
Gentlemen, I think it's important you join us in chapel and for our meal.
2 hours later, after the officers' briefing and a map exercise, the 1 to 25,000 geological survey maps taken from the small map store in Black Mountain spread out on the table, John felt everyone understood their mission. Several of the platoon leaders were students, Jeremiah and Phil having been promoted to second lieutenants in the 1st and 2nd platoons of Company A. The others were vets from around the town, a good sprinkling of men from Desert Storm, a few from Nam. John walked into the dining hall. Strange. It still looked basically the same. The counter where kids used to get their meal cards swiped with a laser scanner, circular tables, the twin doors leading into the food serving area. It was a room filled with a lot of happy memories and a few poignant ones. This school was unlike what he had expected when he had first come here. He feared that his old commandant, in his rush to get John a job where Mary once lived, had most likely hooked him into some fundamentalist camp meeting. Not that he had any particular objection on a philosophical level as an American, but still he was a Catholic kid from Jersey. His fears could not be farther from the truth. It had turned into the warmest place he had ever worked in. He had been greeted with open arms into a community where friendly intellectual debate was encouraged. Though a few might be a bit judgmental, most were actually very open-minded, saying that was the true spirit of what Christ tried to teach, and not the nuttiness most outside the South believed of them, and all were guided by a desire to put their students first. The school was better than John ever imagined, and now, at this moment, he realized yet again just how much he loved them all, especially the kids, now sitting at the tables, decked out in camo gear, weapons stacked along the walls. The tradition with faculty was not to eat segregated off, but rather to join a table with their students, laugh, debate, argue, tease, stimulate. Mary had attended this college her first year before transferring to far more competitive Duke, and coming here was coming home for her. Several of the professors had even taught her long ago. Towards the end, she often came here to join John for lunch, and always kids would gather round their table, and those who fully knew her condition would usually leave her with a kiss to the forehead, an embrace, and, "I'm praying for you every day, ma'am." And then she was gone. But still, in the 4 years afterwards, so many happy days here, of shared meals, of the absolutely ridiculous but still touching dumb skits by the faculty for the senior breakfast the day before their graduation. But now, the cafeteria lines were closed, the food service off to the far side, tables set up near the back door, the grill outside smoking madly with the slabs of bear meat. Most of the students had already taken their plates, each proportion carefully cut, a slab of bear meat, some greens, a cup of herbal tea. That was it. But still a pound or more of meat, while downtown at this moment everyone else was getting thin soup with just a couple ounces of meat mixed in. And yet, in spite of their hunger, they remained restrained. None had yet to cut in. All sat around their tables, talking but not touching the food. John looked over at Charlie. "You will eat," John said sharply. "John?" "Charlie, you will eat." He pushed Charlie forward, and they joined the back of the line. It only took a few seconds before they were handed the plate, the piece of meat already cut. John noticed that the cooking staff actually had a scale behind the carving table, each piece of meat thrown on it before being put on a plate. Maybe the measurement would be off by an ounce or two one way or the other, but still it was a message to stifle any arguments. John followed Washington to a table set directly in front of the now closed doors that had once opened onto the cafeteria line. As they reached their table, the room fell silent, all eyes turned towards them. Without prompting, Reverend Abel stepped forward and offered the blessing and finished, John and a few others making the sign of the cross. But Washington remained standing.
"I am proud of you," Washington said.
The room was absolutely silent, no matter how longingly some looked at the feast before them, a largesse of meat not seen in weeks.
"I am proud of all of you, everyone. Those who are bringing in food for us, especially our marksman Brett Huffman."
Brett, who had dropped the bear, stood up, and there was a round of applause and cheering.
"But also for all the rest of you. Those of you gathering, those of you searching, those of you in jobs some might think unglamorous, the work in the refugee center, the isolation ward, the infirmary, the wood-cutting crews. He looked around the room. Tonight or tomorrow, we face battle. A murmur swept through the room. You've heard the rumors about a group called the Posse. We just received intelligence they are headed this way. No one spoke, but John could see the anxious looks back and forth. There will be battle by this time tomorrow, and some of you will die. I have never lied to you. I never will. Some of you will die. And now he had their attention like never before. You are now soldiers, every one of you. Those of you who trained for it and those who have not. Every student of this college is now mobilized as we previously discussed. Those who are not assigned to our 2 combat companies will fall in as medics, messengers, and in the other jobs you have been trained for. I expect all of you to do your duty as soldiers. Washington turned and started to sit down. Before John even quite realized what he was doing, he stood up. A few had started to cut into their meal, but as he stood, they stopped, looking towards him. Tonight, tomorrow, you will fight. It is tragically the day you grow up, and you will never be able to turn back from. You are the defenders of thousands of people in this town who are now too weak to defend themselves. And now I will be blunt. I will fall silent for a moment, and I want you to look at the meal before you. That food is food sacrificed by others to give you strength to defend them and yourselves. He did fall silent, and no one spoke, nearly all looking down at their plates. Think of, and he actually chuckled sadly, think of how 2 months back we complained about the food here, filled our plates, then tossed half of it out. And now, tonight, you will face men and women who will kill you and everyone else for that piece of meat on your plate you would have thrown out but 2 months back. He hesitated, but knew it had to be said. Or even your own flesh, if they win. Because not 40 miles from here, this evil band is slaughtering human beings for food. There was an uncomfortable stirring. So for everything you eat now, know that but 2 miles from here, down in the town of Black Mountain, 6 died of starvation this morning. Died so you can eat and have strength to survive and defend. He sighed, started to sit down, and then stopped. Some of you were in my classes on military history. You know how we so casually talked of wars past, the suffering, remote. You remember some of the speakers I've brought in, veterans of that generation we now call the greatest generation. He braced himself, looking around the room, and now there were tears in his eyes. Tonight, tomorrow, in years to come, you must be the greatest generation. You must win this fight. Then, remembering all that America was, you must rebuild her, and never forget, he sighed, lowering his head. Never forget. He sat down, and for a moment there was silence. Laura, the girl in the choir, stood up and raised her voice. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Instantly all were standing, singing as well, and never had he heard it sung thus. He looked at them and tried to sing, unable to do so, overcome by emotion. The last stanza finished, a cheer erupted, and all sat down except for Laura. She smiled at John, and 6 of the choir came to join her, and together they started to sing again, even as their comrades ate.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling, from glen to glen and down the mountainside. John lowered his head, gazing at his meal. Perhaps half, maybe a quarter for myself, he thought. The rest for Jen, the kids, and Ginger. The meal done, there was a procession, led by the American flag, the school banner, and their fifer playing, over to the Chapel of the Prodigal, with its famous fresco painted by Ben Long. The service had to be short and to the point, for John had warned Reverend Abel that time was pressing. They had opened with the Lord's Prayer, and just as they finished, the back doors of the chapel opened and in hobbled President Hunt, leaning on the arm of a student for strength. All stood, many with tears in their eyes. President Hunt took the front, standing beneath the painting, and then slowly drew a Bible out of his pocket. "I carried this Bible in Nam," he said, his voice husky, weak. "I held it close the night I was wounded and lost my leg. There is a psalm I read every night I was there, and I wish to share it with you. We call it the Soldier's Psalm, the 91st. He half opened the Bible, but it was obvious he knew the prayer by heart. "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." As he spoke, his voice gained strength. "Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday." It was mid-afternoon when John at last returned home. The entire town was astir, at least those still with the strength to move. Don had flown a second mission and returned with word that the posse was indeed moving, already past Marion. The first skirmish had erupted halfway down the mountain in Swannanoa Gap, ironically not far from where, over 140 years earlier, in perhaps the last battle in the East during the Civil War, Confederate militia had fought to turn back Yankee raiders. The half-dozen advancing up the abandoned paved road had been wiped out near where the old Overlook and hot dog stand had been. Another skirmish erupted along the dirt road farther to the north, long-distance sniping, one student soon dead from it and another missing. In town, those men still with any strength were forming up, deploying into a secondary line. Charlie was in the town hall and fuming with rage. He had called in the report to Asheville, begging for support, and they had written Black Mountain off. They claimed a group was approaching them from the south and had already torched Hendersonville, and there was no defensive bottleneck to keep them back. Everything they had was committed to that direction. Tom reported, though, that Asheville's barrier, just short of exit 53, the narrow bottleneck of the interstate on I-40, was now heavily manned by Asheville militia, but they were not coming forward to help pitch in. Black Mountain and Swannanoa were on their own, Asheville most likely figuring they could take the blow, and if the invaders were repulsed, that would be great. If the defenders were overrun, the opposition would be so weakened that they would not have the strength for a final push. Payback, perhaps, for the defiance over the refugees, even though Charlie had warned that if the town fell, the last thing he would do would be blow the water main, and Asheville be damned. At 3 p.m, the militia, like something out of long ago, had marched through the town, Pfeiffer in the lead wearing his Union képi and blue jacket, playing Yankee Doodle over and over, complete as well to a drummer from the high school and a flag-bearer, forming a tableau like the old painting. The street was lined with starving civilians who cheered them and wept as they passed. A few could remember such parades from 60 years past, and could not help but wonder at this, the sight in their own hometown of kids marching off, as from long ago, to fight others who but 2 months back were part of the same country. Their training uniforms of college blue were now replaced with camo, donated by civilians of the town, a mixed lot of hunting gear, some military surplus, some of it way too big for the smaller girls in the ranks, but still it lent a military air. Some of the vets in the ranks sported helmets, and more than a few of them were toting firearms that would have triggered an ATF raid in the old days. A couple of Thompsons, AK-47s, street sweepers, a frightful-looking 50-caliber sniper rifle, and a number of exotic-looking assault rifles. Piled in the back of a truck were satchel charges, some primitive mines, and hundreds of tin cans packed with scrap metal and a blasting charge, to be lit with a match then thrown. Making them had been a tricky business, and one student had been killed and 2 wounded just after church service while packing a grenade when the charge went off. It was indeed like something from long ago, John thought, watching as they came down Black Mountain Road and turned onto State Street, heading east to the Gap. He stood to attention at the corner and saluted, standing thus until the last of the 2 companies of infantry and the company of auxiliary supports had passed. Though it was a solemn moment, he caught the eye of more than one of his former students, a flash of a smile, a subtle wave, as if somehow they were still kids play-acting, even as they toted rifles, shotguns, satchel charges, homemade bazookas, and grenades. He and Washington had nearly come to blows, arguing about the plan, and for a few moments John felt that the 2 months of Washington calling him colonel had been nothing more than tradition and play-acting. And yet, in the end, Washington had at last deferred, though he warned it would triple their casualties and maybe cost them the war. After the passage of the militia up to the Gap, John then briefed the hundreds of civilian volunteers, some barely able to stand, as to their task and where to deploy, while Charlie made sure that 2 precious cattle would be taken up to the front, and there slaughtered and cooked, with all being able to fill their stomachs before the fight. Keller had pitched a fit over that, claiming it was better they went in with empty stomachs in case of gut wounds, but Washington and John had won out. Better to lose some that way than have half the army collapse from hunger pains. The last few precious bottles of vitamins had been pulled out, and each combatant swallowed a double dose as well. Carl was leading down over 500 more from Swannanoa, those still able to heft a gun and fight. John finally felt that he had time to get away and get his family out. Their home was on what was being defined now as the front line, and he had decided to move his family back up into the cove near the college. Jen's home, though abandoned for nearly 2 months, was still intact, though scavenged through, with a door broken along with some windows. He pulled into his driveway, and with all that had happened he realized that he had left but 9 hours before. The 2 bodies were still out on the deck. The meat wagon had not come. In the heat they were now drawing swarms of flies. Jen stood in the doorway, and as he got out of the car, Ginger came up, head lowered, whimpering, almost scared, and Jennifer flung herself into his arms. "Daddy!" and she started to cry. He suddenly realized that he had become so preoccupied with the approach of the posse that he had all but forgotten what had transpired here just this morning. Jen came up to him, and the look in her eyes told him something was wrong. Had there been more of them? "Everyone okay?" John gasped. "Yes, we're okay." "Thank God." "You look beat, John." "I really can't explain much now, Jen, but we only have an hour to pack up and move out. We're moving up to your house." "Why, for God's sake?" "There's going to be a fight here by tomorrow. We're evacuating everyone on both sides of the highway." "John, we all need to sit down and talk." He felt Jennifer still in his arms. He hugged her. "I'm sorry about Zach, sweetie. He was a brave doggy. The best." "I know, Daddy." "John, there's something else," Jen said. He looked at her. "John, come inside with me, please." Too much was happening, and her tone set him to a near panic. Was it something about Jennifer? He broke her embrace and looked at her. Her features, though pinched and yellow, had not changed much. "Jennifer, honey, I think Ginger needs to play," Jen said. Her voice was not a suggestion, and Jennifer registered it. "Okay, Grandma. And make sure she stays away from those bodies out on the deck." The way Jen said it, the message of those words, struck John as yet another breakdown. Tell your kid to go out and play with the dog, but stay away from the men Daddy had shot during the night, because your beloved Golden might suddenly look at them as a meal. He followed Jen into the living room. Elizabeth and Ben were sitting together on the sofa holding hands, and somehow at that instant, John knew. To his surprise, Michaela was standing in the corner of the room, half-turned, looking at him. Elizabeth looked up at him and took a deep breath. "Daddy, I'm pregnant." Absolutely thunderstruck, he couldn't speak. He looked at Ben, whose arm was now protectively around Elizabeth's shoulder. Ben tried to look him straight in the eye and then lowered his gaze. John turned away, fearful of what he might say or do, lit another cigarette, and walked to the bay window. Jen came up to his side. Behind him, Elizabeth started to cry, and Ben was whispering to her. "John?" It was Jen standing by his side, whispering. "For God's sake, John, do the right thing." He turned and looked back. "How?" was all he could say, and he instantly realized the absurdity of it. At 16, Elizabeth already so looked like her mother, and he remembered when they met she was 20, he was 21. Of course he knew how. But this was his baby girl, who used to smother him with smoochies and say she would love him forever. He walked towards them, and to his horror he saw fear in Elizabeth's eyes. Ben then stood up. "Sir, if there's blame, it's mine." His voice was trembling and broke into an adolescent squeak. "It's my fault, not hers." "No, Ben, both of us." She stood up and put her arm around him. "Daddy, we love each other." He slowly sat down, shaking his head. "My God," he sighed. "Your kid's in high school, college ahead." "Not any more," Elizabeth said. And now there was some strength to her voice. "Daddy, that's all over now. All over." He looked up at her. She had always been slender, like her mom, but was even more so now. Though he didn't want to say it, he did. "Maybe the lack of food. Maybe that's why you're late." "No, John." And for the first time Michaela spoke. "I found a test kit. It's positive. She's going to have a baby." As she said the word baby, Elizabeth and Ben, like so many across the ages, looked at each other and smiled. John looked at them. Again, how slender she was, losing weight. Though he was a Catholic, even a non-practicing one, the thought of abortion flickered, even though it was anathema to him. Having this baby might kill her. "I need to think," John said, and stood up, heading to his office. He stopped at the doorway and then looked back. "We have to evacuate in 1 hour, so start packing." He couldn't say any more and left the room. He sat down at his desk, the bottle behind it gone, damn it. He fumbled in his breast pocket and pulled out the smokes. He took one out and lit it. Numbed, he looked out the window, at the backyard where Jennifer was throwing a stick to Ginger, who, though moving slowly, still was trying to play. "John?" He looked up. It was Michaela. "Am I intruding?" "Yes and no." "Can I join you?" He nodded, and she took the chair by his desk. "What are you thinking?" she asked. He sighed. "The whole world has gone to hell. You know I killed 2 men this morning." "I saw the bodies, and they deserved it." "And Zach?" "I'm sorry, John, about him. He died well, though." John lowered his head. Was it only hours ago, he thought. There's a barbarian horde coming this way, and by tomorrow they might overrun us. If they do, all this will be moot. Jennifer out there will be dead. If lucky, you and Elizabeth dead, all of us dead. The country, dead.
That's why you have to accept what happened with Elizabeth.
What? She's a kid, Michaela. She was going to be a junior in high school. That son of a... He hesitated. Ben, a senior? My God, Michaela, accept it?
Kids younger than them have been getting pregnant for thousands of years, especially in wartime.
Not my baby.
Yes, your baby.
And she reached out and touched his knee.
Listen, John, you know and I know there isn't much chance, and they know it too. They think they're in love. For God's sake, I hope they are in love. They want that taste of life as much as you did, as I did, as any of us do.
He looked at her and found he couldn't respond.
Give them your blessings. I know it will be hard, but do it. I know the risk she faces as much, maybe more than you do. Give her that blessing for her to carry with her and give her strength.
He saw tears in Michaela's eyes.
She's a good kid, John. You and Mary raised her well. Don't turn this into a moral question now. They were two scared kids, the world going to hell around them. It was all but inevitable it would happen. If not for this damn war, it'd have been different, but it's not. And you have to accept that.
He nodded. Tell Ben to come in here. A moment later, Ben was at the door, standing straight, eyes wide. John motioned for him to come into his office. Sir, you can do what you want to me, sir. Just don't blame your daughter. And at that moment, John softened. He could see the kid half expected to see a shotgun or face a damn good thrashing. He had the guts to take it. You love my daughter?
More than anything in the world, sir.
Well, so do I. Her and Jennifer.
I know that, sir.
John nodded. He didn't want to think too much further about how Ben loved her. No father really would, but John could see that, though 17, Ben was trying to be a man at this moment, and would have to be a man in the days to come. John stood up, hesitated, then extended his hand.
Thank you, sir.
And Ben's voice cracked a bit. John nodded. Just don't call me Dad yet, he finally said. I'm not ready for that.
Yes, sir.
He knew Elizabeth in the next room had heard the exchange, and she came through the doorway and flung herself into his arms.
Thank you, Daddy.
Now he did fill up. Her voice still sounded like his little girl. He saw Jennifer standing in the doorway as well, smiling.
So, you're not going to kill them?
Jennifer asked, and that broke the tension for the moment. No, of course not, sweetie.
Okay.
And she was gone. He felt there was some sort of ritual required now, and as Elizabeth slipped out of his arms, he took her hand and placed it in Ben's hand. Once the next few days are over, well, since our priest disappeared, we'll ask Reverend Black to do the marriage. Elizabeth smiled and leaned against Ben's shoulder. But we got other worries now. Like I said, we're leaving this house within the hour. Girls, you better pack what you can fit into the car. Ben, get down to your family and tell them to get out as well. Have them come up to the cove for now. They can stay with us if need be. Elizabeth and Ben looked at each other. You can do your goodbyes later. There isn't time to waste. Tell your folks I'll drive your family up to the cove in an hour, so be ready. He hesitated, and suddenly it truly hurt what he was about to say next. Ben, we're going to be attacked, most likely early tomorrow morning. You'll have to fall in with the town reserve guard.
Yes, sir?
Elizabeth started to cry.
Daddy, can't he stay with us in the cove?
Absolutely not, Ben replied forcefully. She looked at Ben and then back at John, eyes filled with tears. It's his duty now, John said softly.
Ben looked at Elizabeth, hesitated, then kissed her lightly on the lips. "I'll see you later, sweetheart." She couldn't reply, hugging him fiercely. "Elizabeth, go help your grandmother and Jennifer pack." She hesitated. Ben broke free from her embrace. "I'll be okay, sweetheart. Go on now." Crying, she left the room, and Ben turned back to face John. John opened his gun cabinet, scanned the weapons, and pulled out one of his best, an M1 carbine. "You know how to load and handle this? Remember, sir, you took me shooting with it last year?" John checked the clip. It was full, and there was a box of extra ammunition for it. "Take this. You're going to need it." Ben nodded. "Report to Charlie Fuller. Tell him I've assigned you to be one of his runners." "Sir, you are not keeping me back, are you?" John lied with a shake of his head. "You'll be in the middle of it, son." Ben nodded solemnly, hefting the carbine and looking at it. "Let me help Elizabeth first, if you don't mind, sir." "Sure, you got a few minutes." He looked at John, eyes solemn. "If anything happens to me, sir," John forced a smile. "You'll be okay, Ben. Now go help Elizabeth." "Yes, sir." Ben left the room, and Michaela was standing at the doorway, smiling. "You did the right thing," she said. "Let me think about it." To his surprise, she came up and kissed him on the lips. "I better get up to the conference center and evacuate the folks there. From what I just heard, I assume that will be in the middle of it?" John nodded. "I'll drive you up there. Charlie should be sending up some vehicles to get people out. We're evacuating everybody from here clear back to the town. Once you get your patients out, report to Doc Keller. I think you'd be most useful there." "Is it going to be bad?" John nodded again. "Real bad, I think." She squeezed his hand and went back to help the girls pack up. He looked around. What to take? The guns, of course. 7 rifles, including the original Civil War Springfield and the replica Hawkins 50 flintlock. Throw them in the trunk of the car for now. He scanned his office. What to take? The portrait of Mary, of course. And as he picked it up, he thought of Michaela in the next room. Neither would mind, he realized with a sad smile. He took the picture out of its frame and slipped it into his pocket. He then checked the loads in the Glock and the shotgun and shouted for his family to get moving. Chapter 10. The entire mountainside, north and south of the interstate, was burning. He gazed at the inferno, feeling nothing, even though his home was somewhere within that blaze. Scattered shots still rang out. A holdout band of the posse was barricaded inside a single-story house facing the interstate on a side road a couple of 100 yards back from the gap. It was a key position because it looked down on both the interstate and the flanking approach of the abandoned paved road and the railroad. 2 of his militia sprinted towards the building, approaching it from a blind spot where a truck was parked. They crawled under the truck, came out on the other side, and rolled up against the side of the building. One opened her backpack. The other took out a Zippo, flicked it to life, and touched the fuse. Inside was a 10-pound charge of black powder, packed into 3-inch PVC pipe, nails mixed in. The girl stood up and threw it through the smashed window, then collapsed backwards, shot in the chest. He could hear screaming inside the building, someone standing up trying to throw the backpack out, a fusillade of fire dropping him. The explosion seemed to tear off the side of the house. With harsh, guttural screams, a dozen militia were up, charging, pushing through the wreckage and into the smoke-filled house. Seconds later, several posse poured out the front door. None made it more than a dozen feet. 2 more houses to go at the top of the ridge. A couple of dozen holdouts within, surrounded now on all sides. A barrage of Molotov cocktails rained onto the buildings. From within one there were bursts of automatic weapons fire. The assault teams waited. In just 8 hours they were veterans. No dumbass heroics, no follow-me charges.
One of the buildings finally started to burn, and then the second, suppressive fire pouring in through every window to keep those within down. It took 10 minutes, a dozen more Molotovs tossed against the side of the wooden structure to feed the flames, which finally went into the eaves of the house. It was ablaze now, screaming from inside. The front door burst open and the militia was waiting. Half a dozen were gunned down as they came out. The last two were women, falling to their knees, hands up. No one fired, and they crawled away from the inferno, then fell on their faces, crying for mercy. One house left, the one with the automatic fire. John, watching the fight, had a gut sense of who was in there. He picked up a megaphone. "I want prisoners from that house," he shouted. The house was ablaze. "Come out, and we won't shoot," John shouted. Seconds later, the door burst open and 6 men and a woman staggered out, throwing weapons aside. "Down on your knees, hands over heads." They did as ordered, and the student militia circled in around them. The thunder of the battle was dying away now. A burst of shots from down near the second railroad tunnel, a volley from up on Rattlesnake Mountain, the louder sound now, the forest fire, sweeping both sides of the interstate, driven by a westerly breeze. He looked around. Some of the militia coming out from cover, standing up cautiously, looking around, most ducking when a sniper round zinged down from the ridge atop the pass. It was greeted seconds later with an explosive roar of fire, and then silence. One of the militia then standing atop the ridge, rifle held high, waved the all clear. John rose up from the side of the bridge over the interstate, walked around to the side, and slid down the slope and onto the pavement of the interstate, his action almost a signal that the war was over. Dozens more were standing, dazed, silent. He looked up the road to the pass but 100 yards away. It was a road paved with horrors. At nearly every step there were bodies twisted into the contortions that only the dead could hold, rivulets of blood pouring off the road into the storm gutters. It was a seething mass as well, hundreds of wounded. He turned and looked back down the highway towards exit 66 and raised his megaphone. "Medics! Bring up the medics now!" They had been waiting several hundred yards to the rear while the last of the posse were wiped out from the ridge, which they had successfully seized in the opening round of the fight. There must have been someone local with them, either willing or unwilling. 2 hours before dawn, 50 of them had emerged on the little-used Kazuma Trail, known only to hikers and mountain bikers, a path that led from the Piedmont below to the highest point on the crest overlooking the interstate and the flanking roads. Seizing the half-dozen houses up there, wiping out the defenders in a matter of minutes, they had enfilading fire down onto the gap itself, with the defenders there pinned, unable to fire back. Minutes later, the main assaults came in. 50 vehicles up the flanking road, men and women on foot going through the railroad tunnel, and a column of nearly 200 vehicles roaring up from Old Fort, led by a diesel truck with a snowplow mounted to the front. The forward barrier fell, and then the next fallback position, where he was standing now, the bridge over the highway, since the houses above were perfect positions to fire down on it. Though they were caught off guard by the surprise seizure of the houses and ridge above the gap, the rapid retreat had been part of his and Washington's plan all along. Washington was a superb Marine, a superb trainer and leader, but John did realize now that all the crap about his being colonel, Washington had been right on that, too. Washington's plan was a classic defense on the high ground, and John had vetoed it. "Almost as bad as losing would be our winning too easily," he had said. "We repulse them at the crest, they'll take losses, retreat, and then do one of two things. Either head off somewhere else, or wait until the time is right and get us, and I think it would be the latter. Whoever is leading that band cannot afford even a single defeat. His own people will turn on him, kill him, and then come back yet again." John's worst nightmare was that after a sharp defeat, the posse would pull back to Old Fort, simply spread out a bit, loot, probe, and keep them on guard 24 hours a day, and wait them out. They'd make a mistake. There'd be a weak spot. The enemy would catch a guard asleep, attack the position at night in the middle of a storm. No, John wanted them over the ridge, let them take the gap, and then to lure them into a classic killing ground. The mountains to either side can give us a canny or a classic Mongol envelopment, he argued. And students who had taken his classes and were now officers sitting in on the planning just the day before instantly grasped it. Once in, I want them all in, and then I don't want one of them to get out alive. It was the plan that Washington warned would triple their casualties, but John argued in so doing they would annihilate the posse rather than just drive it back with the threat of a return. The tragedy was that the 1st Platoon of Company A guarding the gap was cut off in the opening move and not one of them made it out. That had nearly triggered a rout as the survivors of the 2nd Platoon gave way too quickly at the 2nd defensive line, the bridge at Exit 66 and the nursing home overlooking it. It had been near run then. The attackers swarming forward, sensing victory, pushing hard, squeezing in where Route 70 ran within feet of the interstate, the very place where John had first met Michaela, her Beamer now upended and piled into the defensive barrier line across the main line of defense, where the interstate curved up on a bridge that crossed the railroad tracks. It was a bridge poorly designed for traffic. Every ice storm, someone always spun out on that bridge, but if whoever had designed it was thinking of a battle, it was superb. It was like a hill with no flanks to worry about. Atop the bridge, a clear field of fire for a mile back up the road. Behind the bridge, a sharp slope up to where the old town water tank was, another superb position, and the flank there protected by a wide cut through the forest for the passage of high-tension lines, thus creating an open killing field against any of the posse trying to get to the tower. And then the trap itself. Concealed up on each flanking ridge, back near the gap, Company B, armed with the best long-range weapons the town could provide, high-powered deer rifles with scope mounts. Every house to either side of the interstate, several hundred homes, including his own and a trailer park, were rigged to burn, buckets of gas placed within each. Students who were not trained as soldiers were now pressed into service so that when the signal was given, the siren on the fire truck sounding off combined with signal rockets, they were to go into action, moving fast on mountain bikes or mopeds, setting each house ablaze. He had bet on the usual breeze picking up through the gap as the air farther down below in the Piedmont heated and began to rise, drawing down air from the pass in a cool, continual breeze. Luck was on their side as well, in that it had been a tinder dry summer. The hundreds of fires merged together into an inferno, acting as the blocking force on each flank, flames driving eastward, cutting off retreat except back onto the interstate or the railroad, which were now kill zones. At the other end of the box, to the west at the interstate bridge, waited what was left of Company A. Along with them, every citizen of the town who could carry a gun, concealed behind the reverse slope. It had been a bloodbath. Once his outer defenses fell, the second wave of the posse swarmed in, hundreds of vehicles pressing over the crest and, as John hoped, undisciplined enough that, sensing victory, they were now just rushing forward to start the looting and slaughter. The fight at the bridge had almost been like something from the Civil War. Hundreds of men and women rising up from concealment, leveling rifles and blazing away, shredding everything in front of them. Posse vehicles crashed into the barrier line and the fighting had turned hand to hand. And then, along the opposite slopes, fires ignited and began to spread, and as the last of the vehicles crossed in, Mallody's team shut the back door, using the 2 automatic weapons provided by Tom, complete with 6,000 rounds of ammunition, backed up by citizens who had produced illegal weapons and students armed with a couple hundred of the dangerous homemade grenades. The force on the bridge had nearly given way, though. For several crucial minutes, John had been down, knocked out by an explosion. But someone had rallied the ill-trained backup force, and they were charging forward, regardless of loss. All that was left then was the killing, the closing in of the box, and when cornered, their opponents knew their fate and fought with a mad frenzy. This was not the type of fight where surrender was a way out, and they knew it. There would be no escape for them, no pulling back to wait and to then lunge back days or weeks later. They were all going to die this day, and tragically, for Black Mountain and Swannanoa, it was going to cost dearly to do that killing. Washington had warned of that before the battle, suggesting a false escape path for the routed who could then be hunted down later in a second killing zone farther down the mountain. But there was no other way, John realized. If they left an escape valve, a sound idea with a well-trained force but risky with the assets he now had, the surviving posse just might break through and indeed escape. And then it could be months of a bitter guerrilla war against the vengeful survivors. It had turned into 7 horrid hours of taking ground back, a step at a time, a bloody step at a time. The medics were coming forward at the double. Wounded from earlier in the attack who had managed to hide and not get murdered, those wounded in the relentless push back, lay by the hundreds along the road. From up on the south side, the fire was rolling eastward and screams could be heard, those trapped up there and now burning to death. It made John think of the Battle of the Wilderness in 1864. One could read of that fight in the history books and feel remote somehow. Not now. Even if they were all posse burning up there, it was horrific. And behind him, Tom's men now came, deployed out in open order, and every few feet one would stop, lower his pistol, and fire. The posse wounded were to be summarily executed, and that was a task John wanted the police and older men of the town to do, not his own kids. They were hardened now, but he never wanted them that hard. John slowly walked up the sloping road towards the crest, and at last found him. A knot of students gathered round his body, heads lowered, some weeping. Washington Parker was dead, killed in the opening minutes of the fight. The way he lay here seemed almost Christ-like, arms spread wide. Heartbreakingly, a young female student, dead as well, nestled under his arm, as if in his final seconds he was trying to protect or comfort her. Or maybe it had been the other way around. Washington had insisted upon being in the front line, arguing with John that the kids needed him there especially to be led in the difficult task of feigning withdrawal, and along with the rest of the first platoon, Washington had not come back. John had held a hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Washington had managed to hole up someplace, but knew it was unlikely. John drew closer. The man died as he would have wanted, John realized, leading his men from the front, and John felt guilt, having fought the battle from the rear line as a commander. Washington's soldiers were slowly filing by, battle-shocked kids, actually, faces strained, sweat-soaked, more than a few bandaged, coming down now out of the flanking hills and up the interstate, gathering in and all now filing past their sergeant. As each passed, they slowed, and John watched them, hearing their whispered farewells. "Thank you, sir. Be with God now, sir." "I'm sorry, sir." With frightful intensity, it reminded John of the famous column written by Ernie Pyle back in World War II about the death of a beloved officer and how his men reacted. One of the girls knelt down, touched Washington's face, and then walked on. Some were silent, some offered a prayer or thank you. Others swore, out of pain and bitterness. John fell in with them and walked up. All he could do was come to attention, salute, and then move on. The sentimental side of him was dead at this moment, still in shock. He'd cry for Washington later on, alone. More shots from behind, the sound of the horn of a Volkswagen bus honking as it sped off, weaving around the wreckage, hauling wounded back to the main hospital in town. More vehicles backing up, the old farm trucks, the diesel truck, now rigged to a flatbed so that several dozen could be loaded aboard at once. "John?" He saw Michaela coming forward, and without thought he grabbed hold of her tightly. She began to shudder with tears. "Thank God. There was a rumor you were dead." He shook his head. Yes, his face was burned. The posse actually had made up some primitive bazookas, fired from pipes welded to several trucks, and a round had detonated on the bridge, knocking him unconscious for a couple of minutes. She broke from his embrace and stepped back, holding up her hand. "Track my finger with your eyes," she said, moving it back and forth, staring at him closely. "John, you might have a concussion, and you got some second-degree burns." "The hell with that now. Take care of the others." She nodded, stepped back, and went over to one of the wounded, a girl, a volleyball player from the school. She was crying, curled up, clutching her stomach. John watched as Michaela knelt down, brushed the girl's forehead, spoke a few soothing words, and then, with an indelible ink pen, wrote 3 on the girl's forehead. Michaela leaned over, kissed the girl gently, and then got up and went to a boy lying by the girl's side. The boy's leg was crushed below the knee, and he or someone else had slapped a tourniquet on him. He was unconscious. Michaela put a finger to his throat to check his pulse, wrote 1 on his forehead, and stood up. "A 1? Here, now!" she shouted. A stretcher team sprinted up, one of the boys looking down at the girl shot in the stomach and slowing, and John could see the agony in his face. The two had dated a year ago, in fact had been something of the couple until she broke it off. At a small college, everyone knew about the lives of the others, sometimes not so good, sometimes rather nice. "Over here! This one, here! Move it!" Michaela shouted. The boy, tears streaming down his face, was pushed forward by the girl at the back of the stretcher. They loaded on the boy with the mangled leg, turned, and started to sprint back down the road. Michaela was already up to the next wounded, pen in hand. She was now, as the ancients might have said, the chooser of the slain. 1 for priority treatment, 2 for delay till all 1s were taken care of, 3 simply meant they were going to die, and effort was not to be expended on them for now. None of the student soldiers going into the fight knew about this triage, though the students assigned as medics did, as did all who were now helping to clear the battlefield. But it did not take long for the receivers of this to figure it out. A girl was lying in the ditch against the median barrier, multiple gunshot wounds having stitched her body. Michaela barely paused to look at her, wrote a 3 on her forehead, and moved on. The girl looked at John, crying, "What did she write? What did she write?" John knelt down by her side. It was a wonder she was still alive. The gunshot wound to her upper thigh having shattered her femur. How the femoral artery was not torn was beyond him. She was also shot through the chest and stomach, blood frothing her lips. He didn't recognize her, most likely a freshman who had yet to take his class. "She wrote 2, sweetheart," he lied. "Others worse hurt than you. Help will be along shortly." She tried to smile, to nod, but was already beginning the gentle slide into the night. John leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. "Go to sleep now, honey. You'll be okay." She reached out and snatched his hand, her grip remarkably strong. "Daddy," she whispered. "Daddy, help me." "Daddy's here." She began to shake uncontrollably. "Now I lay me down to sleep," he whispered. "I pray the Lord my soul to keep." She mouthed the words. The shuddering stopped. She was dead. John brushed the hair from her sweat-soaked forehead, kissed her again, then gently released her grip and turned away. Distant shots echoed from the hills and more closely from behind as Tom's men continued to kill the posse wounded. Ahead, smashed into the side of the gap, was the smoldering wreckage of Don Barber's recon plane. During the worst moments of the fight, John had seen Barber fly over, coming in low, tossing satchel charges, taking out one of their tractor-trailer trucks, and then suddenly wing over and go in. John had specifically ordered Don not to tangle in the fight, to stay high, to keep doing recon, and in the opening hours he had done just that, flying up, observing, swooping back down over the town hall and dropping a note attached to a streamer, with the latest update regarding the enemy moves, then going back out. The info had been crucial, keeping John posted on which direction the posse was pouring in from, and, most important, knowing when their full force had been committed before the closing of the trap. But as he had feared all along, Don could not stay out of the fight, and had decided at last to play the role of ground support fighter. Don Barber was tangled into the wreckage, dead. He was wearing his old uniform from the Korean War. John slowed, saluted him, then pushed on. A line of prisoners was being led along the westbound side of the road, hands tied behind backs, all roped together, roughly 30 of them, including the last survivors flushed out of the burning house. A guard leading them looked over at John, and he motioned for them to move towards the truck stop at the top of the pass, the place he was heading. The truck stop was actually a turn-off lane at the very top of the crest, a mandatory pullover for all commercial vehicles, especially 18-wheelers. Trucks that pulled in were not allowed to proceed until the drivers had examined the map of the long descent that marked out runaway truck lanes for vehicles that might lose their brakes on the way down. A traffic light was hung across the lane, timed to let trucks through at safe intervals or to stop them completely if there should be an accident farther down the mountain. Of course, all that was now in the distant past. To the good fortune of the town, at the start of the crisis, one of the trucks stalled there had been loaded with snack crackers, but those were long gone as well. It had been the command post for the barrier line, established what seemed to be an eternity ago, and was now where so many were heading, as if by instinct. John continued on the road, several students falling in around him, all with weapons poised, acting as a guard. There had been a student assigned to him early, but that young man had been killed back by the exit 65 ramp, taken down by the blast that had knocked John unconscious. The prisoners were herded over into the truck lane, where a couple dozen more prisoners waited. As the second group approached, those already there looked over anxiously. Some stood up, staring at the short, slender man in the lead. White, gray hair cut loose, tattooed arms, ugly face twisted up from what looked to be an old knife wound. One of the final group flushed out of the burning house. Malady, still alive, arm in a blood-soaked sling, came up to John. John smiled and extended his hand, which Kevin clutched with his left. "Good job, Kevin. Damn good." "I lost a lot of kids, though," he replied sadly. "It got real ugly once these bastards knew they were cornered. Kids were reluctant at first to shoot somebody who was down and looked dead or badly wounded, but they learned real quick." His voice trailed off. He looked at the young soldier standing around, gazing cold-eyed at the prisoners. "You interrogate any of them?" "Oh, yeah, they're spilling their guts, pointing at each other. Everyone claiming they were forced into it. That piece of shit over there is their leader." Kevin looked over at the ugly man. "Amazingly, that bastard is the leader. Apparently a big drug player in Greensboro, contact guy for major shipments of coke and heroin coming up from Florida. He might look soft, but they're all scared of him, even the worst of the lot. They say he claimed to have the inside line with Satan himself, that God had abandoned America and Satan now ruled, and he was the appointed one sent from hell to pave the way for Satan's reign over America. The stories about cannibalism? John asked. Kevin nodded and spat. They're all true. John walked over to the leader, who gazed at him, and then actually smiled. So, let me guess. You're the general here? John did not reply. Masterful plan. I bet you're the professor, aren't you? I heard about you yesterday from a prisoner we took. A sweet girl she was, captured her yesterday. John froze. The girl they had most likely lost in the skirmishing on the dirt road. I see a touch of military history in this fight. The La Drang Valley, perhaps. Lure in, get close up, and envelop. Saw it in that movie, and on the History Channel. And you walked right into it, John said sarcastically. Yes, I did. Indeed I did. I guess he decided it thus. He? Satan, of course. The man turned and looked at the other prisoners. Did I not tell you that if you failed to offer your souls to him fully and in all things he would abandon you? Now you are indeed doomed to the fiery pit of hell. For God has cursed this world, and because you failed me, Satan shall turn away from thee as well. Your reign by his side will be replaced by eternal punishment for your lack of faith. These dogs will show you no mercy. Rather than feasting tonight on their flesh as Satan wished for you, instead you will be carrion for the dogs and crows. Or perhaps, he looked over shiftily at John, they will feast on your flesh. John, his Glock half raised, was tempted to blow the man's brains out right there. The other prisoners looked at him wide-eyed. Some started to cry, others knelt down, heads lowered, resigned to their fate. It was so damn strange, John thought, how sometimes the most unlikely, an ugly little man like this one, could hold such power. He had a tremendous command presence, his voice sweet, rich, carrying power. So strange how some had that, could spout utter insanity, and others would follow blindly. Cannibals, John said coldly. The man looked up at him, face twisted into a smile that almost seemed warm and friendly. My friend, you know enough about what has happened to know that this nation is doomed, except for those chosen few with the strength to live. The flesh of the weak is the holy sacrament to us, the living, to survive and to have strength, to allow us our triumph of the will. He looked away from John and back to his surviving followers. For I have walked up and down and to and fro across the land, and have considered this country that once was. Remove thy hand from it, protect it not, and the land that once worshipped thee will curse thee. And thus it was true, and the land is now indeed cursed, and we are the ones sent forth to cleanse it. He then looked back at John. That girl we captured yesterday, she was indeed sweet. The best I think I've had, well fed before she became our sacrament. You know the natives of New Guinea used to call their foes long pork. Well-fed flesh actually tastes like that. Pork. John raised his Glock, muzzle touching the man's forehead. Go on, you bastard, he whispered. Be like me. Drink my blood once I am dead as I would have drunk yours. I know you are hungry. You do it, and all who follow you will join in, for they are hungry too. John hesitated, then backhanded the man with the muzzle of his pistol, knocking him down. John turned and looked at the hundreds who were now gathered round. You heard it from his own lips. No one spoke. all filled with shock, revulsion. John looked around. "Rope!" One of his students came forward, a coil of rope in hand, the knot already made. John motioned to the aluminum crossbeam that supported the traffic light. The rope went up over the beam. Several already had the man up. He had expected to be shot, and at the sight of the dangling noose he began to struggle, kicking, screaming, as they dragged him over and tightened the rope around his neck. John walked up to him, almost spoke to him, but the hell with that. There would be no last words. "By the power vested in me by the citizens of Black Mountain and Swannanoa, I declare this man to be a condemned criminal, a murderer, an eater of human flesh. He is not even worthy of a bullet." John stepped back. "Hang him." They hoisted him up, and it took several long minutes of spasmodic kicking before he finally died. His followers watched, terrified. Several fell to their knees and started to cry that they had repented and wished to be saved, one calling for a priest to hear his confession. John looked at them and then turned away. He saw Tom standing there, grim-faced. "Hang as many as you can. Shoot the rest of the bastards. I want a sign painted onto the side of the truck over there. Cannibals." Tom nodded, and within minutes 6 more were hoisted up. The others now saw their fate. There were screams, pleas, and John stood there silent, watching. "John?" Michaela was by his side. "For God's sake, a couple of them aren't much more than kids. Most likely got sucked into this. Stop it." He didn't speak. "John, this is a lynching now. This is out of control. It's what you tried to stop this town from becoming. Look at us." He looked down at her and then back around at his young soldiers, the townspeople who had fought, and saw the savage light on more than one face. 10 of the prisoners were led away from the side of the truck stop, most pleading, screaming, and were shot. Their bodies were tossed over the railing, dropping down the sheer cliff to shatter on the rocks below. A minute later, another 10 were shot, their deaths greeted with angry shouts of approval. And it was as if, at that moment, a film was winding through John's memory. Old, grainy film. Russians hanging from makeshift gallows in that cold winter of 1941. The etchings of Goya, Spanish prisoners pleading, holding up their hands as French soldiers of Napoleon gunned them down. Naked prisoners being led to a pit by the SS, kneeling down, shot, bodies tumbling forward. It was the face of war, of all wars, and now it was here, and it was us against ourselves, John thought, as we fought for the last scrap of bread and now even for the bodies of the dead. There were 8 left. Tom's men picking them up, dragging them to the edge of the ravine. John stepped forward, Glock out, and Tom, seeing him approach, stepped back, assuming that John was reasserting his old position as the town's executioner. He looked at the 8. Several stood defiant, the same as the punk with the snake tattoo long ago. John looked into their eyes, wondering why. Was this inside all of us? He turned and looked back. The hundreds gathered, falling silent, and on more than one he now saw that same cold gaze. And he slowly turned back. Michaela was indeed right. 3 of the prisoners, 1 a girl, were not much more than kids, 14, 15 at most, though all 3 had that distant look of coldness and ice. He wondered if they were like that long before all this had ever started. Gangbangers, as Washington had said, kids who would kill even then and think it a joke. Next to them was a woman in her early 20s, shaking, so terrified that a trickle of urine was running down her leg, pooling at her feet. The next was an old man, eyes vacant, crazed, and beside him was a Hispanic kid, lips moving, the Spanish all but unintelligible, but now obviously praying a Hail Mary. "Kevin," Malady came down to John's side, "get out your knife." Kevin looked at John, hesitated, but then obeyed. The eyes of one of the three defiant men widened. "Shoot me and be done with it," he said coldly. "But not the knife, man." "Cut their bonds." "What?" "I said cut their bonds." Kevin stepped behind each and cut their hands free. None of them moved. John looked back at his students, his neighbors, his friends. "It's over," he said. There was a murmur of complaint from the crowd. "What's to prevent those bastards from coming back tonight and trying to cut our throats?" John shook his head. "I was wrong." "For killing them?" someone shouted. "They killed our wounded without mercy," a girl cried, one of his students, a girl who had been a Bible major long ago. "And we have killed theirs. Washington and I ordered it because there is not even a fraction of the supplies needed to take care of our own." "Cannibals!" John nodded. "Yes, some undoubtedly yes. I won't bother to ask these because they will lie to save their lives." He wearily shook his head. "I'm stopping it because I started to love it. I hate them. I hate that bastard hanging there more than I've ever hated anyone in my life. But I will not become him. I will not let us become them. Because God save us, we are on the edge of that now, here at this moment." He did not wait for a reply, but turned back to face the prisoners. "I'm not going to go through some bullshit ritual of you swearing to me that you will leave, never return, and repent." The Hispanic boy started to nod his head, went to his knees, and made the sign of the cross repeatedly. "Remember what you saw here. Don't ever come back. All of you, if you survive, will carry the mark of Cain upon you forever for what you've done. If you come across other bands like yours, tell them what happened here, and tell them they will face the same defeat. I ask but one thing. We've given you back your lives. Do not take any more lives, for then you surely will be damned forever." He started to turn away. "Go!" 6 did not hesitate. They simply turned and ran. The boy on his knees looked up at John wide-eyed and moved as if to kiss his feet. He backed away from the boy and motioned for him to get up and leave. "Gracias, señor." He turned and ran off. The young woman, who in her terror had urinated, just stood there, unable to move. "Go," John said softly. "Where?" "Just go." "I'm sorry. God forgive me, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can live now with what I've done. I'm sorry." Sobbing, she turned and slowly walked away. John turned and faced the crowd. "Cut those bodies down," he said, then paused. "Except for their leader. I want a sign under him. Hung as punishment for leading the gang known as the Posse, murderers, rapists, and cannibals. May God have mercy on his soul and all who followed him." John holstered his Glock and walked back to the rest, his soldiers, his neighbors, his friends, parting as he passed, many with heads now lowered. "You were right, John," someone whispered. His soldiers. He looked at them as he passed. Some were now beginning to break down. Post-battle shock, perhaps what had just happened here as well. Some started to cry, turning to lean on one another for support. Others stood silent. More than a few were kneeling, praying, others wandering back now, stopping to roll over a body, then collapsing, crying, hugging a fallen friend. John felt weak, sick to his stomach. "John, let me take you back into town." It was Michaela, who had come up alongside of him, slipping her hand into his. He stopped and embraced her. "Thank you for stopping me," he whispered. "I was out of control." "It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay." She leaned up and kissed him, the gesture startling, for so many were walking by him now, seeing this and respectfully not looking directly at them. He suddenly did feel weak, as if he was about to faint and had to kneel down. "Stretcher!" He looked up and shook his head. "John, you have a concussion. You're suffering from shock. You need to lay down." "I must walk out of here. Just help me." He leaned against her, walking across the battlefield. A battlefield, he thought. Memories of photos of the dead at Gettysburg, bodies lying in the surf at Tarawa, the dead and wounded Marines aboard a tank at Hue. Always photos, but never in a photograph was there the stench. The battlefield stank not just of cordite, but also the coppery smell of blood, feces, urine, vomit, the smell of open raw meat. But this raw meat was human, or once human. Mixed in, the smell of vehicles burning, gasoline, rubber, oil, and horrifying, burning bodies, roasting, bloating, bursting open as they fried. The forest fire to either side of the highway had been a tool of battle but an hour ago. Now it was a forest fire, raging, the heat so intense it could be felt from hundreds of yards away, moving with the westerly breeze, already over the crest of the mountain, moving down into the valley towards Old Fort, bodies, the enemy but also his own, roasting in those flames. Now that it was over, hundreds were moving about looking for loved ones, sons for fathers, mothers for sons, young lovers and friends looking for lost lovers and lost friends. Film. Yet again, film. The scene from the Russian film Alexander Nevsky, after the battle on the ice, the mournful music, the haunting twilight effect of the lighting, wives and mothers weeping, looking for their fallen loved ones. Again, though, this was no film. This was real. A boy, one of the tougher kids from the ball team, collapsing, lifted up the shattered body of a girl, cradling her, screaming, friends standing silent around him, and then suddenly pinning him down as he dropped her, pulled out a pistol, and tried to shoot himself. John staggered on. A line of vehicles on the highway ahead, wounded being loaded onto the flatbed trailer, Michaela motioning for help, hands reaching out, pulling him up, Michaela climbing up by his side. The sound of the diesel rumbling, exhaust smoke. They started to move, picking up speed as they cleared the ramp for exit 65, the driver holding down the horn as the trailer came up State Street, and then stopped in front of the furniture store in the center of town. All the furniture had been moved out, tossed into the street, except for the beds and sofas in the main display room. But the facility was already overflowing. "All ones here!" someone was shouting. "Twos over here!" 4 of the ones, all of them on stretchers, were lifted off and rushed inside. John looked at Michaela. "I need to go in there." "John, it's a concussion. Not too bad, I hope. I think it's best I just get you home and into bed. You should be all right in a week or so. Jen can take care of the burns." "No, I have to go in there. Those are my kids. My soldiers." She didn't argue with him. A couple of townspeople helped him down. The last of the wounded off the truck, the driver revved it up, swung around the turn to Montreat Road, then turned through the parking lot of the town hall complex to race back to the battlefield. John stood outside the door, hesitated, took a deep breath. He let go of her embrace, stepped aside from her, and walked in. He almost backed out, but then froze in place. It was the hardest thing he had ever done in his life up to this moment. Worse than holding Mary as she died. Worse than anything. "Jesus, give me strength," he whispered to himself. and then he walked in. Dozens were on the floor, all with ones marked on their foreheads. Some were crying, others silent, trying to be stoic. Fortunately for some, they were unconscious. Every wound imaginable confronted him. He walked slowly through the room. If any made eye contact, he stopped, forcing a smile. Some he recognized, and he was ashamed of his lifelong inability to remember names. All he could do was bend over, extend a reassuring hand, and kept repeating over and over, "I'm proud of you. Don't worry. They'll have you patched up in no time. Thank you. I'm proud of you." He left that room, and in the next one he truly did recoil, and Michaela came up to his side. He looked at her, wondering how in God's name she had ever handled what he was looking at. The two towns had 9 doctors and 3 veterinarians day one. One had since died. There were 11 tables in the room, and on each was a casualty, and around each was a team at work, the veterinarians as well in this emergency. The anesthesia saved from the vet's offices and the dentist's offices was now in use. He saw Keller at work, and the sight was terrifying. Keller was taking a girl's leg off just above the knee. The knee was nothing but mangled flesh and crushed bone. Her head was rocking back and forth, and she was weeping softly. Horrified, John looked at Michaela. "We're using local for amputations," she whispered. "We have to save the general for the more serious cases." More serious? But he did not need to be told. Head wounds, shattered jaws, chest wounds. Stomach wounds, though, were being triaged off because there were not enough antibiotics to treat them after the operation, if they even survived that. He went up to the girl on the table. She looked up at him, wide-eyed, panicked, eyes like a rabbit that had just been shot, waiting for the final blow, and his heart filled. He knew her. He grabbed her hand. "Laura, isn't it?" "Oh, God, I can feel it," she gasped. "Hang on," John said. The sound was terrifying. Keller was now cutting the bone with a saw. John spared a quick glance down. It was a hacksaw, most likely taken from the hardware store. My God, they didn't even have the right surgical tools. "Oh, God!" John squeezed her hand tight, leaning over, looking at her. "Look at me, Laura. Look at me." She gazed up at him. "Laura, remember your song, Try to Remember?" "The kind of September. Jesus, please help me." The sound of sawing stopped. Someone assisting Keller lifted the severed leg off the table. Keller stepped back from the table. "Nurse, tie off the rest." He pulled aside his surgical mask and looked over at John, then down at Laura. "Laura, honey, the worst is over," Keller said. "We'll give you another shot of painkiller shortly." Sobbing, she nodded, John barely able to let go of her hand. Keller looked at John as they turned away. "We're out of painkiller except for some oxycodone," he whispered. "God save her and all these kids." Keller tore off the latex gloves and let them drop to the floor. "Nurse, I'm taking 5 minutes. Prep the next one." John felt guilty leaving Laura, but Keller motioned for him to follow him out of the operating room. "John?" It was Michaela. "I'm needed here now. I'm finished with triage up at the Gap." He nodded to her, but she was already turned away, motioning for an assistant to pour some rubbing alcohol on her hands. John, following Keller, walked past the other operating bays. The floor was slick with blood, and as John looked down, he was stunned to see that it was covered with sawdust, an assistant throwing more down on the floor even as the doctors continued to operate. As they passed the last table, one of the doctors, a woman, stepped back. "God damn it!" She tore off her gloves, stepped back, and leaned against the wall, sobbing. and then looked over at John, glaring at him as if he had intruded into a world that he should never have ventured into. Two assistants lifted the body off the table, the boy's chest still laid wide open from her frantic attempt to save him. Keller took John by the arm and led him out of the room.
"A friend of her daughter's," he whispered. "They were neighbors."
The next room was set up as a post-op, barely any floor space left. There was a precious small supply of plasma that had been saved from the clinic over in Swannanoa. Half a dozen bottles were hooked up, not necessarily to those who needed it the most, but instead to those for whom a single bottle could ensure survival. Some volunteers from the town who had not been in the fight were now sacrificing their own lives. They had volunteered to donate blood. In their weakened state, not more than half a pint would be drawn, but even that was too much for so many of them. But they volunteered anyhow. Those who knew their type were being matched up with the wounded. The letters had been marked on the chests and backs of those who had known their blood type before the fight with a grease pencil. The blood transfer was direct. To John it looked absolutely primitive, using old-fashioned rubber hoses, squeeze balls, and needles, the donors lying on cots higher than the patients receiving the precious fluid. Keller led John through a side door and out into the open air. After the last 20 minutes, it was impossible for John to believe that there was still a world out here of sunlight, a warm summer breeze. But then he saw the long line of bodies in the parking lot behind the store. The dead. He fumbled in his pocket. There were but 2 cigarettes left. With trembling hands, he pulled out one and lit it. Keller looked at him, started to hold up a finger. "Michaela already diagnosed me. Concussion."
"And some burns. You better get some ointment on that face and sterile bandage. Have Jen boil a sheet and cover it. You can't risk another infection. You're still weak from the last one."
"Sure, Doc."
"John, we're going to have a terrible problem in a few days."
"What? What after this?"
"Disease. I was up at the battle site after you pushed them back from the bridge, saw some of the posse, talked to a few of them before—"
His voice trailed away.
"Before Tom's men shot them."
"Go on."
"John, their camp was loaded with disease. Flu, hepatitis, I think some exotics as well, typhoid, perhaps. You look at their bodies, you could see they weren't much better off than the people they were terrorizing. I think we're going to have some kind of epidemic here in a matter of days, and it will be far worse than the last one. All that blood spattered about, many of them obviously drug users. We might be looking at Hep B and C, maybe even HIV.
"Tell Charlie," John sighed. "I can't bear any more."
"Charlie?"
John looked at him.
"John, didn't you know? Charlie's dead. He was killed in the fight at the overpass."
"Oh, Jesus. I told him to stay back here. He was too weak. His job wasn't in the front lines."
"You knew Charlie," Keller said with a sigh. "He wouldn't stay back. Not at a time like that.
Damn."
"John, you're in charge of this town now."
"What?"
"Charlie appointed you. He told me just before he died. Kate was in here, witnessed it, and agreed. You're in charge now under martial law."
John sagged against the wall. "I just want to go home right now." Keller nodded and put a reassuring arm around him.
"Things will run by themselves for the rest of the day. I'll take care of it. And, John," he hesitated, "I think you should go home."
"Why?"
John took the last puff of his cigarette and tossed it to the ground.
Keller reached into John's breast pocket, fished out the last of all his cigarettes, and offered it to him and helped him light it.
"My God, what else?"
Keller reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring, a high school ring.
"What is this?"
John asked. "Ben's ring?" He couldn't speak. He just held it, looking down at it, flecks of dried blood coating it. "He died an hour ago. He was triaged off as a 3, but I saw him by the bridge and brought him back anyhow, John." Keller nodded to one of the bodies, one of the few with a sheet covering it. "He was a good kid, John. A damn good kid. Stayed on the bridge even as it was getting overrun. A lot of people saw it, saw how he rallied people about to panic, shouting for them to charge, and then he went down. I thought you knew. You passed within feet of him when the counterattack started." John couldn't speak. Keller sighed. "John, he'll leave behind a child you shall be proud of, proud that Ben was the father. Some day I'll come up and tell Elizabeth about him. Hell, I helped to bring him into the world 17 years ago." He shook his head. "We might have lost the fight without kids like him. A lot of kids like him. John, he asked me to tell you that he was sorry if he had disappointed you, and asked that you love the child he and Elizabeth will have." Keller began to cry. "Damn all of this," he sighed, then looked back at John. "Now go home to Elizabeth." John could not speak. He walked over to the body and was about to remove the sheet, but Keller stopped him. "Don't, John. Remember him as he was." John looked down at the body. "You are my son," he whispered. "And I will take care of your baby. I promise it. Son, I am proud of you." Woodenly, John turned and walked away. Going around the building, he came out onto State Street. Another truck was pulling up from the front, half a dozen wounded in the back, 3 of them with 2s marked on their foreheads, the others with 1s. He walked around them, barely noticing. "Colonel, damn it, we won!" He didn't even bother to look back at who was speaking. His old Edsel was parked in front of the town hall. A crowd was gathered round. Someone had written on the bulletin board but one word: victory. Some began to ask questions as he approached, others asking for orders, others asking what they should do now. He did not reply. He simply got into the car. The keys were in the ignition, the engine turned over, and he backed out. The radio was on. Voice of America. "This morning, a container ship from Australia docked in Charleston. Our allies have sent us over 1 million rations, 1,000 two-way radios, 6 steam-powered railroad locomotives." He switched it off. The barrier was still up at the gate into the cove, 2 students guarding it. He rolled to a stop. "What's the news?" He looked at the girl holding a pistol. "Sir, are you okay?" "We won," was all he could say. The girl grinned and saluted, motioning for the other student to move the Volkswagen that blocked the gate back. John drove through and turned onto Hickory Lane, rolling to a stop at number 12, Jen and Tyler's house. As John pulled into the driveway, all 4 of them were out the door: Jen, Jennifer, Ginger wagging her tail, and Elizabeth. He sat in the car, unable to move as they came running down to him. He looked at Elizabeth, all of 16 and a half. No outward sign yet of the life inside her, still not much more than a child herself. Jennifer reached the car first and then stepped back. "Daddy, you look terrible." "I'm all right, honey. Just a little singed." Elizabeth was beside her now, Ginger up between them, leaning in, wanting to lick him. God, but 2 months ago this was the way it was. Come home after a lecture and office hours, if a Tuesday or Thursday when he had a 2:30 to 4 o'clock class, the girls home ahead of him. Always the dogs would come piling out, Jennifer with them, his teenage daughter at least still following a bit of ritual and joining them with a hug and kiss. He was unable to move, to get out of the car. Jen was now up, looking in. "What happened?"
"We're okay," he finally said. "We won. They're gone."
Jennifer shouted and grabbed hold of Ginger, dancing around. "We won! We won! We won!" He stared ahead. The victor returning from the wars, he thought. The triumph, the parade, the ovation, the stuff yet again of film. But now, this, the real reality of it. "John?" Jen was leaning in through the window. "You're hurt." "Nothing much. Concussions and burns. I'll be fine." "Daddy? Where's Ben?" Elizabeth asked. John looked past Jen to his daughter. "Let me out," he said softly. Jen opened the door, and as they exchanged glances, he could see that Jen knew. She could read it in him. He stepped out of the car and slipped his hand into his pocket. He remembered that the ring was caked with dried blood. Frantically, he rubbed it with his hand. "Daddy, I asked you about Ben. Did you see him?" "Yes, honey." John walked towards the door, Jen rushing ahead to open it. "Then he's okay?" Elizabeth asked. "I knew he'd be okay." John could hear the wishful strain in her voice. He walked into the house. Jen had opened all the windows, airing out the stale, musty smell that had greeted them. Sunlight flooded in through the bay windows that faced the creek that tumbled down through their backyard. It had been Tyler's favorite place in the house, the bay windows open unless it was freezing cold, the sound of water tumbling over rocks, the deep, comfortable sofa facing it. John sat down. "Elizabeth, come here." "Daddy?" She was beginning to cry even as she sat down beside him. He reached into his pocket and drew out the ring. "Ben wanted you to have this," John said, fighting to control his voice, to not let the anguish out. She took the ring, cradling it in her hands. He had done a poor job of cleaning it. Flecks of dried blood rested in the palm of her hand. "Someday," he said softly. "Someday you will give that to your child and tell them about their father. What a wonderful man their father was." She buried herself in John's arms, sobbing, hysterical, crying until there were no more tears to give. The shadows lengthened. He could recall Jen bringing him some soup, saying it was sent down by the chaplain from the college, and she had been over to see Ben's parents, who had moved into an abandoned house. John remembered Jennifer's voice, in what was now her bedroom, talking to Jen, crying, then saying a prayer, the two of them reciting the Hail Mary together. The sound of Ginger paddling back and forth, then finally climbing up to sleep alongside Jennifer, sighing as she drifted off to sleep. As darkness settled, Elizabeth came back out, nestled against his shoulder, and cried herself to sleep. He held Elizabeth throughout the night, and would hold her until the coming of dawn. Chapter 11. Day 131. There was a ghost town feel to the village as John drove into Black Mountain and did his new morning ritual of circling through the downtown area to see if anything had happened during the night. Michaela sitting beside him, silent. Most likely, he thought, going over the plan they had for the phone call. Windows to once proud shops along Cherry Street were streaked and dirty. His old favorite, Ivy Corner, had burned down 2 weeks ago, the fire an accident caused by some squatters. The fire had been allowed to burn since it threatened no other buildings, and John had let the squatters go without punishment. Bits of paper, dust, leaves swirled in the street with the autumn breeze. At the corner of State and Black Mountain, a teenager had a booth, made up from an oak desk that had been thrown out of the furniture store when it was converted to a hospital. He had 2 plump squirrels and a rabbit hanging from a pole. "Squirrel 7 bullets, rabbit 20 bullets, willing to barter," read a hand-lettered sign. As food grew scarcer, the price was going up, but bullets were scarce now as well. John's earlier prediction that cigarettes might very well become currency had been wrong. Nearly every last one had been smoked long ago. He still felt the pangs for it. It was bullets that were now the currency of choice, especially .22 and shotgun shells. In his own hunting, he had set the .22 rifle aside, going over to the .50 caliber Hawkins flintlock. One of the reenactors from John's old Round Table group had started up a business of making black powder. The reenactor had figured out how to scavenge and process saltpeter and sulfur, and the lead for the bullets. That could be found in any old car battery. John circled past the military hospital. It was empty. The wounded who still needed treatment had been transferred up to Gaither Hall, which was being heated by the retrofitted boiler. Michaela now ran that hospital, tending to the nearly 40 who were still struggling to survive. The casualties had indeed been high. Over 700 dead, 120 of those students, and 700 wounded, of whom a third had died and some were still dying, even now. Nearly a third of the students had thus died in the battle or afterwards, another third wounded. A horrific price. In class so long ago, when he spoke of Civil War battles where a regiment would lose 2/3 of their men in a battle, it had always been numbers. Now it was real, so terribly real. Both Jeremiah and Phil had died in the fight, and so many others of his kids, as John had once called them. Just yesterday he had attended another funeral of the girl Laura who had lost her leg above the knee. She just could not beat the subsequent infections. The funeral had been a heartbreaking affair. Only a handful showed up, those with the strength to show. And as she was laid to rest, the surviving members of the choir sang the song that somehow had become associated with the college and the battle, the Minstrel Boy. The minstrel boy to the wars is gone, in the ranks of death you will find him. The dead from the battle were all interred in the Veterans Cemetery at the edge of town, one slope of the cemetery given over to their graves. There had been talk that someday a monument would be erected to them. Someday. Everyone agreed they needed a special resting place and not just the golf course. There was still the occasional skirmish that needed the militia. A small band of a couple dozen raiders made the trek over the Swannanoa Mountains and hit down along old Route 9, and a week later an expedition was led by John down into Old Fort to root out the few remaining members of the posse, most of them wounded, who had somehow escaped. 6 more dead for the college as a result. As for Old Fort itself, barely a civilian was left alive after the treatment the posse had given them. Those of John's troops who were still left were indeed hardened now. Regarding Keller's prediction about another epidemic, he had been right. Days after the battle, what some were now calling the Plague Month began. There were nearly 3,000 new graves at the golf course, one of them for Doc Keller. The medical staff had been particularly hard hit. There were only 2 doctors and 1 vet remaining. It had indeed been like the plague in years of old, most physicians heroically standing to their duty until they were felled. But one had just fled, hiding in his cabin, and was now an outcast, the town pariah. The simple combination of disease and starvation had created a death rate as terrible as that of the Black Death of the 14th century. Added in were hundreds with hepatitis A, others carrying B and C, which would kick in later, the usual injuries, the minor cuts that led to amputation and death. It was the dying-off time, and by yesterday's count, just over 40% of the two communities, which had been alive little more than 4 months back, were still alive. As a war, it was the most horrific since the Middle Ages. The legendary 25 million dead in the Soviet Union during World War II had been but 1/7 its population. And yet now, briefly, they were swimming in food. The carefully guarded cornfields had yielded a bumper crop. Every apple orchard was stripped of its fruit, even the wormy ones. Pumpkins had fleshed out to 15-20 pounds or more, and would not just be used this year for carved decorations. The college scavengers were bringing in bushel baskets of nuts, pine cones, sunflowers, and in some places finding remains of orchards up in the woods where a homestead had been 100 years ago, the long-forgotten trees stripped clean. But the food had to be carefully counted, for it would need to last until the coming of spring, and what seemed like a bounty was in fact barely enough, actually not enough, for all to get through the winter. As for meat, there was now almost none. Still the occasional squirrel, rabbit, raccoon, or possum, but deer, bear, even wild boar had been hunted to near extinction. Yet again, the false memories of the supposed life on the frontier or up in the mountains now, that all one needed to do was get a gun, walk for a few hours, and then drag back 100 pounds or more of meat. But when thousands were thinking the same thing, in an area even as extensive as 500 square miles, and hunting season was now 365 days a year, the game was all but gone. Hunting parties from the college were going up into the high mountains for 3 and 4 days at a time, and more often than not coming back empty-handed. The forest had been hunted clean. So there was food, but there was no balance to the food. And the dying continued, even as apples were carefully hung to dry, corn stacked up in dry sheds, all covered by armed guards 24 hours a day. The few elderly in the community still alive were pressed into service to teach the now all but forgotten art of canning. The problem was there were hardly any proper canning jars and gaskets, which sealed them, to be found. Every day he had been terrified for Michaela, who was in the thick of it, but she had survived, untouched. She had avoided their house during the dying month, only coming down to check when John was finally hit by it, and then Jen. Though, through luck or good nursing, the flu symptoms had run their course in a few days. Elizabeth had caught it as well, and John did not feel uncomfortable that, being pregnant, she was entitled to the now very rare antibiotics and additional rations to see her through. Fortunately, it had not touched Jennifer. But for her, the risk of flu was no longer the concern. It was Jennifer all were focused on now. The remaining insulin had finally lost all potency 2 weeks back, more than a month earlier than John had planned for. With the final bottle, Michaela risked several injections that finally totaled 800 units to bring Jennifer's blood sugar level back down from 520 to 145. It was now back over 600, climbing, and 6 days ago she had collapsed. All the symptoms that Keller had long warned John about were now full-blown. Extreme thirst at first, nearly uncontrollable urinating, a simple scuffed knee that had never really healed over, now raging with infection, red streaks up nearly to her groin, her fever soaring to 103. Her immune system had failed, kidneys were failing. Her precious little body was shutting down. He knew he should drive up to the Gap to check on the guard there, but that had to wait. The drive around town had fulfilled John's duty for the moment, though as he turned the corner past the ruins of the front porch, he could see, up the street, 2 bodies lying out along the curb, waiting to be picked up, and made a mental note to call Bartlett. John pulled into his usual slot in front of the town hall and got out, Michaela joining him. Judy was actually the person who was the center of the town as the switchboard operator, having risen from the quiet role of a secretary. She knew every call coming in and out, lived at the office, and at night monitored the battery-powered radio pulled out of the Blue Mustang, listening for news from the outside, which she would then post each morning on the whiteboard outside Town Hall. As he walked in, he could see the latest, a report that Asheville supposedly had a reliable two-way radio link with Charleston. 4 emergency supply trucks had arrived in Greenville, South Carolina, and one was promised to Asheville by the end of the week. She had not posted the news, though, when she had called into him just after dawn that a helicopter had landed yesterday evening at Memorial Hospital, reportedly carrying a load of medicines. That knowledge would trigger an attempt by those still capable of moving to get into Asheville, and he knew that Asheville would not let any of them through the barrier near Exit 53 that was now a permanently fortified position, definitely payback for their defiance regarding the refugees back in the spring. The few refugees from outside trying to get farther west were allowed through, but anyone from Swannanoa or Black Mountain seeking to cross the line to barter was blocked. He walked into the office, Judy looking up from her switchboard.
"Hi, boss."
"Judy, connect me to Memorial Hospital. Put it through to my line and the line in the conference room."
"I'll get on it."
John went into his office, the office that had been Charlie's. John had not changed it all that much, the only addition a framed Polaroid picture of the survivors of what was now called the 1st Battalion Black Mountain Rangers. 81 soldiers standing in front of Gaither Hall, the picture taken a week after the battle. They looked 20 years older than the kids in another picture beside it, the annual graduation photo of all the seniors taken just 2 days before the day. Some were in both photos. The kids in the graduation photo looked fresh, ready to go out and take on the world with enthusiasm and joy. The Rangers, they looked as if they could take on the world by killing. The picture always made him think of a painting by Tom Lee, a combat artist of the Second World War, of a shell-shocked Marine at Peleliu, called The 2,000-Yard Stare.
"Boss, I got a line open. Pick up."
John lifted the rotary phone off the cradle, and there was a crackling hum.
"Memorial Hospital."
The voice sounded faint, distant.
"This is Black Mountain calling," Judy said. "Can you connect a call to the hospital director, Dr. Vance, from Dr. Matheson, Director of Public Safety in Black Mountain?"
Michaela had advised Judy to use John's old title. Doctors of the M.D. kind looked down on doctors of the Ph.D. kind, but still it would help to get through.
"Please hold,"
came the voice from the other end. John looked across at Michaela, who was standing at the crank phone in the conference room. 5 minutes passed, then 10. He sat on his desk, waiting nervously, heart racing, the only sound static, and then a distant voice. "Vance here." "Dr. Vance, this is—" he hesitated. "Matherson, Director of Public Safety for Black Mountain." "What do you want?" He could hear the exhaustion in Vance's voice. John looked over at Michaela and nodded. He was afraid if he continued, emotion would take over, and the man on the other end had no time for emotional appeals. John had sat in the same spot now since Charlie's death. Decisions about who got rations and who did not, the condemning to death by execution of 22 people for looting of food. In one night, 15 of them had killed off 2 head of cattle. And, horrifyingly, 1 for cannibalism. Fortunately, he was now able to delegate that terrible deed to someone else. 3 people, 1 from Swannanoa, 1 from Black Mountain, and a professor from the college. John had listened to so many appeals, and always he had to judge based upon what was fair. And fairness was who might be able to make it through to next spring, and who was now triaged off. "Dr. Vance, this is Michaela Turner. I was head RN with the cardiac surgical unit at Overlook in Charlotte. I worked directly with Dr. Billings.
I'm now head of all emergency treatment here in Black Mountain." That line was carefully prepared by her to create a sense of equality and draw from the tradition of mutual professional respect. "Billings, how is he?" And then a pause, a realization most likely of the absurdity of the question. "Doctor, on the day things went down, I was coming up to Memorial to attend your briefing on the new cauterization method for control of PAT arrhythmia." A pause. "Seems like 1,000,000 years ago." And John could hear the voice on the other side soften. Michaela had thought this out well. He looked over to her, but her back was turned to him, avoiding eye contact. "Nurse Michaela." "Turner," she said. "Dr. Vance, we have a situation here I think you can address." "Go on." And John could hear the tension come back into Vance's voice. "We got word that a helicopter load of medical supplies was airlifted to your hospital last night." A long pause. "Yes, that is correct." "Dr. Vance, we have a girl, 12 years old, type 1 diabetic." "And she's still alive?" There was an incredulous note in his voice. "She's been carefully monitored and is a tough kid. Her father was able to obtain enough insulin to last 5 months, but the stock has degraded and all potency is gone." "Amazing she lasted this long." John stiffened, again looking at Michaela the way she was now so clinically talking about Jennifer. "Dr. Vance, was any insulin included in that shipment?" There was a pause. "Was there any insulin?" John asked, cutting back in, his voice tense. "Yes." A pause on the other end. "How long has she been without insulin?" Vance asked. Michaela quickly turned, looked at John, and shook her head. "Last injection 4 days ago." It was a lie. It had been over 2 weeks. Silence on the other end. "Blood count?" 310. Again a lie. It was over twice that now, and still climbing. "Dr. Vance?" Michaela asked. "Yes." "We can send a vehicle to pick up the vial, just 1,000 units. It will save her life." He sighed. And with that sigh, John knew. How many had heard him sigh in the same way before rejecting their tearful appeal for but one more bowl of soup, or the release of but 2 or 3 pills of Cipro, or the few precious Z-Pack antibiotics locked away in a safe. "Save her life for how long?" Vance finally replied. "A month? The insulin received might be all we'll get for several months. It's already been designated for those who can survive on far lower doses than type 1 diabetics need." "Dr. Vance, we can have her at the hospital in an hour, just 1 injection to stabilize her. We've heard the road might be open down to Columbia and from there to Charleston. We'll risk driving her down there if you can help us stabilize her." "You and I both know the road is not open. 12 people from here tried to get through just to Greenville yesterday and were wiped out by raiders in Saluda Gap," Vance replied. "And even if you did get through, there's no chance she'll be given more. The authorities in Charleston have listed insulin along with a couple hundred other drugs as A priority, meaning to be distributed in extreme need only to those under the age of 45 and over 18 with high probability of survival and the ability to work in some manner. They sent me exactly 5 vials." Frustrated, John thought of Don Barber's plane. "Is there a means to fly her out?" John interjected forcefully. "Surely you must have planes down at Asheville Airport that are still flying." "We did, but we don't now. We lost the last 2 a week ago. The pilots just took off with their families and disappeared. And even if we did have that means, I'd prioritize 100 other cases first for airlift, even if we had it." Michaela waved for John to shut up, and there was a long pause. A long pause that drifted into nearly a minute of silence. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. Now, if you'll excuse me, John stood up.
We are talking about my daughter, he shouted.
I suspected that, Vance replied, and suspect as well that it's been far longer than 4 days since her last injection.
Please, Dr. Vance, please, it's my daughter, just one injection.
John, isn't it?
Yes.
John, like I said, they sent up 5 vials. I've got 2 kids in this hospital now who have standard childhood diabetes and are barely hanging on, but God forgive me, I'm withholding the medicine even from them, because I've got nearly 30 adults with varying degrees of diabetes that can survive a lot longer with just a low dose. I might need this stock for the rest of the year to try and save some that can be saved.
Please, for God's sake.
John, please listen. 1 injection for your daughter will not change the final diagnosis. It will simply postpone the inevitable. My God, he said wearily, do you think I want to tell you this? John, I have enough anesthesia for maybe 20 operations, and we need hundreds. Painkillers, even just some damn aspirin. His voice trailed off. Michaela was waving John off, signaling him to be quiet. Dr. Vance, Michaela here. I've been treating this girl since all this started. She's a tough kid, a survivor. We can save her life.
For how long? Vance replied, and now his voice was getting cold.
Type 1 diabetics. 100 years ago, they died within weeks after pancreatic shut down. That's the world we are back in now, maybe for years to come. Again a pause. Nurse Turner, you understand triage as well as I do.
Triage? John shouted. You are talking about my daughter, goddammit! You will not triage her off!
Sir, I am sorry for you. I truly am.
Damn you! Listen to me. I can mobilize 100 well-trained infantry, and by God, we will be there in an hour, and by God, you will give me that insulin, and if need be, I'll blow up the water main to your damn town.
A long silence. Are you listening to yourself? Vance said. Would you really do that?
Yes!
I don't think so, John. I've heard a lot about you, John. You are not the type to get innocent people killed if you try that stunt. And if you do, the Asheville militia will meet you at exit 53, and this hospital is cordoned with troops as well. If you blow the main, thousands of innocent people will suffer. I'm sorry for you, sir. God save us, I'm sorry for all of us. Sorry for those who could have prevented this and now must carry that on their souls. His voice trailed off, breaking into a muffled sob. Goodbye. The line clicked off.
No!
John swung the phone around, tearing the wire connection out. Filled with impotent rage, he held the phone and then flung it against the wall. John, please. Michaela was in the room, tears streaming down her face.
Damn all of this! Damn this country! Damn all of this!
And he collapsed into his chair, sobbing. Come on, John. Let's go home. She needs us there. He finally stood up. In the hallway, Judy was standing by the switchboard. She had heard every word and was silently weeping. Tom, gaunt, face pale, was silent, standing in the hallway beside Judy, looking at him. John, I'm willing to go up there and try and get it for you, Tom said softly. Michaela shook her head. No, Tom, we're going home. Can you see to things the next few days?
Sure.
Judy, hold any calls to the house? Michaela drove John home. As they passed through the guard post, manned as always by 2 students, John said nothing, acknowledging nothing, the students watching him, eyes wide, as he and Michaela drove through, for they could see he was crying.
Jen was outside the house as they pulled up, Michaela helping John to get out. She didn't need to be told.
"How is she?" Michaela asked. "Drifting in and out. Breath is fruity smelling like you said it would be. She's no longer urinating. I can't get water into her." "John," it was Michaela, hands grasping him tight, "you have to do this now. I want you to go in there as if everything is fine. She is not to know you are afraid. If she asks about medicine, tell her it's coming shortly. She cannot know you are afraid." He nodded. "You ready?"
"Yes."
He walked up the front steps and opened the door, then paused.
"Hail Mary, full of grace," he started to whisper, the prayer going silent as he stepped into the house. The alcove that faced towards the creek had been converted into the sick room, a bed set up, raised up higher with books underneath so Jennifer could see out the window, watch the creek and the bird feeder. Elizabeth had finally stirred out of her shock as this crisis came, and had spent several hours cracking pine cones, gathering handfuls of the precious seeds to fill the feeder, and keeping by Jennifer's bedside, reading to her. Ginger, now nothing but skin and bones, barely able to walk, had crawled up onto the foot of the bed. Jennifer turned and looked towards him.
"Daddy?"
"Here, my pumpkin." He came over and sat by the bed. She was clutching Rabs tight, and arrayed on the far side of the bed were the 3 beanie babies she had snatched as they evacuated the now lost home, one of them Patriot Bear, the gift for her 12th birthday.
"Will I get well?"
"Sure, sweetheart. You'll be up and running in no time. Michaela and I ordered some medicine, and it will be here soon." He was afraid to look up at Michaela, who he knew was standing in the doorway. If they made eye contact, he feared he'd break. Jennifer turned away, features pale.
"You're lying, Daddy. You never could lie to me."
"No, honey, it's the truth. You'll soon feel well." She said nothing, just looking at him. "Sweetie, would you like me to read to you?" Head turned away, she nodded. He stood up, scanning the bookshelf, and saw 2 books, and his heart filled. Both had obviously belonged to Mary, one from early childhood. He opened them. Inside one was inscribed, "Merry Christmas, sweetheart, 1976. The second had, in a childish scrawl in pink crayon, "My book, Mary." He set the second book to one side, returned to Jennifer's bed, opened the first, and started to read. "When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End," and then he stopped. No, not this one. She had seen the movies when they had first come out and was young enough then that it had frightened her. He put The Lord of the Rings aside and picked up the second book. It had been Mary's favorite as a child, and it was why Rabs, now nestled in Jennifer's arms, was named Rabs. On the day Jennifer was born, he had placed Rabs in her crib, and Mary had cried at the sight of the snowy white rabbit from a story she had loved in her own childhood days. Rabs, now so dingy gray from years of being held, kissed, and loved, was nestled in Jennifer's arms. "The Adventures of Rabs the Rabbit," he began, swallowing hard as he turned the first page, remembering so many nights when Mary would read Jennifer to sleep with this wonderful old classic that mother and daughter had so loved and cherished together. One day when Jennifer and her best friend Rabs had nothing else to do. The real name in the book was Kathy, but Mary had always used Jennifer's name, the same way when she was a child her mother had used hers. He looked up at Jen, who stood silent by the foot of the bed, who, unable to speak, could merely nod her head. He felt such love and pity for her at this moment, for all that she had lost as well. And he began to read. The house was silent throughout the day, except for John softly reading, pausing when Jennifer was obviously asleep. The shadows lengthened, the windows still open, the cool air drifting in, but he did not close them, the soft rushing of the brook outside the window soothing with its gentle murmur. Jennifer stirred, Michaela trying to get her to drink. She wouldn't, so Michaela just sat by the other side of the bed, moistening Jennifer's lips with a damp towel.
"Daddy?"
She looked up at him, eyes open. "Sweetie?"
"Remember your promise?"
"Which one was that, Angel?"
"Let me stay close to you and keep Rabs warm and with you. He loves you too."
"Of course. Of course." And control did finally break. Crying, John leaned over and hugged her, kissing her forehead. She tried to put her arms around him, but couldn't. And as he took her hands, he could feel how cold they were. He tucked Rabs back under her arms, floppy head of the much-loved stuffed rabbit resting on her chest. Michaela sat on the other side of the bed, gently brushing Jennifer's brow. Elizabeth had led Jen away, the two in the next room, sobbing. Jennifer was no longer sweat-soaked, and he knew what that meant. Michaela slowly let her hand drift to Jennifer's throat, felt the pulse, and looked over at John. He picked the book back up. It was nearly finished. And he continued to read, turning the page with one hand, holding Jennifer's hand with the other. He could feel her hand getting colder, and he read now, almost in a fast monotone, turning the pages, and then reached the last one. And so Rabs, nestled in Jennifer's arms, watched as she went to sleep. "Some day you will be all grown up," Rabs whispered to her, "but I will love you forever. And far, far away we will play again some day. Sleep tight, Jennifer, and I will see you in the morning."
"John?"
Michaela whispered. He couldn't speak.
"John, she's gone."
He knew. He had felt her slip away before he had turned the last page. She was buried in the garden, her grave near the bay window, very close by to him, as promised. At night time, Rabs rested on the windowsill inside the house, keeping vigilant watch. He had spent a fair part of the day outside, just sitting by her grave, holding Rabs, talking to Jennifer as if she were sitting before him, again his little girl of 5. The fur on Rabs still not completely worn off, as it now was, Ginger, barely able to move, lying by his side. It was towards evening, and Michaela came to sit by him.
"I'm worried about Elizabeth," she said. "She needs to eat."
"There's nothing to eat," John replied, "other than the rations at the college."
"John, she's in her 3rd month. It's crucial now, perhaps the most crucial month of all. The rations are mostly carbs. She needs protein, meat, as much as we can force into her."
Michaela fell silent, leaning against his shoulder, and he knew what she was saying. It was not a hard decision at all now. Not hard at all. He went into the house and came out a minute later carrying the .22 pistol. He handed Rabs to her. Ginger was lying by Jennifer's grave, as if keeping watch. He knelt down and picked Ginger up. She was so light. "Come along," he whispered. "You can still save a life, my dear friend. And besides, Jennifer wants to play with you again." How doth the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow, she that was great among the nations and princess among the provinces? How is she become tributary? Book of Lamentations, Chapter 1, Verse 1. Chapter 12. Day 365. The phone ringing by his bedside woke him up. the light streaming through the window. It was just about dawn. He could hear crying in the next room, little Ben, Elizabeth shushing him. John picked up the phone. It was Judy, and he listened, finally sitting up. "I'll be down there as quickly as possible." Michaela was snuggled up by his side, half awake. "Come on, love, get up now."
"What?"
She opened her eyes and looked around.
"Not even dawn yet."
"Up. We gotta get into town, all of us." He pulled on the old stiff trousers lying by the side of the bed and rubbed his chin, suddenly wondering if he should shave. Absurd. He had not shaved in more than 6 months. It had been warm enough a week ago for all of them to have a bath. He had built a roaring fire, scooped water from the creek to heat, and then filled what had once been a small outdoor fish pond. By the time the girls and the baby had finished, the water was a dark, scummy gray, but John didn't care. The first, at least tepid bath since late autumn. The following day, Michaela and Jen had scrubbed clothes along the bank of the creek the old-fashioned way, a flat rock and an antique scrub board scrounged out of the basement. All had walked up to the college that evening for an actual spring dinner feast. 140 of the surviving students, Reverend Abel offering a service in the chapel of the Prodigal, the choir putting on a musical performance, and then what was supposed to be a one-act comedy about someone finding a television that still worked. It had fallen rather flat, too painful, though the audience did laugh politely. Ben had, of course, been passed from girl to girl, and for more than a few it was practice. The autumn and winter had resulted in more than a few pregnancies and rather quick marriages by Reverend Abel. The dinner, of boiled corn mixed with apples, garnished with ramps and the first dandelions of spring, had at least been filling. After the dinner, music, and play, he had met with Abel, Malady, and the surviving faculty to talk about trying to get at least a few courses up and running. But the conversation had fallen away. It was time to struggle to bring in the first greens, to get hunting parties out, to maybe, just maybe, get the turbine project finished at the dam and finally hook electricity back up. Courses could wait until the fall. He walked out into the living room, Elizabeth standing by the window watching the sunrise, Ben nuzzled against her, nursing. She did so look like her mother as she looked over her shoulder and smiled at him contentedly. That Madonna-like face all new mothers have when nursing a child.
"Morning, Daddy."
"How is he this morning?"
"Hungry, little devil."
"Get something on a little more presentable than that old bathrobe. You're going into town with me now."
"Why?"
"Just do it. Wake up Jen and tell her to get moving as well." He walked outside. The air was chilled, the sky overhead clear. The trees were really leafing out now, though farther up the slope of the mountains it was still winter and Mitchell was still snow-capped. Strange. A year ago today. Precisely a year ago. He walked round the side of the house and saw a fresh tulip beginning to blossom. He snapped it off and placed it on Jennifer's grave. "Good morning, my little angel," he whispered, and looked back to the window where Rab sat gazing down protectively. Next to her grave was another, smaller. Very little had been buried there, but he felt he owed Ginger that for her sacrifice. Elizabeth had found a faded ceramic dog and placed it there for Ginger shortly after Ben was born.
"Dad, what is it?"
Elizabeth was outside holding Ben. "Just get in the car." The old Edsel, the miracle machine, was still running, though just barely, the rings going. He turned it over and it revved to life, black exhaust blowing out. Their remaining stock of gas was increasingly contaminated. Jen came out, helped by Michaela. The two had indeed bonded over the long winter. The starving winter, it was now called by those who had survived it. Jen was failing. Though she stood proudly straight a year ago, osteoporosis was taking over. She was developing cataracts also, but could still see well enough to at least read, which had become her source of comfort during the long, cold winter months spent next to the fireplace. the firewood. Though he argued against it, students made sure the house was supplied and provided extra rations for Elizabeth as well. Jen got into the back alongside Elizabeth, and Michaela climbed into the front seat. He backed out and started towards town.
"What the hell is it?" Jen asked a bit peevishly. "Did someone get a bear?"
That had happened 3 weeks ago and had been the cause of an actual celebration in town. Bear stew, enough to feed 1,000 when some of the precious dried corn and apples were mixed in. 1,000, 960 actually, was the number now, at least as of yesterday afternoon. The starving winter, as Keller predicted, had taken down most of the rest of the survivors. The months of cold, increasing solitude as already weakened neighbors died away, fires going out, the weak far too weak to crawl out, bring in wood, and relight the flame, curling up and then just going to sleep. The death rate soared once more. Just yesterday at the town council meeting, Michaela, now head of public health, had raised the terrible issue of burials. It had broken down by February. There were too many dead and too few left with the strength to bury them. It was estimated that hundreds of homes might now actually be morgues, the entire family dead. 100 or more bodies were lying in the graveyard decaying. The decision was made to burn them, the grisly task to be seen to by those who would accept triple rations as payment. That now was a horrible irony as well. With so many dying during the long winter, there was now actually enough food to see the rest through to summer. John drove down Black Mountain Road, the road that had been his daily commute for so many years. There was no longer a guard at the gate, too few left to man it, along with the outposts and barricades. At the intersection to Flat Creek Road, he had to take a turnoff. The ice storm of 2 months ago had dropped dozens of trees in the town, the next block still impassable. There was no one with the strength to clear the trees. The 1st Battalion did still have strength, but he had kept them strictly to other tasks, to be the army, guarding the passes throughout the winter and guarding the food supplies. Their survival rate had been just about the highest. Black Mountain had lost close to 80% of its population in exactly 1 year. The college just over 60%, including the casualties from the war. Part of it was the resilience of kids in their late teens to early 20s, part of it the strict discipline, created by Washington Parker, continued now by Kevin Malady, and the slow, heroic sacrifice of President Hunt and his wife, who died from starvation a month after the battle so that our kids could have another meal. That memory had stayed with them, bonded them, inspired them. And as for the bonding, the campus chaplain had to perform 8 weddings, and a couple of the girls were coming close to due, and like Elizabeth, 2 of them would be mothers who lost the fathers in the war. Cutting around the fallen trees, John pulled back onto Black Mountain Road, continuing in towards town. A number of houses had burned during the winter and were gutted-out shells, others just abandoned, all within dead. The few with life still inside had yards already planted with this spring's victory gardens. There wasn't a lawn to be seen. The town was quiet, more a ghost town now, but still had some survivors, and many of them were heading down to the center of town, some of them nearly running. They all looked like survivors of a death camp, skeletal, children lanky with swollen stomachs, nearly every man bearded, nearly all in clothes several sizes too big. John drove faster now, heading down the center of the road, the sides filled with debris, broken branches from the storms, cars abandoned since the first day. And as he came around the bend to the center of town, he saw them, and at the sight of them, Elizabeth, Jen, and Michaela all let out a shriek, screaming so loudly that Ben burst into tears. John pulled into the town hall complex, not even bothering to find his parking slot. Hundreds were gathering, some even running. He got out of the car and looked at them. A Bradley armored personnel carrier was at the front of the column, fluttering from a pole strapped to its side. the flag of the United States of America. Behind the Bradley was a column that stretched back down the road for several hundred yards, Humvees, a couple of dozen trucks, 5 18-wheelers, another Bradley, most all of them painted desert camo, all of them flying American flags. "Here he is!" someone shouted, pointing towards John. The cry was picked up, the people of his town parting as he slowly approached, eyes clouded with tears as he gazed up at the flag. An officer was standing in front of the lead vehicle, surrounded by nearly a dozen of his own troops who should be back at the Gap, the 1st Battalion of the Black Mountain Rangers, talking with soldiers decked out as soldiers as John remembered them, Kevlar helmets, a mix of uniforms though, some desert camo, some standard camo green, a few in urban camo. And yet it was his kids, his soldiers, who looked to be the tougher of the two groups. Lean, hawk-faced, eyes dark and hollow, weapons slung casually, the regular infantry obviously a bit in awe of them, especially the girls, who seemed as tough as the guys they were with. Nation-makers, he thought. He could see it now. His former students, like the soldiers in the Howard Pyle painting, ragged, half-starved, and yet filled with grim determination unlike anything seen in America in over 200 years. The lead officer next to the Bradley, John could see the star clipped to his lapels, was actually in his dress uniform, as if to distinguish him, to make him stand out clearly. "Here's Colonel Matheson!" And at his approach, the soldiers of his own militia came to attention and presented arms. And to his shock, the GIs standing around them with all sincerity came to attention and saluted. The crowd surrounding them fell silent. John slowed, stopped, looking at the one-star general, came to attention, and saluted. "Colonel John Matheson," he said. The general returned the salute, broke into a grin, and came forward, hand extended, grabbing John's, shaking it. "I know you, Matheson. Attended your lectures at Carlisle and did the staff ride with you to Gettysburg. Your lecture on Lee as operational commander at 2nd Manassas was brilliant. That was back in the 90s. A wild cheer went up, as if this simple handshake was the reuniting with the old world. The crowd surged around them, soldiers suddenly finding themselves being kissed, hugged, more than one of them obviously disconcerted, since many of those showering affection had not bathed in months, and more than a few were crawling with lice. John smiled, looked at the general, the face vaguely familiar, but could not place the name, finally looking down at the nameplate. Wright. John wondered what Wright was seeing. Americans? Or starved skeletal survivors, the type of survivors that America had seen all around the world for nearly 70 years, had offered generous help to, but never dreamed would finally come to their own land. "This column is heading to Asheville. I'm to take over as military governor of Western North Carolina until such time as civilian authority is reestablished, but I wanted to stop here first." The cheering crowd did not hear him, but John did. "You're not staying?" "Headquarters will be in Asheville, but yes, we are staying in the region." A sergeant standing atop the Bradley held up a microphone and clicked it. "May I have your attention, please?" Everyone fell silent, looking up at him with awe. It was the first voice amplified by a loudspeaker that they had heard in a year. "Excuse me," Wright said, and he climbed aboard the Bradley, the sergeant extending a hand to pull him up. "My name is General Wright. I am an officer in the Army of the United States of America, and we are here to reunite you with your country." The cheering lasted for several minutes. Michaela was up by John's side, hugging him. Many were crying. And then spontaneously, one of the militia girls, a member of the school choir, began to sing, "Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?" Within seconds it was picked up by all, and all wept, even as they sang. The general stood with head lowered, and there was no acting as he brushed the tears from his face. "I have been assigned to be military governor of the region of Western North Carolina. My headquarters will be established by the end of the day."
"You're not leaving us?" someone cried.
"No, of course not. I'm asking you now to move to the rear of this column and please line up patiently. Each of you will then receive 3 rations, what the Army calls meals ready to eat." Another wild cheer. "We have a medical team with us who will try and lend a hand with any serious cases of the moment. All children, expectant mothers, and mothers of infants will also receive a 3-month supply of vitamins." Vitamins, John thought. My God, so American. Something good from a small bottle. It lifted him even more than the food. Elizabeth had come through her time, but just barely. The vitamins for her and the baby would be lifesavers. "This column must depart in 1 hour for Asheville, but I swear to you as a soldier of the United States of America, we are here to stay. By next week another supply column with more food and medicine should arrive." He handed the microphone back to the sergeant and jumped down, returning to John, while the sergeant started to direct the crowd to move, the troops with him helping. John watched them go, a medic already up to Elizabeth, stopping her, looking at her and the baby. The mere sight of that again filled John with tears. Soldiers were already passing out single sticks of chewing gum to children, who, upon learning about the treats, were swarming round. As the crowd flooded past, the general motioned for John to walk with him. "How bad was it here?" "Very bad," John said. "Yeah, I saw your greeting card at the top of the pass." John suddenly felt embarrassed. The corpse of the posse leader had hung there throughout the winter, bones picked clean in a matter of days by crows. Part of the skeleton still dangled there. The ravine below had been a feasting place for scavengers for weeks, nearly 1,000 bodies dumped there. "We followed the wreckage of their trail clear from Statesville to here. You did a hell of a job wiping them out. I saw the ashes of the fire on both sides of the interstate. It burned clear down to Old Fort, or what was Old Fort. You did that to trap them." John nodded. "Good plan, Colonel." "History teaches something at times." "How many survivors here? One of the first things we'll need done is an accurate census, then ration cards will be issued out." "I already have cards issued." Wright smiled. "These will be for federal rations." "Right." And John nodded, wondering if he was suddenly feeling a resentment that he had just lost control after so many painful months of struggling to keep his town alive. "What percentage survived here?" "Around 20%, maybe a bit less if we count those who came in after it happened." Wright shook his head. "Is that bad?" John asked nervously, wondering now if he had failed. "Bad? Christ, it's incredible up here. Places like the Midwest with lots of farmland and low populations, more than half survived, but the East Coast?" He sighed. "Here in the East, it's a desert now. Estimates are maybe less than 10% still alive. They hit us at the worst possible time, early spring. Food would run out before local harvests came in, and a lot of crops, especially farther north, had yet to be put in the ground." He looked off. "They say in all of New York City there's not much more than 25,000 people now, and those are either savages or people hiding and living off scraps of garbage. A thermonuclear bomb hitting it directly would have been more humane. Cholera actually broke out there last fall, and the government decided to abandon the city, just to isolate it, and no one was allowed in. The few in were not allowed out. A friend of mine stationed there on duty said it was like the Dark Ages." He sighed and forced a smile, as if realizing he was rambling, talking about something best left unsaid. "You did good, Colonel Matherson, real good. We ran into a few refugees on the road, bitter that you wouldn't let them in, but one old guy, a vet, said he admired you folks. That word was you actually stuck together while the rest of the country went to hell." He nodded, unable to speak. Wright stood silent, then lowered his head. his voice a whisper. "They say nearly everyone in Florida is dead. Too many people, too little land devoted to food." "What about all the oranges and cattle land?" "Everything broke down. People killed the cattle for a single meal, and in that heat by the following morning most of the meat was rotting and swarming with flies, so they ate it anyhow, and you know what then happened." "The ocean? All the food out there?" "Incredible as it sounds, pirates made it all but impossible for any kind of serious fishing. It was like something out of the 17th century. The coast is riddled now with pirates. The Navy is hunting them down. A couple of small towns, especially along the Keys, set up good defenses, only one road to block, and their own navies to guard the fishing boats, so they got through relatively okay. But the hurricane last fall knocked them over pretty hard." "Hurricane?" He had all but forgotten that natural catastrophes that had once riveted the nation and caused massive outpourings of aid would still continue, and if striking but 100 miles away, be all but unheard of. "Another Katrina, bullseye right on Miami, a smaller one Tampa St. Pete a few months later." He fell silent for a moment, looking off. "This time around, though, no outside help to come pouring in like in New Orleans. It was a death blow for those still alive. Add in the heat without AC. Few houses down there today were designed for living without AC. Add in 20% of the population as elderly, so many dying in the first days that they say that in some of the retirement towns, the dead carpeted the streets. Again, like something out of the plagues of old. Disease just exploded in that climate. That's what killed most of them before starvation even set in. Food poisoning, heat exhaustion, bad water or no water, then malaria, West Nile. They say typhoid and dysentery ran rampant in the Miami area, even reports of bubonic plague." He paused. "Cannibalism, even, like your posse types. But also a lot of people driven mad with hunger. Cults sprang up, one damn near like the Aztecs, into human sacrifices to atone for the wrath of the earth spirits. Others some weird play on the Last Supper and communion, that this was now God's will and it was okay to eat the dead. Others, well, just wackos." John sighed. The Prozac Nation on withdrawal, he thought, remembering Keller's warning. The only ones left there now, the barbarians, and a few small communities with good tactical positions like yours, and a good leader like you. There was something about the way the general spoke that caught John. Why was he focusing on Florida? John looked at him, felt he shouldn't, but had to ask. "Sir, your family, are they okay?" The general looked back at him, eyes bright. "I was with Central Asian Command. You know our stateside command is in Tampa St. Pete. I shipped over to Iraq a month before we got hit." He sighed. "Wife, 3 kids, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandkids lived in St. Pete. Haven't heard a word since it happened." "I'm sorry, sir." "Yeah, we are all sorry now." John could not speak. Voice of America never said anything about that. The general shook his head. "Did you think we'd actually tell you the truth?" He sighed. John bristled. "So what the hell is the truth?" "We had our asses handed to us, that's the truth. Just several bombs, and we had our asses handed to us. With luck, there might be 30 million people still alive in what was the United States." "What do you mean, was?" The general shook his head. "Course you wouldn't know. We're not talking about it on Voice of America. You can write off the Southwest, including Texas, unless we can dig up another Sam Houston and Davy Crockett. During the winter, Mexico moved in, claimed it was a protectorate to counter the Chinese." "What?"
China. Oh, they came with aid, plenty of aid for the few survivors after 60 days of anarchy and disease. And now there's 500,000 of them on the West Coast, California to Washington State, clear up to the Rockies. Who? Chinese troops. Here to help us, of course, Wright said, his voice bitter. Oh, they're giving out aid, even helping with some rebuilding. But there's no sign they ever plan to leave. So it was them? The general shrugged. We'll never know, most likely. What? John, 3 missiles total. One launched from a container ship out in the Gulf of Mexico and burst over Kansas, Utah, and Ohio. The cargo ship, typical, had Liberian registry and had docked at 6 places, including Oman. We think the weapons might have been loaded aboard there, a medium-range missile capped with a nuke inside an oversized container. That ship, by the way, blew up right after the launch. No one survived, so it fits the terrorist model. Another over Russia, launched from another container ship from near Iceland. Same scenario. The ship blew up right after the launch. We don't know why over Russia rather than over Central Europe. Maybe its guidance was screwy. But that did mean England and parts of Spain were spared. Last one burst lower, but still high enough to knock out Japan and Korea. Some say it was China, others North Korea, which, by the way, is now a glowing slag heap. Others the terrorist cells, others Iran, a fair part of that glowing as well. Maybe it was all of them. Maybe it was none of them. Maybe it doesn't matter now. They did it, and they won. What do you mean, won? Damn it, Voice of America kept saying we were winning. Sure, there's a lot of rubble heaps around the world where once there were cities, us lashing out, maybe rightly, maybe just blindly. But did that change things here? I was deployed back here from Iraq. The entire Navy is here as well, on the East Coast at least. Nearly all our overseas military is now back here trying to sort things out, rebuild, and defend what's left. John, I saw Baltimore and Washington burning in the night, the smoke a pillar visible 100 miles away. And he spoke now in almost a monotone. My God, it was like something out of the Bible. It was medieval. Washington. And for the first time in months, John thought of Bob Scales at the Pentagon. Remember General Scales, commandant of the War College while you were there? Wright nodded his head. The bastard's lucky enough to be assigned the government emergency relocation sites. Some of them got out, the rest... Well, Washington, like I said, turned medieval. I don't know what happened to your friend. I'm sorry, but he's most likely gone, unless he was assigned to the bunkers out in Maryland and West Virginia. Wright looked off again. There's a cult that has taken over parts of 3 states in the Rockies. Their leader claims he's the Messiah, and when the world is saved, all the lights will come back on, and tens of thousands now follow him. The posse you faced? There's one like it 10,000 strong that still rules Pittsburgh and raids 100 miles out in every direction. We're getting set to stamp it out, but it will be as bad as anything we faced in Iraq several years back. And my God, these were once our own people. I lost 8, killed wiping out a nest of them in the ruins of High Point 3 days ago. Oh, we might have gotten even, John. But America, a world power, they won. We're finished. We've retreated from around the world trying to save what's left, and for those that hated us, that's victory, even if we flattened their country in retaliation. And John, frankly, we might never know who really did it to start with. There were no red meatballs, swastikas, or red stars on planes dropping bombs this time. Just 3 missiles launched from freighters out in the ocean, which then were blown up.
My God, there's maybe 250 million dead in America alone, as bad, maybe worse than any Dr. Strangelove nightmares we talked about during the Cold War. We were so damn vulnerable, and no one did the right things to prepare or prevent it. We're back 150 years. No, not 150 years, John sighed. Make it more like 500. People alive in 1860, they knew how to live in that time. They had the infrastructure. We don't. Turn off the lights, stop the toilets from getting water to flush, empty the pharmacy, turn off the television to tell us what to do. He shook his head. We were like sheep for the slaughter then. The general reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. They were English, Dunhills. Wright offered the pack, and John fought hard, then remembered the last one he had smoked. I quit. I haven't, and the general lit up. He blew the smoke out, and though it smelled so good to John, he didn't ask. He thought of Jennifer, who always nagged him about it. No, don't think of that, he realized. I have to get this column moving, John. Will you come up to Asheville in a few days so we can talk more? Sure. But will you be confiscating vehicles? Wright looked at him in confusion. Nothing, just a little problem I had a very long time ago. And by the way, once up there, fire the schmuck running the place. I'm willing to bet you won't find him underfed, nor those around him. Wright nodded. And for God's sake, get the hospital open to the community again. I just wish you'd gotten here 7 months ago. He couldn't speak. Who? My daughter. I understand. John looked into Wright's eyes and could see that indeed this man did understand, torn by a worse agony almost. Jennifer slept in John's backyard. Wright would most likely never know what happened to his family, and therefore could only imagine the worst. Another thing about Americans Lost, John realized. We always knew where those we loved were, and if they were lost in a war, we had a nation that would spend millions just to bring a fragment of a body back. There were over 200 million bodies now, and no one could even spare the time now to name them. Wright turned away from him for a moment. I'll leave a supply of MREs in your town hall so you can get them out to those not here, he finally said, looking back. Thank you. I'll leave one medic as well with some supplies. We have some antibiotics, the vitamins, of course, painkillers. He can set up sick call once the column is left. Insulin? John asked coldly. No, why? Diabetics? They're all dead now anyhow. And then Wright froze. I'm sorry, John. He could only nod. They shook hands, and Wright started to turn away. General? He looked back. Is this for real? What? I mean this, today. Or is it nothing more than a flash in the pan? You'll stay a while, but things will continue to break down, collapsing in, and then it's just the end. The old line, this is the way the world will end, not with a bang but a whimper. Wright hesitated. My friend, I don't know. All our elaborate plans, all our dreams, I no longer know. The general turned and went back to the Bradley. Its engine fired up, troopers returning to their vehicles, engines turning over, except for the last of the tractor-trailers where rations were still being passed out. The column started to roll forward, and John watched as the flag snapping above the Bradley passed by. Instinctively, he came to attention and saluted. Civilians placing their hands over their hearts, his militia presenting arms again, more than a few crying at the sight of it. 50 stars, he thought. Will we ever be as we once were? And the voice within whispered the terrible truth. He took Michaela's hand, looked down at her, and smiled as if to reassure, and she smiled back as if to reassure, and each could sense the lie in the other. "Look at this, Dad!" It was Elizabeth, clutching 2 bottles of vitamins, a canvas bag, military, slung over her shoulder. "Some guy kissed Ben, said Ben reminded him of his own son. The poor guy just cried and kept hugging Ben, then gave me a dozen rations. They're in the bag. They even gave me a 5-pound can of formula for Ben. It's over, Dad. It's really over." "Of course it is, sweetheart," he said, smiling. In her joy, she looked again to be like a child. "Let's go home." And they walked back to their car, drove home, the girls going inside, Elizabeth laughing with excitement. He went into the house, picked up Rabs, then went outside to sit by Jennifer's grave. The world had changed forever. The America they knew, never to return. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. General Eugene Habiger, United States Air Force, retired. Former Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Strategic Command, May 2002. Afterword. Electromagnetic pulse, a bolt from the gray. The fall of the Berlin Wall and collapse of the Soviet Union marked a distinct turning point in my Navy career. The Boeing E-6 Strategic Nuclear Command and Control aircraft I flew would no longer fly continuous airborne alert postured for a bolt-from-the-blue nuclear attack. I continue to hope that if military anthropologists ever decide to study pre-Cold War hunter-gatherer groups, my rather unspectacular career will be noted for only 2 significant statistics: no aircraft lost and no nuclear holocaust on my watch. Growing up in Los Alamos, New Mexico, I was captivated by the subject of nuclear war, and somehow it became my career path. I leapt at the chance to tour the Nevada test site as an ensign. As I took in the images of a nuclear ghost town and the enormous crater left by the Sedan event, measuring nearly 1/4 of a mile across and deeper than a football field, the tremendous destructiveness of nuclear weapons became real for me. I would devote much of my life to balancing the day-to-day duties of standing ready to fight a strategic nuclear war with the angst of the anticipated aftermath, devouring all I could on the subject. I read Pat Frank's classic apocalyptic 1959 novel, Alas, Babylon, and was encouraged by man's defiance of annihilation and ability to cope in a post-attack nuclear world. The image of Slim Pickens as Major T.J. King Kong in Dr. Strangelove provided dark comic relief every time I inventoried a double-locked safe of nuclear codes. After being promoted to captain, I reread Neville Shute's classic, On the Beach, and wondered if I had the courage of the submarine captain Dwight Towers to gracefully face the end of civilization. I wish my imagination would have allowed me to just sit back and enjoy my friend Bill Forston's novel, 1 Second After, as another science fiction story, but I could not. It was an emotional and gut-wrenching read, because it could actually happen. An electromagnetic pulse, EPM, explosion over the continental United States would have devastating consequences for our country. The detonation of a nuclear weapon produces high-energy gamma radiation that travels radially away from the burst center. When the detonation occurs at high altitudes, greater than 25 miles, the gamma rays directed towards the Earth encounter the atmosphere where they interact with air molecules to produce positive ions and recoil electrons, called Compton electrons, after the physicist who was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1927 for his discovery of the Compton effect. The gamma radiation, interacting with the air molecules, produces charge separation, as the Compton recoil electrons are ejected and leave behind the more massive, positive ions. The Earth's magnetic field's interaction with the Compton recoil electrons causes charge acceleration, which further radiates an electromagnetic field as an instantaneous electromagnetic pulse. Additionally, a high-altitude nuclear burst also produces a relatively slow magnetohydrodynamic EMP, whose effects are like those from geomagnetic solar storm disturbances, causing the flow of very low-frequency current into the Earth and into long transmission lines. The reality of the damage to electrical and electronic equipment by EMP has been established in various nuclear tests and by the use of EMP simulators. The intense and invisible energy pulse cannot be sensed by people and doesn't damage the human body. Unlike a lightning strike, an EMP explosion is both much faster in producing damaging power surges and much broader and far-reaching in causing simultaneous burnout and failure of electrical and electronic systems over a large area. A well-designed nuclear weapon detonated at a high altitude over Kansas could have damaging effects over virtually all of the continental United States. Our technologically oriented society and its heavy dependence on advanced electronic systems could be brought to its knees with cascading failures of our critical infrastructure. Our vulnerability increases daily as our use and dependence on electronics continues to accelerate. As former Speaker Newt Gingrich describes the potential catastrophic consequences of an EMP attack over the United States, he notes that this is not idle speculation, but taken from the consensus findings of 9 distinguished American scientists who authored the report of the Commission to Assess the Threat to the United States from Electromagnetic Pulse, EMP, Attack. Unfortunately, the report of the Commission to Assess the Threat to the United States from Electromagnetic Pulse, EMP, Attack was released the exact same day the 9/11 Commission's report directed most of America's immediate attention to the rearview mirror to find out why we failed to prevent the horrific terrorist attack of 2001. As television commentators pored over the 9/11 report and offered in-depth analysis of the failure of imagination, the stark warnings and recommendations of the EMP Commission went largely unnoticed into the backlogged pile of congressional failures of implementation. So why are we reluctant to realistically address the threat of an EMP attack? Skeptics will continue to regurgitate bureaucratic babble such as, while it is technically feasible, it is highly improbable, or we do not have any credible intelligence indications and we must remain focused on near-term concerns, and other canned responses of downplayed threat perceptions prevalent prior to 9/11. Fortunately, while there is no clear objective method for analyzing relative risks and costs for comparing large-scale disasters, there is a high value to preventing, preparing for, and being able to recover from large-scale disasters, such as hurricanes, floods, and regional power outages. The thorough work of the EMP Commission provides a clear look at the nature of the problem, mitigation strategies, and recommendations. The solution is feasible and well within our means and resources to accomplish. One of the EMP commissioners, Dr. Lowell Wood, noted nuclear physicist involved with EMP weapons for 3 decades, characterizes an EMP event as a continental time machine that would move us back to the 19th century. When questioned that the technology of a century ago could not support our present population, he unemotionally replied, "Yes, I know. The population will shrink until it can be supported by the technology." Farming expertise, horses and mules would be in short supply. As EMP weapons do not distinguish between military and civilian targets, it is especially critical that our electrical power infrastructure be hardened against EMP. An EMP attack should not be viewed as a Cold War bolt from the blue, but prepared for, as an anticipated asymmetric bolt from the gray. We have been warned that our country is vulnerable and virtually unprotected against an EMP attack that could damage or destroy civilian and military critical electronic infrastructures, triggering catastrophic consequences that could cause the permanent collapse of our society. 1 second after an EMP attack, it will be too late to ask 2 simple questions. What should we have done to prevent the attack? And why didn't we do it? Captain Bill Sanders, U.S. Navy. The views expressed in this essay are solely those of the author and do not reflect the official policy or position of the Department of Defense or the U.S. government.